Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda. Your fears, incompletions, insecurities, nothing is needed for you to exist. Paramashiva alone is enough for you to live absolutely, blissfully, celebrating, fulfilled, complete, intensely. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let our biology become one with Paramashiva's biology. Let macrocosm we carry become one with microcosm. Let the microcosm we carry become one with macrocosm of Paramashiva. Let our organism become one with Paramashiva's organism. Let Paramashiva's organism become one with our organism. Let oneness become living strategy, living experience of all of us. Am the Mahavagya. Do it intensely. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the Paramashivoham level 1, 2 and 3 participants to today's Nithyananda Yoga. Before we begin, let's first invoke the blessings and presence of Swamiji by chanting the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's now chant the Shivamoola mantra Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now, let's enter the ritualistic cleansing, the Tattvachamanam. Now, please keep your hands in the Gokarna Mudra and pour 1 spoon of water and drink it at the end of each mantra.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda.
Om Atmadattvam Shodayami Swada. Om Vidyadattvam Shodayami Swada. Om Shivadattvam Shodayami Swada. Now wash your hands with a spoon of water. And now with the base of the right hand thumb, wipe the upper and lower lips twice. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now, with the index finger and thumb, touch the right nostril, left nostril, and with the ring finger and thumb, touch the right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now, with the right hand, little finger and thumb, touch the navel, the right chest, and left chest, and with the right hand, all fingers touch above the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the heart center. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Let us now enter the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Now place your right hand on your left palm, close your eyes, and let us chant the Sankalpa mantra. Mamopartha samasta duridakshaya dwara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartam Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhaditao Purnaroghyukta Dragati Yogic Sharira Siddhyartam Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranatam Nityananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Om Apopasprisya. Let us now enter the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana. Now be seated in a comfortable cross-leg position. And keep the back of the palms on each of the knee. Keep the fingers in Bindu Mudra touching the index and thumbs. Then visualize Paramashiva. Start performing the Samana Kumbhaka for the following asanas. Inhaling, holding the breath and exhaling, visualizing intense fire. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha and hold the Japa Soham in your throat center. Tatsuka asanamityuktam ashaktastat samachareetasanam jitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. The next is Parvatasana. Now in a cross-leg position or in Padmasana, bring the both palms together and raise the hands above the head in Namaskar Mudra. Visualize Mount Kailash and perform Mahamudra Bandha. अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासन मंगलम यत् कृत्वा अस्त्र रूपी स्यात् चक्रාදි विलोपनम. Now release the hands and bring the soles of the feet together, interlacing the fingers behind the back. Lower the forehead to the heels and visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose, perform Mahamudra Bandha. Goda Bhava Purabhidiyahu me jano Ubepakatali Samputano Pishtipachhe dovu Karyavo Dachina Karso Vamagahavo. The next is Nagi Pavasana. Raise up, bring the forearms to the shins and the palms to the soles. Keep the palms cupped. Visualize the snake, gaze at the nose and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Purva Vidhi Pariyagai Naini Chauho Ikahu Nipanasya Lagayi Hath Do Dari Lagave Pasari Do Hath Ki Anjuli Kare. The next asana is Kokilasana. Now hold the big toe of the index and middle finger of the each foot with the index and middle fingers. Stretch the knees and cross the legs into Padmasana. Visualize a bird and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Atanyadasanam vakshe yena siddho bhave naraha akasmad vayu sancharam kokilakyasanena cha. The next is Netyasana. Now stack the knees and hold opposite elbows. Rotate the hands in one direction and then the other. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Goda Baba Padaki Ahumahli Soye Dachicharnako Varlo Taparigulpa Samoye. The next asana is Gajasana. Come into a plank position, keeping the hands and feet flat with the hips raised. Start scooping the body repeatedly, visualizing an elephant and performing the Udyana Bandha. Najyam Padagre Bhumau Kritva Lambi Bhuyamastagre Nidaya. The next is Nirikshasana. Now alternate raising one heel off the mat. Visualize a bear and perform the Udyana Bandha. Ekaikam padama kunchakjasanam kuryat rikshasanam bhavati. Now stand tall on the tip of your toes. Keep the index, middle and ring fingers touching the heart center. Visualize Swamiji and perform Uddiyana Bandha. केशेन पादयुगलं तद्वादिष्टे तदोमघातवैश्यावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सिद्धिवान् भवेत्. Now we enter the first karna of the sequence Utujanu Karna. Now come into the Aramandi position. Keep the hands to the chest and rotate the hands and legs of the respective side in one direction in a circular motion and then the other side. Relax and we enter the next asana, Balalingasana. Now interlace the fingers from the inside out and pull the right leg to the chest. Hold the right leg with the interlaced fingers. Visualize holding a baby and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Ekam jano ursiyalingya statavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next is Padapiranasana. Pull the right leg towards the buttocks and hold the right leg with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Sthitve kasmin padatale karabhyam veshte yetanum prishte samsthapayatvena padapiranamasana. The next is Natarajasana. Now pull the right leg with the right hand backward and up and simultaneously stretch the left hand forward. Keep the fingers in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Nataraja and gaze at the Drishti point. Tanapadam Kraunchancha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trigonam Jasuptangushta Prasarane. Now we enter Balalingasana on the left side. Once again interlace the finger and pull the left leg to the chest. Hold the left leg with the interlaced fingers. Visualize holding a baby and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Ekam jana ursiyalingya statavyam bhalalinganam bhavati. The next is Padapiranasana. Pull the left leg towards the buttocks and hold the left leg with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Sthitve kasmin padatale karabhyam veshte yetanum prishte samsthapayatvena padapiranamasana. Now we move to Natarajasana. As you pull the left leg with the left hand from the inside and pull the left leg backward and up, stretching the right hand. Keep the fingers in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Nataraja and perform Mula Bandha. Tanapadam Kraunchancha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trigonam Jasuptangushta Prasarane. Now we move into Ardharechita Karna. Come into the Arimandi position and this time keep the hands by the chest and take the right leg and place it behind the left foot with the toe pointed down and the heel raised. Now make a pendulum motion with the right hand back and forth. Place the hand on the nose and then repeat on the opposite side. Now we move into the next asana, skeleton dance. Intensely shake your body in all directions, visualizing the skeleton structure, your body as a complete skeleton structure. Do not keep any pattern in the way you're moving your body. Intensely visualize all your laziness, boredom, tiredness leaving the system. And now relax. Take a moment to allow your breath to settle down. As we move into the next karna, Katichana Karna. Now once again come into the Arimandi position and cross the wrist above the head. Turn to each side and open the hands wide apart and then come back to the center. Relax as we move into the next asana, Tadasana. Now stand at the tip of your mat and raise the hands above the head. Keep the palms facing each other. Visualize a palm tree. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha and hold the japa Shivoham. Mahamudra Bhadra Kaunauta Adasana Vibhedakan Vinota Anam Sada Kuryat Antarvatni Patipriya. Now lower the entire body to the mat and keep the hands by the side of the feet and the forehead to the knees. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Mahamudra Bhadra Kaunauta Adasana Vibhedakan. Now come into Tarakshasana. As you move into a plank position, keeping the hands at shoulder level, tuck the chin to the chest and rotate the neck from side to side in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji, hold the japa Shivoham. Gajasana samstau janadvayama kuncha varam varam kartavyam. The next is Angushta Bhujangasana. Now slowly lower the upper body and the entire body onto the mat. Keep the hands by the side of the chest and lift the upper body with the strength of the lower back. Visualize a cobra. Inhale through the hollow of the throat and exhale through the nose. Angushta navi paryantam madobhuma vininyaset karabhyam chidram dhritva udoshishav panivahi. Now rise up into a plank position and alternate bringing one knee to the chest. Visualize Swamiji and start performing the Saja Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling, holding the breath and exhaling comfortably. Gajasana samstito janadvaima kuncha varam varam kartavyam shashasanam bhavati. The next is Ratasana. Now alternate placing one foot between the hands, visualizing a chariot. Gajasana samstito ekaikam padam puromargena brahmayitva kartavyam Ratasanam bhavati. Now place the right foot forward and the left foot back, keeping the right foot bent in a 90-degree angle. Raise the hands above the head and keep the palms facing each other. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra, gaze at the third eye and perform Moola Bandha and Udyana Bandha. Vamo Ramula Deshecha Yamyam Padam Nidaito Tishtet Vrikshavad Bhuma Ikshasanam Idam Viduhu. The next asana is Veerabhadrasana on the opposite side. Now switch the position of the feet and raise the hands above the head and keep the front knee, the left leg, bent in a 90-degree angle. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra. Vashishtamata Kaundinyam Urdhakukutam Evacha Ashtavakramato Thanam Mayuram Setu Bandhanam. We move to the next asana, Vrikshasana. Now stand with both the feet together and raise the right leg and place it on the left thigh. Keep the hands together and raise the hands above the head in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize a tree and perform Udyana Bandha. Vamo almodeshe cha yamyam padam nidayato tishtet vrikshavad bhumo vrikshasanam idam viduhu. The next asana is Garudasana. As you place the right leg in front of the left thigh and keep the left leg straight. Keep the hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize Lord Garuda. Garudasana ma vakshe yena dhyanam sirimbovi sarva doshadvinir mukta bhavati mahabali. Now we move to Vrikshasana on the left side. Place the left foot now on the right thigh and keep the hands above the head with the palms together. Visualize a tree. Vamo Ramula Deshecha Yamyam Padam Nidayato Tishtet Vrikshavad Bhuma Vrikshasanam Idam Viduhu. Now bring your hands down and place your left leg in front of the right thigh. Visualize Lord Garuda and keep the hands in front of the heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Garudasana ma vakshe yena dhyanam sirimbovi. Now we move into Trikonasana. Keep one foot forward and the other leg back. Keep the right foot in front and raise the hands parallel to the ground, keeping the right hand by the right foot and the left hand pointed upward. Gaze to the sky and visualize a triangle. Uttana padam crown chancha marichim veerabhadrakam. Now rise up and switch the position of the feet, bringing the left foot forward and the right leg back. Now place the right hand by the left foot and keep the right hand pointed up. Visualize a triangle. Uttana padam crown chancha marichim veerabhadrakam. The next asana is Nikutaka Karana. Now come into the Arayamandi position and keep the palms facing each other this time. Alternate raising one heel and switching the position of the palms. Relax as we move into Angushtasana. Come and be seated in a squatting position on the heels. Keep the hands together in front of the heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start performing the Brahmari Kumbhaka. Inhaling and exhaling, making a buzzing sound. Hold the new japa Sadashivoham in your throat center. Kabandha asanamittyaho Gorakshasana evacha angushtamushtikam nyayam brahma prasaditam tata. Now stretch the right foot forward and keep the hands by the side. Visualize Swamiji. Prasar ekam padatalam samstapitva ekapadakam. Now hold the right leg big toe in Pranamudra and hold the left leg's heel with the left hand. Visualize Swamiji. Gulpastito padamekam prasarya tatpadagram samsite tatkarena. Now pull the right leg in and stretch the left leg. Now keep the hands facing forward and visualize Swamiji in Saurasana. Prasare ekam padaram samstapitva ekapadakam. Now we move into Vidunanasana. Hold the left leg big toe in Pranamudra with the left hand and hold the right leg heel with the right hand. Bring the forehead to the knees and visualize Swamiji. Gulpastito padamekam prasarya tatpadagram samsite tatkarena. Now we move into Brahmajarankushasana. Pull the left leg inside also and keep the back of the palms on the knees and open the knees apart. Visualize Swamiji and tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at the floor. Do panapani hoy vese eri do gurani vese korpakdalya ki mahili aisama hera semili. The next asana is Kapilasana. Now bring the knees to the mat and place the palms on the knees. Visualize the great sage Kapila and perform Udyana Bandha. उभय पगतली समट हरावे तिनकी माहिली कोर मिलावे पना पानी उकड़ होय वैसे एडी दो जोनी निवेसे. The next is Bhadragorakasana. Now, in the same seated position, just switch the gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji. दो पगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भू पदरे कोरवारली राके ऐसे तापरी मूलद्वार टिकी बेसे. Now raise the knees off the mat, bring the soles of the feet together and keep the little and thumb together, opening the fingers wide apart. Then raise the hands above the head and gaze through the gap of the palms. Visualize Lord Surya and gaze and perform the Udyana Bandha. एड़ी दो गुड़ा तरियाने पना पानी बैठक बनिटाने गोड़ा जंग अदर करी रहे आड़े बामिसी विधि गहे. The next is Mandukasana. Be seated in a comfortable position on the heels and place the hands, the palms on the knees. Visualize Manduka, the frog, gaze at the third eye and perform Manduki Mudra, rolling the tongue and touching the back of the throat. Pada Talo Prishta Deshe Angushta Samsprishet. Now we move to Uttana Mandukasana. Raise the hands above the head and touch opposite shoulders. Visualize a frog, gaze at the third eye, perform Manduki Mudra and perform Udyana Bandha. Mandukasana Madhyastam Kurparabhyam Sharamditaha. Now we move to Simhasana. Cross the ankles and keep the palms on the knees. Visualize a lion and gaze at the nose. Stick the tongue out and exhale forcefully from the throat. Dakshinam Savyagulpena Dakshineta Etanam Hasta Jajano Samstapya Swangulisha Prasaricha. Now we move to Bhadrasana. Now uncross the heels and cross the hands behind the back, holding opposite big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji and perform Jalandhara Bandha. Gulpau Javirsana Syado Yutkamena Samahita Padam Gushtokara Byamja Dritwaja Pristadeshataha. Now come into a half squatted position in Kakabusandhyasana. In the squatting position, as you from the inside wrap the knees and interlace the fingers behind the back, visualizing a crow, gaze at the nose. Pratame Vesa Ukratane Dohat Pagam Vich Ane. Now keep the hands on the mat and place the knees on the armpits. Then lean onto the hands and lift the legs off the mat, bringing the feet to the perineum. Visualize Swamiji. Asana Kauganasi Dista Hoyi to Achi Hoyi. Now relax and now come to a stable position as we enter into Kanipavasana. You can use the wall support. Now placing the hands on the mat wide apart, place the head on the mat. Then keep the knees on the elbows and slowly raise the feet into a headstand. Shisha Shisha Dati Tegi Pagdovo Miliva Ucha Kukare. Now relax. Come into a squatting position as we enter Parshamayurasana. Now turn to one side and align the knees and hips to the elbows and lean onto the elbows, stretching the legs to the side. Visualize a peacock and gaze at the third eye. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryat Mayuram Danda Namakam Kuryan Mayuram Parshabhyam Mayura Parsha Namakam. Now we move to Parshamayurasana on the opposite side as you align the knees and hips to the elbows. Once again, leaning onto the elbows, stretch the legs to the side and visualize a peacock, gaze at the third eye. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryat Mayuram Danda Namakam Kuryan Mayuram Parshabhyam Mayura Parsha Namakam. Now we move to Bhairaganathasana. Come into a plank position and keep one foot between the hands. Visualize Lord Kalabhairavan, gaze at the third eye. Asana Goganapiti Jayi. Now place the foot back and take the opposite leg and from the outside place one foot between the palms. Visualize Lord Kalabhairavan, gaze at the third eye. Asana Goganapiti Jayi. The next is Unmukapitasana. Now place the forearms on the mat and walk the feet forward, keeping the hips raised up. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Bhunyasto Janani Hasto Chatispatam Vanmukam Utta Pitangari Yugala Chatispatama Biruka. The next is Vashishtasana. Rise up into a plank position and keep the hands straight. Then roll onto one hand and raise the opposite towards the sky, visualizing the great sage Vashishta. Gaze at the sky as well. Urdu Gukuta Vashishta Marichihala Matsikam Parivirtim Chodarasya Vividam Rasanam. The next asana is Vashishtasana on the opposite side. As you roll onto the opposite hand and stretch the other hand towards the sky, visualize the great sage Vashishta. Urdu Gukuta Vashishta Marichala Matsikam Parivirtim Chodarasya Vividam Rasanam. Now we move to Anjaneyasana. Now be seated with the legs stretched and the hands underneath the buttocks. Visualize Lord Hanuman. Tuck the chin to the chest in Chalandra Bandha and gaze to the nose. दो कराकी उबे हथेली कोरवारली में लेबेली सो आगाने भूपरिदासे महाने अंगुली में लिरासे. The next is Paschimottanasana. Now lower the entire upper body onto the knees and hold the big toes in Pranamudra. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mahamudra Bandha. जानो परिल्लाटं तु पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुगन्धार्यं च जायते. Now raise up, interlace the fingers behind the neck and lower the forehead to the knees. Visualize Goddess Kali and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Swapanipyantaram datva jano parishironise tasana ugravidam proktam bhavedanale deepanam. The next asana is Marichiyasana. Now raise one foot towards the perineum and with the respective hand wrap the raised knee and interlace both hands behind the back. Visualize the great sage Marichi. Uttanapadam Kraunchancha Marichim Veerabhadrakam. Now lower the raised knee and hold the stretched leg with both the hands, placing the forehead on the knee of the stretched leg. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresminvam vallabeyam prabhisiddha siddhim cha kapiladhya puragataha. The next is Marichiyasana on the opposite side. Now pull the opposite leg towards the perineum and with the respective hand wrap the raised leg and then lower the forehead to the knee, visualizing the great sage Marichi. Uttanapadam Kraunchancha Marichim Veerabhadrakam. Now we move to the next asana, Mahamudrasana. Now hold the stretched leg with both the hands and lower the forehead to the knee of the stretched leg. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Perform Mahamudra Bandha. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresminva labeyam prabhisiddha siddhim cha kapiladhya puragataha. Now we move to the next asana, Bhadrasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together and hold the soles of the feet with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye. Gulpo chavrishanas yadaha shivanyah parshve yokshipet pada parshve rupanabhyam vridam badvas nischalam. The next asana is Gwalipavasana. Now push the feet lightly away from the perineum and keep the hands on the knees. Visualize Swamiji and perform Jalandhara Bandha. पूर्वचर पटचो कह्यो सोही वाकी विधियो की जीसो यामे एडी बिंजरा से अंगुल आत अंतरोरा से. The next asana is Joniasana. Now pull the feet towards the perineum, hold the feet with both the hands and lower the forehead in front of the feet. Visualize the Joni Mandala, the physical representation of Paramashiva Shakti. Gaze at the nose. दो पगा की संपुट करे एडिमेड के दिंगदरे अर्धात को अंतररासे लाट पगतलिया ऊपर दासे. Now raise up and push the feet away from the perineum. Stretch the hands to the sides and lower the forehead to the heels. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose. पूर्व विधि परि पगतली संपुट सोल येडी मिलिरा से येड्यासु माहिली कानी दो आदरे लाट धरती लगावे. The next is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Pull the feet to the perineum, insert the hands underneath the shins and keep the hands facing up. Place the forehead in front of the feet and visualize Lord Surya. Gaze at the nose. Do pagtali samput kare solmed aga medare. The next is Chinki Pavasana. Now raise up and pull the feet to the perineum. Hold the feet with the respective hands and open the feet like a book. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. दो पगा की एडी धरती मगवा मेड लगावे पगतली माहिरी कोल अंगटा सदा सिद्धि जोड़े. The next is Charapati Chokasana. Now pull the feet as close to the perineum as possible. Keep the hands on respective knees and gently press the knees down. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Perform Udhyana Bandha. दो पगतली संपुट दारे आगाने कर जार पसारे. The next is Bhairavasana. Now raise the heels and bring the soles. Bring the toes to the perineum. Visualize Kala Bhairava. Gaze at the third eye. Keep the hands in Bindu Mudra on respective knees and visualize Kala Bhairava. Gulpo sampiti chanyonyam krimena samahitaha janvopashagato hasto dandavad bhairavasanam. The next asana is Samanasana. Now keep one foot by the perineum and the other foot raise it to the chest. Hold it with both the hands and visualize Swamiji. Samanasana ma vakshe siddhamantra sadnat ekapadamuro datva guhyonya vatrake. The next is Apanasana. Place the raised leg on the respective shoulder. Visualize Swamiji and perform the gaze at the third eye. केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्यन्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत् दण्डवत् प्रभो. The next asana is Samanasana on the opposite side. Now keep the other foot by the perineum and raise the opposite leg towards the respective chest. Then hold leg with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Samana asana ma vakshe siddhamantrad sadna dekapadamaro datva guhyonya vatrake. Now place this raised leg on the respective shoulder and visualize Swamiji, gaze at the third eye. Apanasana kevalam padamekञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्यन्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत् दण्डवत् प्रभो. The next asana is Gomukasana. Now cross the feet and keep the heels on opposite sides of the hip. Visualize a cow, gaze at the nose and start performing the Sitkari Kumbhaka, which is inhaling completely through the clenched teeth and then exhaling through the nose. Hold the new japa Om Nithyanandoham. Savye dakshina gulpanto prishtapashve niyoje dakshine pita savyam gomakam yata. The next asana is Anusuyasana. Now hold the big toe with the fingers in Prana Mudra. Visualize Rishika Anusuya and gaze at the nose. दक्षिण गोटो नी कोटाने वामोता के ऊपर आने गोंदा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पुनि पुनि दे संधि पसारी. Now interlace the fingers behind the back and lower the upper body onto the knees. Try touching the nose to the ground. Visualize Rishika Nasuya and gaze at the nose. जीमना गोड़ा की संधि ऊपरी दावा गोड़ा की संधि मिलावे गोड़ा सोले पगतल्यालो आडवाई सुदारा से. The next asana is Garudasana 2. Now keep one foot by the perineum. Keep the left foot by the perineum and the right foot flat with the knee by the chest. Visualize Lord Garuda and gaze at the nose. The next is Naradasana. Now sit on the left heel and interlace the fingers behind the leg and turn outside of the right leg. Then visualize Lord Narada, the sage Narada, and gaze at the third eye. पिष्टजुमाम पगतली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी पना पानी उकड़ होई वैसे एडी दो जोनी निवेसे. The next is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place the left foot on the right thigh and with the left hand wrap the left leg and hold the right shin. With the right hand hold the right big toe in Prana Mudra. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Vamena Vamangushtanto Gritam Matsya Pitakam Yoni Vamena Sampidra Medradu Paridakshinam. The next is Gomukasana on the opposite side. Now, once again, cross the legs, cross the knees, and keep the heels on opposite side of the hip. Then interlace fingers and keep the hands on the top knee. Visualize a cow and start performing Sitkari Kumbhaka. Gaze at the nose. Savye dakshina gulpanto prishtapashve niyoje dakshine pita savyam gomakam yata. The next is Anusuyasana 2. Now hold the big toes of each foot in Prana Mudra. The next asana is Anusuyasana 1. Now hold the big toes with your fingers in Prana Mudra. Visualize Rishika Anusuya, perform the Udyana Bandha and gaze at the nose. Dachino Godo Niko Tane, Vamota ke Upar Ane. The next is Anusuyasana 2. Now interlace the fingers behind the back and lower the upper body onto the chest. Gaze at the nose as you try touching the nose to the ground. Visualize Rishika Anusuya and gaze at the nose. Jivana Goda ki sandhi, Uparidava Goda ki sandhi. The next is Garudasana 2. Now rise up and keep one foot by the perineum, the right foot by the perineum and the left foot flat with the knee by the chest. Keep the hands on respective knees and visualize Lord Garuda, gaze at the nose. Davo Pogmodi Yedi, Mahilam Gulpamoladwarani, Chede, Bese, Jimani Pagdali, Darti Teki, Goro, Uncho, Oborase. Now sit on the right heel in Naradasana as you interlace the fingers behind the neck and turn outside of the left leg. Visualize the great sage Narada and gaze at the third eye. Pishtijama Pagdali Keri, Buprita Hilaga Veperi. Now place the right leg on the left thigh. Then with the right hand wrap the right leg and hold the left shin. And with the left hand hold the left big toe in Pranamudra. Visualize Matsya. Vame Navamangushtanto Gritam Matsapitakam Yoni Vamena Sampidra Medradupari Dakshinam. Now we enter Matsendrasana. Now stretch both the legs and keep the left leg on the right thigh and bend the right knee. Turn outside of the right knee, placing the left hand on the right knee and keep the right hand on the mat. Visualize Matsendranatha and gaze at the third eye. Udaram Paschima Basam Kritva Tishtiri Yatnadaha Namrangam Vamapadam Hi Dakshajano Parinyasayet. The next is Kubasana. Now place the left hand on the right leg and the right hand on the right ear. Visualize a camel and gaze the third eye. Asana Gokuna Jolo Jaye. Now place the right hand back on the mat and continue to visualize Matsendranatha. Matsendra Pitam Jatra Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Kandanasram Abhyasada Kundalini Prabodham Dandasram Hitadahipam Sam. Now we move to Matsendrasana on the opposite side as you keep the right leg on the left thigh and bend the left leg. Turn outside of the left leg, keeping the right hand on the left knee. Then keep the left hand on the mat behind. Continue to visualize the great sage Matsendranatha. Udaram Paschima Basam Kritva Tishtri Yatnadaha. The next is Kubasana. Now keep the right hand by the left foot and place the left hand on the left ear. Visualize a camel. Asana Gogana Jolo Jaye. The next is Matsendrasana 2. As you keep the left hand back on the mat, continue to visualize Matsendranatha. Matsendra Pitam Jatra Pradipim Prachanda Rukmandala Gandanastram. Now cross your legs into Padmasana and keep the palms on the respective knee. Perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Paramashiva, gaze at the nose. Asanam Dividam Proktam Padmam Vajrasanam Tatha. Now cross the hands and hold opposite big toes in Pranamudra. Visualize Goddess Parvati and gaze at the nose. Uttanam Uttano Charno Kritva Uru Samso Praetnataha. Now insert your hand through the gaps of your thighs and calves and lift the body off the mat. Visualize a rooster and start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Padmasanam Susamstapya Nanurvarantare Karao. Relax as we move to Baddha Kekiasana. Now raise onto the knees and keep the palms facing down and the fingers pointed backwards. Now lower the navel onto the elbows and keep the legs raised. Visualize Swamiji and perform Sahaja Kumbhaka. Dharamavashtabhyakaratvarena tatkurparistani vatabiparshvaha. Now come to a kneeling position with the hands still in the same position. Now lower the navel once again onto the elbows and lift the legs off the mat. Visualizing a peacock in Mayurasana. Adavakshe Mahadeva Mayurasana Muttamam. Now lie down on the stomach and keep the feet apart and the hands interlaced behind the neck. Visualize a crocodile. Hold the new japa Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham. Adhyasasete hridayam nidaya bhuma uchapadau cha prasaryamano. Now we move to the next asana, Shalabhasana. Bring the soles of the feet together. Keep the hands by the side of the body and lift the legs off the mat, visualizing a locust. Adhyasasete karayugmam vakshobhumim avashtabhya karayostalabhyam. Now bend the knees and bring the soles to the side of the hips and gently press the legs down to the ground with the help of the hands. Visualize a camel in Ustrasana. Adhyasasete padayugmam vaksham pishte nidabhya dhritam karabhyam. Now hold the legs tight and lift the thighs and upper body simultaneously, bending the back as much as you can in Dhanurasana. Visualize a bow of Paramashiva. Prasarya pado bhuvidandarupo karocha prishte dhita padayugmam. Now relax and come to a seated position on the heels in Bhagasana. Keep the hands on respective knees. Visualize Swamiji. Gaze at the third eye and hold the new japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Ulta modi pavado vese baharo jagati kare ek vese. The next asana is Gohyasana and Shirsasana. We'll be performing these two inverted asanas. Now, first keep the forearms on the mat and interlace the fingers. Place the forehead between the interlaced fingers. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. And then lift the knees off the mat and walk the feet forward. Then jump the feet off the mat and visualize Swamiji. Do haath ki kaho nijoi puniya kalave jade doyi. Now we move to Shirasasana as you slowly straighten the legs and continue to keep yourself in balance. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Viparitam mandalam cha didaiva viditam hinaha. Now we move to the next asana, Podhyasana. Now come to a seated position and place the palms behind the calves. From this asana we'll be performing the Bastrika Kumbhaka, intense exhalations. Now keep the hands behind the calves and straighten the knees, bringing the legs to the forehead. Visualize Swamiji. Addo haath ki bari bagar aane, goda tare kang seat aane. The next is Parigasana. Relax the legs, cross the hands behind the back and touch opposite shoulders. Stretch the legs to a 45-degree angle, once again visualizing a maze and gazing at the third eye. Uttana Shainam Kritva Pado Militva Prasadya. Now relax the legs. Now we can perform Naukasana. Now stretch the hands and keep them parallel to the legs and simultaneously raise the legs up to a 45-degree angle, visualizing a boat. Uttana Shainam Kurparabhyam Bhumim Avashtabhya Hastasya Nidambam Nidaya. Now relax and bring the soles of the feet together and insert your hands underneath the shins. Hold the feet and pull them to the chest. Visualize Lord Rudra and gaze at the nose. Pagatali Samputakara Hastasya Paga Ucha Pagaka. The next is Unmukha Pitasana 2. Now lie down on the back. Keep the soles of the feet together and the knees together. Then touch the back of each heel and lift the hips off the mat. Visualize Swamiji and perform Jalandhara Bandha. Udve cha januni kritva shavitvodvamukam thata. Now lie down on the back and stretch the legs. Keep the hands by the side of the body. Visualize Paramashiva completely liberating you. Unclutch from your body completely as we perform Shavasana. Ata Shavasanam Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Do Shavasanam Shavasanam Shrantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Slowly wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side and slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 asana sequence. With this, we conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session for all the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining. The next Acharya is going to start the next session very soon, so stay tuned. Nithyanandam. For the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, let us get ready for the next asana of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama.
Nithyanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes, with this, let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasanishthasana. Sit in a comfortable position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, Any comfortable position is fine. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale into your stomach and hold the flame in your navel region as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यत संस्थां यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. From a cross-legged position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, inhale and exhale deeply again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पति.
Next up is Muktasana. Now, keep the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left. Keep your hands flat on your knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः वामं याम्येन गुल्पेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana. From the same posture, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो चलदशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातवेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Now, gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादकी एडी जानो शिवनमदिटा सुकों तानो दक्षिपादकी एडी जोई मेदुमदि लगावे सोई.
The next asana is Rudrasana too. Maintain the posture, but rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदर्शन राके एक जुगति आसे विदिदाके.
Next up is Sandadunasana. Now from the same position, gaze to your nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीट.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Now bring your hands in front of your navel, cup one palm over the other, in Samputa Mudra resembling a lotus flower. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Samana Kumbhaka.
ऋजुकाय समाशीनं सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्टमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintain your legs in the same position. Set the Sankapa to manifest through the womb of creation and then lock all your senses with your hand. Lock the mouth with your little fingers, your nostrils with the ring fingers, eyes with index and middle fingers, and your ears with their thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणौ यत्कृत्वा केचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh. Now place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery.
येकं पादमतैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुनि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् सदा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now maintain the same posture but shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana.
दावा पग की पगतली पुनि एडी है जो ये पनांदिशी मेदरी दचना आनी लगावे सो ये.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now place your hands flat on your knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself.
वामपाद की पगतली जाही माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintain the same posture, but shift your gaze up towards the third eye. Keep visualizing Yoni Mandala and breathe in Samana Kumbhaka.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलं तत्कालफलदं तावत् केचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now join the soles of your feet together and interlock your fingers around the toes, intensely pushing your knees to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Veeravata.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादः शीवन्त्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्पं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्पं तु दक्षिणे पादपाशौ तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलं भद्रासनं भवेत् एतत् सर्वव्याधिविनाशनम्.
Now keep the soles of the feet together. Place the left hand on the left knee. Cover your mouth and nose with your right hand, closing the left nostril. Inhaling through the right nostril. Then closing the right nostril, holding your breath. Exhale through the left nostril and then again inhale through the left nostril. Hold the breath. Exhale through the right this time in Abhyanta Kumbhaka. As you press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Agori in Agodasana.
पूर्वकहो भिश्रिका जोई बाही विधि जोगी जे सोई.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Now separate your heels. Keep them close to your body. Rest your elbows on your heels as you rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water as you breathe in Rechaka Kumbhaka, exhaling all the way and holding your breath and performing Uddiyana Bandha.
ग्वाली पावा आसन कह्यो है जैसे याहुम में जाने विदितै से दो वो गुल्पमा हिलौ जानो आरु ये द्या विचिका हुनितानो.
Now bring your hands below the shins and interlock your fingers in front in Padmasana Mudra. As you lift your feet and knees off the ground, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Padasana.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेद् वायुं मृडनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlock your fingers around the toes and pull your feet against your chest as you rest your chin on the soles of your feet. Gaze to the nose and embody the state and space of a king.
पूर्व विधिपगा की अंगुटकंटकु परासे.
Next up is Uddarasana. Now again bring your hands below the legs and hold on to the feet as you lift your feet up in front of your chest. Gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवो पगतली संपुटटाने उभे हस्तकरी ऊर्ध हिताने अंगुष्ठ दोवो समत हरावे चुबको नीचे ताहि लगावे.
Next up is Pishishtasana. Now lift your feet even higher in front of your face. Bring the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead and visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दोवो पगतली जोड़ी संपुट करे हाथ दोवो पग बिच आनी तले.
Next up is Bhujasana. Now bring your legs over your shoulders and bend your elbows upwards to interlock them around your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujasana.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं गक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Now bend your elbows downwards. Keep your legs over top of your shoulders and interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दोवो हाथ पगं बीचा आने तिनको गोडानी चेडाने बहुरी पाक्यात बाहर ल्यावे पुनः युगति आसीत हरावे.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now place the top of the left foot on the mat and sit on the left heel as you stack your right knee over top of the left. Keep your right heel outside of the hip. Place your hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as an elegant swan as you gaze forward without focusing any external objects in Vaishnavi Mudra. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Now slide the left foot outside the hip and sit on the ground. Place your hands on the top knee as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुसागी नागर पंचदं वृचिरं दगल्यम्नि.
Now place your right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot onto the right knee. Bring your left arm behind your back. Twist your spine and hold on to opposite thighs as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
वामजंग ठाणे वामहष्टपिष्टी दिशा आने बहुरोदचन पाद की है जोई ताकी नाली जूपा करे सोई.
Now untwist your spine, hold onto the feet and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground and your navel close to your heels as you visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana 2.
प्रथम जी मनोचरणो जोई वामजंग परिराके सोई ताकी एडी कड़सोल्यावे बहुरी जुगति यह और करावे.
Next up is Guru Asana. Now interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space.
ऊर्मूलेतरवादिस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशकुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
Now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Place the right foot on the mat and sit on the right heel as you stack the left knee over top. Place your hand on opposite knees and visualize yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेशयेद्वामपादकम्.
Now bring the right foot outside the hip, sit on the ground, engage Uddiyana Bandha, hands on the top knee, visualizing a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुसागी नागर पंचदं वृषीरिं दगल्यम्नि.
Now bring your left foot onto the right thigh and the right foot onto the left knee. As you twist your right arm behind your back, holding onto opposite thighs in Machandrasana on the other side.
वामजंग परिजचन ठाणे वामहस्तपिष्टे दिशा आने बहुरोदचन पाद की है जोई ताकी नाली जूपा करे सोई.
Now untwist your spine, hold onto the feet and place your forehead on the ground in front of you as you visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana 2.
प्रथम जी मनोचरणो जोई वामजंग परिराके सोई ताकी येडी कड़िसोल्यावे बहुरी जुगति यह और करावे.
Now interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशकुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Parshasana. Now place your feet on the ground in front of you, knees raised, cross your arms and pull opposite knees against your chest as you gaze up towards your third eye. Press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानुनी उरसिनिधाय विपरीत हस्ताभ्याम् उरुसहित जंगे निबध्य.
Next up is Bodha Shukasana. Now place your chin on the knees and hold on to opposite wrists with your hands. Press your tongue upwards, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पगतली भू परिधरे कोरुमा हिली ऐसे करे कोरुमिलाई उकड़बे से जंगा चाटी अग्रनिवे से.
Now bring your hands underneath your legs and hold on to opposite elbows. Press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Kurakatasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे लेता हरावे.
Now cross the right ankle over top of the left, toes pointing up. Keep holding onto your elbows, gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage of Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारि तरति परिजाने दावा पग परिदचन पाद आने.
Next up is Dandasana. Now extend your legs forward and interlock your fingers, raising your arms up straight with the wrists pointing outwards. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पति.
Next up is Adambasana. Now lean forward and down, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you bring your head towards the knees, inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly in Nadi Shodhana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पग मिलिवा पसारी पगाग अंगुट पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees up. Bring your hands underneath the shins and hold the soles of your feet from the outside as you place your head on the ground in front of you, gazing to your third eye and visualizing Swamiji in Bidukasana.
Pratama baisi dovu paka pasari kachuko urdo kukurdo dare.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, feet extended away from the body, hands underneath the shins, palms facing up, and place your face on your feet as you gaze through the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Dovu yedi mailike dije hata pasari.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you keep your legs extended forward, lean forward and down, and bring one leg behind your neck. Hold onto the front foot and breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize the prana flowing through 9 points of your body, the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and the Brahmaranda, the crown of your head. Visualize the prana flowing upwards in golden light as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
Paschimottanavasitam kritam ekam padam grivayam dritva tishtet.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot behind your head as you extend the opposite foot forward. Gaze to your nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta.
Uttana shaini ekaikam payi grivayam vinyasya.
Now keep holding onto the foot but roll onto the side. Gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
Uttana shaita ekaikam padam grivayam kurvan.
Now lay on your back in Durushasana as you pull your knees towards your chest and circle them with your hands, and then rock your body from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Uttana shainam janune hridaye vashtamba janga saita urani karadvaye badva savyapashavyam lodayet drishasanam bhavati.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot.
Paschimottanavasitam kritam ekam padam grivayam dritva tishtet.
Now lean back into Anantasana, holding onto the foot behind your neck as you visualize yourself being infinite.
Uttana shaini ekaikam payi grivayam vinyasya.
Roll onto the side, gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
Uttana shaita ekaikam padam grivayam kurvan.
Now lay on your back in Yoga Nidrasana as you lift one foot and then the other behind your neck. You can't bring your legs behind your neck, you can just pull them towards your chest. As you then bend your elbows downwards and interlock the fingers around your lower back. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Padabhyam veshtayet kandam hastabhyam prishtabandhanam tanmadhye shainam kuryad yoga nidra sukhaprada.
Next up is Atmaramasana. Now bend your elbows upwards behind your neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Vishnu.
Atma rama asana pratama sudo sove.
The next asana is Kochikasana. Now lay on your back and pull your knees up against your chest, soles facing upwards. Then extend your arms out to the side. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Do hata chida sakare tinaso ubay sapakare.
Next up is Jatala Parivritti. This asana has 3 separate steps. Let us perform all the steps and then repeat them on the other side. First, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama and perform the Mula Bandha. Then extend your arms out to the side at shoulder level and pull your knees up towards your chest. This is the neutral position for this asana. Then drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg straight down. Bend both your knees to the side. Extend both your legs out of the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. Now return to the center. Then drop one leg to the side, extend the opposite leg down. Bend both your legs to the side. Extend the legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूर्धकोणमतापि च.
Next up is the Dviparapitam. As you lay on your back with your feet flat, hold on to your ankles and push your hips up high. Gaze to the nose, lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha, breathe in Mudra Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge in Dviparapitam.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Next up is Paryankasana. As you lay on your back, bring your hands over top of your shoulders and place them on the ground, fingers pointing towards your feet. As you lift your entire body off the mat, push your hips up high, walk your feet closer towards your hand, and visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
उत्थानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
As you lay on your back, pull your knees up against your chest and place your hands on the respective shoulders. Then move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शववच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभोवाणीय हस्ताभ्यां गन्धरं बद्ध्वा भामयेत्.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. As you lay flat on your back, place your arms on the ground and then lift your legs up, toes pointing to the sky, hips raised off the ground. Then move your legs in a circular motion and lock your throat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Viparita Karani.
करणी विपरीताख्य सर्वादिव्यादिनाशिनी नित्यम् अभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निनिवर्धनी.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be stable and sturdy in Viparita Karani 2 as you visualize Swamiji.
करणी विपरीताख्य सर्वादिव्यादिनाशिनी नित्यम् अभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निनिवर्धनी.
Now drop your toes down over top of your head and interlock your fingers behind your back, hands on the mat. Perform Mudra Kumbhaka. Keep Jalandhara Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नयेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Now hold onto the feet over top of your head, toes on the mat. Perform Jalandhara Bandha. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Shaita Paschimottanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Now bring your hips over top of the shoulder level and then open your legs wide to the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूर्धकोणमतापि च.
Now join your feet back together. Hold onto your ankles and then roll on your back. Raise your legs. Keep the arms and legs straight as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्त्वत्पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतौ परौ व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रम् एतत्सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Now lay on your back and raise your legs up. vertically. Then hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and separate your legs wide to the side as you visualize Swamiji in Supraptasarita Parangushtasana.
पादाङ्गुष्टौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधिः धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Now join your feet back together in Supta Parangushtasana. Keep holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Now cross your legs into Padmasana from the same posture. Bring the knees down to the mat and hold on to opposite elbows above your head as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. Now place the right hand on top of the left palm over top of your head. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सूदो सोवे भूपरिपाचे.
Now cross your legs into Padmasana and raise your knees and hips off the ground, supporting your lower back with your hands, elbows bearing the weight of your body. As you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Sarvangasana.
अतः क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वाङ्गासनमुत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योगनिपुणो विद्यापिपण्डितो यथा.
The next asana is Vrishikasana. Now bring one leg over top of the opposite thigh and pull the opposite knee towards your chest. Bring your arms up above your head, hook your fingers forward, and gaze to the third eye as you lock your throat to the chest and visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशयनो सूदो शीशके शिखी सन्धि सुधाके.
Now repeat Vrishikasana, the scorpion posture on the other side. Lift the other leg on top of the opposite thigh. Raise your arms up. Gaze to your third eye.
प्रथमशयनो सूदो शीशके शिखी सन्धि सुधाके.
Next up is Vrishabharakshiphasana. Lay down flat on your back and interlock your fingers around your neck in Parashamudra. Lift both your legs up and alternate pulling one knee in towards the chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परो मिलित्वा.
Next up is Maruttanasana. As you place your hands next to your hips, alternate pulling one knee in towards your respective ear. Touch your ears with your knees as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
श्रोतानवस्थितं कृतं जानुद्वयं पर्यायेण कर्णयो संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and then stand up and lay back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Lutasana. As you lay down on your back, lift your legs up and roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and finally end this asana in a prone posture on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिरसंज्ञा भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Next up is Saratasana. Now lay on your stomach with your hands next to the shoulders. Contract your lips, make a whistling sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. And visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Saratasana.
युज्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
Next up is Dehalyulanganasana. As you push your body back up into a plank position, jump your feet in between the hands back and forth as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उद्दानैव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Jatyasana. Now from a standing position, lean forward and down, place your hands on the mat and walk around on the mat visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जाट्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाटिस्मरो भवेत्. हस्तान् त्रिभूमौ च गमनम् आगमनं ततः.
Next up is the Lolitika Karana. Now stand in Adimandi position, heels together, toes pointing outwards, and the knees bend. Raise your arms and rotate them around your chest as you lean back and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sadapasana. Now tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available, and then stand erect on the mat like a rod. Breathe deeply through your nose and visualize your Kundalini Devi is rising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Ushtrasadhanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down and hold onto the toes from the front as you clench your hands into fists and walk around like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य अश्वावच्छरीयम् अश्वासनं भवति.
Now from the same posture, hold the toes from the side. Walk around on the mat like a horse in Ashvasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. Now bring your heels together and interlock your fingers behind in Bhadrasha Mudra. As you tilt your head back, open your chest up. Pull your hands down towards the thighs as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
Next up is Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Now stand in Adimandi, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, and bow down to one side, raise the respective heel and lift. Open up your chest, open up your hands, visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. The next asana is Khadgasana. Now stand and gaze to your nose, then lay down on your stomach and immediately jump up again and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros in Khadgasana.
निजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् कड़ुगासनं भवति.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now hold on to weights, then sit down and stand back up again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now stand on the mat and raise your arms up straight. As you jump repeatedly, visualize yourself as a mace.
सरं स्थित्वा बाहुन् नयेत्.
Next up is Utsheshakasana. Now hold one foot with both hands and pull it towards your chest. As you Squat down and stand back up with the opposite foot alternating on both sides. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Utshirshakasana.
हस्तद्वयेन धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् उच्छीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now stand with the toes of one foot pointing to the side, lifting the other foot towards your chest, and circle the raised leg with your arm, hand in a fist, and the other hand on the respective inner thigh. Next up is Tandavasana. Now hold on to weights. Then extend your arms and one leg forward and sit down and stand back up as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you stand on the mat, lift the left foot against your perineum, against the inside of the right thigh. As you keep your hands relaxed by the side, visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now lift the left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the toes behind. Bring the left arm below the right. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उद्दानकूर्मपीठश्च सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now raise the left foot on top of the right thigh and stand straight. Keep your hands at the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the post-up posture. Now stand on the right leg as you hold on to the left big toe in Prana Mudra and extend the left leg out to the side. Then rotate quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. As you lift the left leg behind your neck, stand tall and sit down and stand back up. Perform 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanu Karana on the other side. As you lift the other foot towards your chest, keep your hand in a fist, other hand on the inner respective thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Lift the other leg up, extend your hands forward, sit down and stand back up, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now lift the right foot up towards the inner thigh, stand on the mat with the hands relaxed by the side. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within in Brahmanasana on the other side.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरौ बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Now bring the right leg over and around the raised knee. Tuck the toes behind. Bring the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठश्च सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now raise the right foot onto the left thigh. Stand with your hands relaxed by the side. Visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Now repeat Dhruvasana, the post-up posture on the other side. Hold on to the right big toe, extend the leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Stand tall, sit down and stand back up. The 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवते.
Next up is the Sammanaka Karana. Stand with your heels together, toes pointing outwards, and keep your hands relaxed, hanging next to your hips, fingers pointing one by one. Breathe calmly as you recover from this intense sequence of asanas and get ready for the final 100 asanas of this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama.
Nithyanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
The next asana is Kodak Anjali Asana. Now squat down and bring your hands in between the legs from the outside in. Interlock your fingers in Palasha Mudra, bring them in front of the navel. As you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply, hold your breath, and lead the prana upwards and downwards and through the limbs of your body by the force of your will in Kodak Anjali Asana.
प्रथम ही उबो होए बाहुरी नीचे पुनि होवे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana from a squatting position. Now interlock your fingers around your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
ऊर्मध्याधस्थो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् काञ्च्यासनं भवति.
Next up is Baidu Asana. Now with the heels close to your perineum, interlock your fingers around your back, gaze to your navel and visualize Bhagavan Kalabhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पगा की तल्या की माहिली को मिलाई पना पानी उकड़ मड़ुवे से.
Next up is Varahasana. Now squat down with the heels against your back and the toes pointing outwards. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra, bring them behind your neck, fingers pointing down, back straight, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पगतली की माहिली को मिलाई पना पानी उकड़ से.
Next up is Pripitasana. Hold on to the big toes and then raise your hips to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in this posture.
पाशिद्वय सम्मील्य स्थितौ नितम्बं दानुप्रदेशानीय तिष्ठेत् प्रिपियासनं भवति.
Next up is Bakasana. Place your hands on the mat. Shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, lift your feet off the ground and visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्यामवष्टभ्य जानद्वयं नामौ सम्मील्य.
Next up is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. With your hands on the mat, place your head on the ground as well. Form a triangle between your hands and your head. Lift your legs up and cross them into Padmasana. As you gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Mula Bandha and keep breathing in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
आसन कौगुण कपाल आचो होई.
Come to a kneeling posture. Keep your heels outside the hips and the toes touching behind your back. Place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose. Internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham as you visualize yourself sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे पादौ प्रकृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is the vrikshasana too. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Set yourself up in front of a wall as you raise your legs up into a handstand. This asana should be performed by everyone to purify all 7 chakras. As you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana in the handstand. Shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize tejas energy flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पगा कीजी माहिली को गुल्प मिलाई.
Now place your hands flat on the ground. Elbows shoulder width apart. Lower your body down to the mat and push yourself back up again and again. Visualizing yourself as a fish in Matsyasana too.
निब्जशयनं कोर्परो पार्श्वाभागं मूर्धकृत्य हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टम्ब.
Next up is Sarvasana too. Now place your hands on the hips and lift your head and chest from left to right, moving and visualizing your body like a snake.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा हस्तनितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Now place your elbows on the ground in front of you and rest your chin on your hands. As you keep your hands in the lotus mudra, Padma mudra, feel self-supported and completely independent in Nidhalambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परयाशुदे मुखमुन्नमुनुच्चाये निरालम्बनमासनम्.
Now place your hands flat on the ground and straighten your arms. Bend your knees, bring your feet and your upper back upwards as you visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays in Chaturasana.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य नुया चत्रासनं भवति.
Next up is Vajrasana. Now sit on your heels with the top of the feet flat on the ground. Extend your arms forward, place your forehead and your palms on the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यतालकौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्रार्थने पति.
Next up is Meshasana. Now raise your hips up into Gajasana position and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितौ एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
Next up is Ajasana. Now place your hands on the ground and lift your legs up. Then slowly lower your face down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितौ पादद्वयम् अन्तराळे कृत्य.
Now come to a kneeling posture and pull your toes towards your perineum as you then place your hands on top of the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Dhanantarasana.
पूरबविधि परिहता की काकसी स्योपनासरा मोडी.
Now interlock your fingers in front and move your arms up, down, left, right in all directions. Give massage to different joints and muscles of your body. As you then repeat the movement behind your back, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama in the Anga Motanam.
हस्तयोरङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गमं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now turn your feet so the toes are pointing outwards. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back in Garudasana form.
जङ्गोरुभ्यां जरां पेड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना जानु परिकरद्वन्द् गरुडासनमुच्यते.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, knees separated, and hold on to your ankles. Then place the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्ष्ये वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Next up is Mandukasana too. Now overlap your feet and sit on your heels as you place your hands underneath the knees. Press your tongue flat against the top of your mouth. Lock your stomach. Pull it in and up towards your spine as you visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana 2.
गुल्पाभ्यां जान्वग्मे सबल्याकृतिः हस्तोपादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes, sit on raised heels. Place your hands on the ground, thumbs touching. Gaze to your nose and stick your tongue out. Exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize yourself as Lord Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu.
दोवु पनापानि होय वैसे एडी मिलरि गुडानि वैसे.
Next up is Bishtakasana. Now sit on raised heels and cup your mouth with both hands. Bring your thumbs underneath the teeth and close your mouth as you inhale through the right nostril. Exhale through your mouth in Bishtaka Pranayama as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears.
दोवु पगांकी एडी जोई घोड़ा पणवाणो पुनि होये.
Next up is Makadasana. Now join the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, and sit on your heels as you raise your elbows. Bring your fingers towards your armpits. Imitate as if you are a monkey scratching itself as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey and gaze to your third eye in Makadasana.
दोवु पगतलि संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिटाने मूलद्वारि एड्यां परिल्यावे मूडा हाटा ऊंचा तहरावे.
Next up is Vajrasangadasana. Now stand on the knees. Bring the soles of the feet together and separate the knees as you hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze to the nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पनापानि होय वैसे दोवु एडी गुडानि वैसे घोड़ा उबा राके तीर आरे वाय पसारे धीरा.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now bring your knees on the ground and overlap your heels as you sit on the feet. Place your palms on the ground next to your body. Gaze to your nose. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments.
कञ्जनासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सृष्टिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Now place your hands on the knees, maintain the posture, and gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle in Kurmasana.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादौ व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Next up is Yogasana. Now maintain the posture, keep your hands on the knees, relax your upper back and neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुडं नियम्य गुल्पाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेत् एतत् इति योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vijyogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Bring the toes close to the opposite knees as you hold your calves with your fingers inside and your thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru in Vijyogasana.
घोड़ा मामनो उबो होई घोड़ा आड़े राके दोई दचपाद की पानी रहावे पनो वाम घोड़ा डिगिल्यावे.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Now lean back. Hold on to your heels as you keep your feet flat. Push your hips forward. Tilt your head back and visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदार्द्या सम्पिपाद इषुपुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मितहितासनः.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. Now from the same position, lean back, place your elbows on the ground and the back of your head as well as you hold on to your feet. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दोवो येडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारि तरिधेरे पना पानी ओकड़ होए बेसे बहुरो पिष्टि दिशी करे जु ऐसे.
Rise back up and then lay back down. Place your back on the mat and rise up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of your causal body in Viratasana.
जंगा प्रतिभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊर्णि संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Kapotasana. As you lean back, bring your hands over top of your shoulders. Try to bring your forearms on the ground. Hold on to your feet and bring your head in between the feet as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्दण्डिदात्या संविपादैषु पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मिदहितासनः.
Now, rise up onto your knees. Stand on the knees and tuck the toes behind. As you hold on to opposite arms, gaze to your nose and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Chant the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. As this is the boon-fulfilling posture, receive your boon from Paramashiva in Vadasana.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् वरासनं भवति.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now keep the toes tucked, sit on raised heels, and place your forearms on the ground. Rest your head on your hands and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं वेदनानि आसनानि निकत्यते घूर्परौ भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Next up is Mundasana. Now place your forearms on the ground. Interlock your fingers. Support your head with your hands as you raise your hips, walk your feet forward, and lift your legs up into a headstand posture. As you gaze to your nose, breathe calmly in Sahasrara Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a lopped tree in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं भक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Gently lower your body back down. Come to a kneeling posture. As you place your head in between the knees, lean forward and down, and hold your head with your hands. Gaze to the nose, inhale through the nose, and exhale through your mouth in this asana as you visualize Swamiji in Andhasana.
प्रथम पगदली समत हरावे कोरुमा हिरी उबे मिलावे पना पानी उकड़ कर बेसे दो एडी गुड़ा निवेसे.
Now lay down on your stomach, raise your arms up above your head. Hold on to weights and then lift your arms and legs off the ground. Raise your chest up as well as you visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana.
शलभासन भेदश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is Kapalasana. Now keep your hands next to the hips, place your forehead on the ground. As you lift your legs up without raising your chest, visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. Now push your hands into the mat, bend your knees and lift your legs up over top of your head. Place your feet on the ground in front of your face if you can, as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove in Akasha Kapotasana.
उत्तरासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Next up is Chatakasana. From a kneeling position, place your forearms on the ground and Bring your navel to the knees, be sturdy as you visualize yourself as a sparrow.
कूर्परपर्यन्तं हस्तोदरामवष्टभ्य जानुनी नाभौ संकुञ्च्य.
Next up is Vrishchikasana 2. As you place your forearms on the ground, raise your hips and lift your legs off the mat over top of your body. Bend your knees and try to touch the back of your head with your toes as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
यश्चैव पुश्चप्रतिमाङ्गि पार्श्वि धृत्वा श्वशीरे चुबकं विदार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana, the bull posture. Now sit on your right heel, keep the left foot outside the hip, hands on the ground in front of your knees. As you gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra, visualize yourself as a bull and inhale forcefully. Hold your breath for a short while and then exhale again through the nose in Antarangaka Kumbhaka.
याम्यगुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Lolasana. Now place your hands on the mid and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now sit down on the left heel, keep the right foot outside the hip. As you repeat Vrishasana, the bull posture on the other side.
याम्यगुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now place the right foot flat and tuck the toes of the left foot as you sit on the left heel. Keep your hands on the respective knees and visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana.
आसन कौगुण जल विकार जायी.
Next up is Grahasana. Stand up and squat down, bring your arms in and around the legs, holding onto the ankles from the outside. Visualize yourself as the entire planet in Grahasana.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Now tuck the toes of the right foot, sit on the right heel. Visualize Balagunahai and breathe in Antarangaka Kumbhaka.
आसन कौगुण जल विकार जायी.
Next up is Utkatasana. Step both the feet in. Keep your knees together. Hold on to weights as you place your hands on the knees and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास्पिजोऽस्ति यथा ऊर्ध्वजान यत्राशने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
We move on to Vajrasangarasana 2. Now stand on the knees, bring the soles of the feet together, knees separated. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बना बानी होई जैसे दो एड़ी गुड़ा निवेशे गोड़ा उबारा के तिया आड़े वाय पसारे धीरा पृष्ठि दिशि दो करी आने तिनकी जुगति आसे विधि थाने.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your palms on the ground and step your heels onto the back of your hands as you keep your arms straight in a squatting posture, gaze to the nose, and visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूम परिताने कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now stand tall, lean forward and down, place the back of your hands on the ground and step your feet onto your hands. Wrap your hands around the feet like shoes and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् पश्चेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkutoddanasana. As you place your hands on the ground, pick your legs up into the air and let them fall back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nityasana. As you Place your hands on the ground and lift your legs up into a handstand. Move around on two hands, dancing as you feel yourself. Become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिवष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Kunjalasana. As you stand with the feet separated, place one hand on the ground in front of you and place the other hand on the respective ear. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेण एकेन पादाभ्यां भूमोत्तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Now repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you place the other hand on the ground.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेण एकेन पादाभ्यां भूमोत्तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down. Keep the heels close to your body and hold on to your ankles. As you lift your feet off the ground, visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य हस्तौ गुल्पौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् काडम्ब भवति.
Now place your feet flat in front of your body. Knees raised against your chest. Hold your knees with opposite hands as you visualize any excess vata being released or balanced within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्थनितम्बके जानुनि वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रति करबन्धनैः.
The next asana is Chakorasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward. Keep your hands at the side of your body and lift your entire body off the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्थानशयनं चरेत्.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you pull the left foot towards your ear, keep the right foot extended. Visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now, lift the left leg over your shoulder and hook the right foot over the left foot. Extend your legs out to the side, lean forward, and balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now, place the right foot onto the left thigh. Keep the left knee raised. Bring the left shoulder underneath the raised knee. And gaze to your third eye as you visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana in pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्.
Next up is Parshvamatsendrasana. Now bring the right foot outside the left hip. Bring the left foot over the right knee. Twist your right elbow around the raised knee. Bring the arm below. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendra, the master of Hatha Yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डलुग्मण्डनकन्दनाश्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसां पार्श्वाभ्यां दृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakorasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Hands on the ground. Lift your entire body up. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now pull the right foot towards your ear as you keep holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra, visualizing yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Now bring the right leg over the shoulder. Hook the left foot over top of the right foot. Extend your legs out to the side as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakra on the other side.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now, raise the right knee. Bring the left foot on top of the right thigh. Bring the right shoulder underneath the raised knee.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेन्यत्पादरक्षणम्.
Now repeat Paramashivoham on the other side. Bring the left foot outside the right hip. Step the right heel over top. Bring the elbow outside the raised knee and the hand below to interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsina, the master of Hatha Yoga, in Paramashivoham.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जडरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुग्मण्डलकण्डनाश्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थितत्वं हि ददाति पुंसां पार्श्वाभ्यां धृतते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now bring the left foot towards the perineum with the right leg extended. Lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनाशीवनी सम्पीड्य.
The next asana is Crown Chasana. Now bring the left foot outside the hip, the foot flat. Hold onto the right foot and lift it up in front of your face. Keep the knees straight and visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the right heel against the perineum, the left leg extended. Lean forward and down and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनाशीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the right foot outside the hip, the top of the right foot on the mat. Hold on to the left as you extend it up in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a crane Krauncha in Kraunchasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Next up is Swastikasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position and bring your feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity as you visualize a swastika.
जानर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीनं स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Next up is Gorakshasana. Now cover your heels with your hands as you gaze to the nose and tuck your chin to the chest, visualizing the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
जानर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्पौ चाचात्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now bring your left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji, meditate on Arihanta, the Lord, the Enlightened One. As you enter Shanmukhi Mudra, close your mouth with your little fingers, nostrils with the ring fingers, eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with their thumbs.
वामपार्श्वगुडं स्तमप्य तक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामजगने.
Now place your feet on top of opposite knees. Keep your hands at the side of your body, palms facing up, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Kakachancha Kumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through your mouth and exhale through your nose in Yogasana 2.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनो आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकम्.
Now rotate your hands, place your palms on the mat and lift your body up with your legs in Padmasana as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. With your legs in Padmasana, bring your hands in between the legs, palms on the ground. Stay seated on the mat, don't lift your body up. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तजो वा गोड़ा संधि दे रही.
Next up is Hamsasana. Now lift your body off the mat with your hands in between the legs. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as an elegant swan. Breathe in Kakachanchu Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासनवस्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं मूर्णयित्वा.
We move on to Karmukasana. Now raise your hips up and bring your hands in between the legs. Push your hands behind your back. Interlock the fingers in Padasha Mudra and place them on the ground. As you place your forehead on the mat, visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे गोड़ा संधि माही करी दे रही.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. From Padmasana, raise your knees up. Bring your hands in between the thighs and calves. As you bend your elbows up and visualize yourself as a turtle having a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
बामी जंग परिदक्षिण भावा दाहिनी जंग परिबामिल्यावा.
From the same posture, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to your nose, and rejoice, knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Vedasana.
अथ वक्ष्ये नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिवेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवेत् क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मायुनिषेवनात्.
Now roll onto your back. Keep your hands in between the legs and hold onto your shoulders as you gaze to your nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकण्डरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्थानम् एतदुत्थानकूर्मकम्.
Now sit back up. Keep your legs in Padmasana. Your hands in between the legs, one palm on the mat. Hold its wrist as you lift your body off the ground on one arm. Balance and visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासनवस्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you lift yourself up on the other arm.
कुक्कुटासनवस्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Kritrasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows down on the toes, interlock your fingers, and rest your chin on your hands, thumbs against the throat. Visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानुर्वरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्पी चाचात्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्थानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Padmasana 3. As you sit in Padmasana, bring one hand over top of the other, palms facing up. Gaze to your nose as you engage all Tribandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्थानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवक्षस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. As you keep your hands flat on the knees, gaze to your nose, chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः ऊरुमूले वामपादं पुनस्तद्दक्षिणं पदं वामोरिस्थापयित्वा च पद्मासनमिति स्मृतम्.
Next up is Karmukasana 2. Now keep your right hand in Prana Mudra and hook the fingers around the big toe of the foot as you rotate it, pulling the elbow back. Now visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, and then repeat the movement on the other side in Karmukasana 2.
अतान्यासनमावक्ष्ये योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयोस्थितम्.
Sitting in Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to your nose, engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself as Pinaka, in Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तदवायुर्वसे याति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना.
Now raise your chest, gaze up, and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके.
Next up is Nagrasana. Now keep holding onto the big toes as you lay back onto your arms, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as a snake as you breathe in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोन्ताने दोहातपाचाने आने.
Now free your arms and legs, pull your knees towards your chest, and circle them with your hands in Parasha Mudra as you bring your chin to the knee. Squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Now place your feet flat and interlock your fingers around the neck. As you gaze to the nose, breathe calmly through the nose and visualize Swamiji in Urdhva Pavanasana.
प्रथम सूदो से न करावे गोड़ा उबारा से मिलावे.
Now bring your hands underneath the heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips off the ground. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mudha Bandha as you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तान शयनं पादतले उत्तान हस्तयो स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shikipitakasana. Bring your hands to the lower back for support and raise your hips up. Extend your legs, point the toes, gaze to your nose, and lock your throat as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
झंगोर बलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तप्रकुर्वीत भुक्ते प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Now raise your legs up. Point your toes towards the sky as you place your hands flat on the mat for support. In Narakasana, visualizing yourself blissfully traversing through Narakaloka unharmed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्ब पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुन्नयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back for support and lower your legs down. Engage your core as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiranaukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now raise your legs back up, point the toes to the sky, keep your hands on the ground as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्या नौकावत् ग्रीवा पृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lower your legs down to the ground. Lay flat on your back, keep your hands at the side of your body, palms facing up. Forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine in Shakti Charan Mudra from the Muladhara all the way to the Brahmarandha, the crown of your head. Visualize your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Vriddhasana.
अतशवासनम् उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side and slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, Let us now get ready for the next 15 asanas of the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama preview. Let's all get ready, have a sip of water and settle down on your yoga mat. We are going to enter a few intense asanas today. Let's get ready.
Nithyanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes. Now let's start into the first asana, which is Tipakarasana. Now, spread your legs as far as possible and then stretch your hands to the sides. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself destroying, going beyond anything which binds you. Breathe in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale fully and hold your breath.
आसन को गुण शरीर को सो जागी.
Next up is Parasana. As you extend one leg forward and the other leg back, place your hands on the respective knees, gaze through your nose, and visualize Swamiji while you reside in the ultimate posture, Parasana.
पर आसन को गुण आसन को चौरसी वाजाई.
Next up is Pinda Mayurasana. Now place your hands on the ground, fingers pointing backwards. Bring one leg over your shoulder and lift your body off the ground completely. Visualize yourself as a peacock as you do so.
एकं पादं मयूराग्रे प्रसार्य एकं मयूरवत्.
Now repeat Parasana on the other side. Extend the other leg forward. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and reside in the ultimate posture.
पर आसन को गुण चौरसी वाजाई.
Now repeat Pinda Mandurasana on the other side. As you lift the other leg over top of your shoulder, lift your body off the ground and visualize yourself as a peacock.
एकं पादं मयूराग्रे प्रसार्य एकं मयूरवत्.
Next up is Prasaritasana. As you sit, stretch your legs out sideways. Come into the side split. Keep your chest and spine upright and rest your hands on the ground in front of your body. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादद्वयं प्रसार्य आत्मसुमुखं प्रसारितम्.
Now, from the same posture, join your hands together in front of your chest in Anjali Mudra as you gaze forward and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Upavishta Konasana. Now extend your arms out to the side, hold onto the feet and lean forward and down as low as you can. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
Next up is Dhanurasana 3. Now, lift one leg over top of the respective shoulder, hold on to the big toe with the opposite hand, and then hold on to the other big toe as you keep the other leg straight, visualizing yourself as an arrow to Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana 3, breathing in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize the prana flowing upwards within your body through the 9 points as revealed by Mahadeva.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Virasana 3. As you sit and keep the right leg on the left thigh, let the palms rest on one another. Gaze to your nose and visualize and embody Vira, the state and space of bravery.
द्विगुणं पतितं पादं वामं दक्षिणतोद्धितम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana 2. Now lift the right leg behind your neck and keep the left leg extended straight. Join your hands in front of your chest in Anjali Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादमथो कण्ठे उत्थापीकं च दण्डवत्.
Now bring the extended foot towards your groin. Keep the hand in Anjali Mudra. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in Vamapada Shirasana.
बेसिने वामे पग माथा ऊपर लावी दखन पाछल्या भग पर.
Next up is Ekapada Mayurasana. Now again enter towards Mayurasana with the fingers pointing towards your body, the leg extended back. And this time keep the leg behind your neck. As you lift your body off the ground, visualize yourself as a peacock.
एकं पादं कण्ठे पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादं मयूरके.
The next asana is Supta Trivikramasana. Now lay on your back and keep the right leg extended straight up to the right side of the head. Hold the left leg with both hands as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now lay on your back and keep the right leg behind your head. Extend your hands below your body with the palms on the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a tiger in Vyagrasana.
व्याघ्रासनमथो वक्षे क्रोधकालविनाशनम् एकपादं शीर्षमध्ये मेरुदण्डोपरि स्थितम्.
With this, we come to the conclusion for today's Tritiya Vinasa Krama preview. Thank you all so much for joining us today and participating in the yoga session. Let us all now sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Join our hands in Namaskara Mudra. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji as we chant the Purna Mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते. ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. हरि ओम तत्सत्. सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु. ओम नित्यानंदम.
Thank you all. Let us now get ready for the power manifestation, which is happening immediately after this session. Have a sip of water, get ready, and manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Thank you all. Nityanandam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
Nithyananda, we welcome all the participants back to the next session which we are going to have today. The power manifestation session, manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Hope each of the participants enjoyed the previous session which we all learned and had the session of the Nityananda Yoga, the Pratama Vinyasakrama and the Dvitiya Vinyasakrama as well. Directly blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now let's all get ready. Prepare yourself if you're going to manifest Shaktis. Keep your cameras turned on. If you're participating and watching us live from the YouTube, make yourself completely comfortable, seated, and you can get your eye bands, pen and paper as well, because today again we're going to manifest the power of third eye, but in a little more simpler way, coming down to earth and able to see just a very simple images blindfolded. Maybe it can be a drawing, but it can be very simple images, any one image, but it's going to be very simple. And you can even tell a color, or you can even describe how the image is going to be. And that's going to be the rounds of the power manifestation which we are going to play with. We are going to manifest today. So requesting each of the participants in whichever Zoom rooms with which we are sitting, please keep your cameras turned on and get your eye bands, pen and paper, get your Atmalinga, be seated. In the meantime, let's all go through the Shastra Pramana, which are the scriptural reference to manifest the power of third eye, where Paramashiva tells that all the power manifestations, all initiation, blessings, everything which is blessed and given to all of us as a gifts or as a learning in this entire 21 days, free of cost of the Paramashivoham season 7, as today is day 8. It has been 1 week. We have completed the Paramashivoham program. I am sure each of the participants would have having many breakthroughs, learning the powerful cognition sessions, from Swamiji, getting the blessings of Swamiji directly, and then most probably the power manifestation as well, manifesting more than one power as it is. So now let's all take a few moments to bring your eye bands. If you already have your eye bands, that's wonderful. And let's listen to the Shastra Pramana to validate this very science to manifest the power of third eye as blessed by Swamiji and Paramashiva himself.
Yes, let's now listen to the Shastra Pramana. Now, I request all the participants to be in the space of listening as we enter the Shastra Pramana. Now, I'm going to be first chanting the Shastra Pramana and then giving you the translation. This beautiful Shastra Pramana is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34. In this verse, Paramashiva beautifully says, Kapalantarmano nasya tishtan milita lochanaha kramena manaso dadyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. The beautiful translation for this verse is, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, And this is the most important part of this entire verse. Continuing, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind and the inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with Paramashiva. This most important part that I mentioned during the entire translation was fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center. The crown center is the seat of the Guru. As I've explained in previous days also, this technique is very powerful. Paramashiva here says, fix the mind on the crown center. So what is the crown center? It is the Sahasrara Chakra. The Sahasrara Chakra is the seat of the Guru, where the Guru sits. And this Sahasrara Chakra is the space where the Guru and the gratitude energy is. So when you visualize Swamiji in your third eye, in the Sahasrara Chakra, that is the technique to manifest the power of third eye reading. So with this, let's now enter the manifestation itself.
Yes, so that was a wonderful explanation of the Shastra Pramana and the verse which is being recited. Again, before we enter, if you're already kept your cameras turned on, if you're participating with us in the Zoom rooms, that's wonderful. Now please put on your eye bands. You can close your eyes. Make yourself completely comfortable. You can either sit in the Padmasana, which is the best posture for the power manifestation. Or if you're not able to sit in Padmasana, that's not a problem. But make yourself completely comfortable sitting to receive Swamiji. Because in this entire power manifestation, it can be the first round we're going to do for 1 minute or 1.5 minutes, or any time, any different rounds as well. But every time when you manifest, Swamiji, who is the one who is flowing through each one of us in this entire manifestation and guiding us to manifest the power of third eye. So as I said earlier, in the first round, or in today's power manifestation, in the entire few rounds which we are going to manifest today, we are going to see very simple images. You can see either the color of it or the numbers, or even you can describe in detail what you are able to see in that image. It's a very simple, clear image which I'm going to project in this first round of the power manifestation. So hope all the participants are able to get along. Please put on your eye bands. Please close your eyes. As we're entering to the first round now. Take a moment to remember Swamiji. Keep yourself completely unclutched. Take a moment to be in that space of oneness, the restful awareness space, to receive Swamiji now. Start chanting the Mahavakya.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes, and let's now start writing down whatever we were able to see during this round of the manifestation. Let's start to verify what we saw. So now first write down what you saw during this round. Whatever Swamiji revealed to you during this round of the manifestation, you can now share it in the Zoom or YouTube chat, wherever you're watching from. And I would like to take this time to also share with you a very interesting and important understanding and powerful cognition. During the power manifestation, what context we hold is very important. If we feel that we are not manifesting, we are not able to manifest, then that is what will keep on happening. When we hold the right cognition that we are manifesting, and it is Swamiji who is manifesting through us, not us. Because if we see that during the manifestation, you are not doing anything. It is Swamiji's initiation and his energy which is flowing through you and revealing the answers. So just allow yourself to be a channel. If the wire thinks that it wants to become a light bulb, it cannot happen. The energy that the wire receives, unless it gives it to the light bulb won't grow. So in the same way, just be a channel for Swamiji to flow through you. So now you can share in the YouTube and Zoom chat what you saw during this round of the manifestation.
Yes, so now let's all move on to see the image, which is going to get projected in a few moments. In this first round of the power manifestation, as you can see, it's a very simple image where there is a 2 dice, which is there, and the background is brown, light brown in color, and there is a multiple black lines as well drawn across the dice, and there is like 2 dots, 3 dots, like mentioning of this 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, and yes, that's how the even dice is projected to all of us in this first round of the power manifestation. So if any one of the participants are able to get through the first round and able to get even colors, or even able to see few numbers, maybe 5 you saw, but in this image it is just showing like 5 different dots, even that is exactly a manifestation which is happening. So now let's all prepare ourselves. We're going to go on to the second round of the power manifestation. In the second round as well, it's going to be similar to how you can see, you will see in the first round. It's going to be a very simple image. Do not expect any answers in the end, telling, oh, I'm not manifested the first round. I don't know how will I manifest in the second round. Is Swamiji really showing me? No. Drop all those thoughts at Swamiji right now. Keep your eyes closed. Blindfold yourself. Please put on your eye bands again. Take a moment to remember Swamiji onto your third eye. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your 3 eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now relax Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. And now, once again, let us share what we saw during this round of the manifestation. And I want to reassure all the participants and viewers that Swamiji is with us right now. All the sessions that is conducted, don't think that, oh, Swamiji is not there and comes only for the darshan. No. Swamiji is always watching us, and he is seeing the whole program, guiding the whole program, and he is seeing what is happening. So share what you saw during this round of the manifestation, and don't feel that Swamiji is not here. He is there with us, not just internally, but he is physically watching us. So be confident with whatever is happening. Don't feel that you're feeling low energy, you're feeling tired and all that. All of those are just patterns trying to block you from manifesting the powers. Be completely powerful and be in the space of awareness, oneness with yourself, and make sure you are not getting distracted. So with that, let's all now share what we saw during this round of the manifestation. The words, shapes, colors, pictures, anything that you saw, the descriptions, anything you saw, you can share it in the Zoom or YouTube chat.
So now let's all move on to see the image which is going to get projected for this second round of the power manifestation. So as you can see, is the just a simple image. Again, it's just an image of a tree where there is a green and dark brown, and the background itself is a light brown in color. So if you're able to see even color wise, or just even a tree, if it just pops out on your third and telling that yes, I just saw a tree, but for a moment I just see some other image as well. That is a manifestation that you just saw, maybe out of a guess or out of intuition. You are just able to see the tree which is just comes up. Even that is even a manifestation. Now let's all move on to the next round of the power manifestation, the third round. Please blindfold yourself. Please keep your eyes closed. Let's get ready for that. Please keep your eyes closed now. Take a moment to remember Swamiji as we are blindfolded. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes, and we have come to the end of the step of seeing the image with our eyes blindfolded. Now open your eyes and start writing down whatever you saw during this round of the manifestation, and celebrate every small manifestation, whether you get the color right or you get the shapes right. Anything you get, manifest and celebrate that, because celebrating that you are manifesting is very important. And if you have manifested, that is great. Swamiji, it is Swamiji's greatness. Swamiji has flown through you and he has expressed through you, and you have manifested. If you haven't seen anything now, be sure that Swamiji is building this foundation for you. The third eye is still being decalcified and you are being detoxed. So don't feel that why is it for someone they're able to see and I'm not able to see anything. don't even get into that comparison, because all of us are different and we have done a lot of things which can block the third eye. So allow Swamiji to just work on you and chisel you into a beautiful diamond. So now you can share what you saw during this round of the manifestation and post it in the Zoom or social media comment section.
So now let's all move on to see which is the image which you're going to get projected now. So in this final round of the power manifestation, the third round which we are manifesting, it's an image of a squirrel which is there in this round as well. It's similar to how we saw before. It has brown color, and behind it, the background as well, it's light brown in color. So if any one of the participants able to get through this round of the power manifestation, the third round, that's good. Or any one of the rounds, the first, second, and the third, if you're able to go through that, that's wonderful that we are able to manifest this. So now let's all prepare ourselves. We're going to move on to the next session in a few moments. And we're going to have multiple different powerful cognition sessions, learning about sounds, learning about how the science of sounds and lines, how it is actually affecting our system, and how we can how to awaken our biomemory. We're going to have a long day today to receive Swamiji as well. Not only this power manifestation, but we're going to have multiple power manifestation sessions throughout today, the day 8 of the Paramashivoham. So hope all the participants enjoyed this first session of the day of the power manifestation. Take a few moments to share your experience onto the social media. As we prepare ourselves, we're going to move on to the next session. Stay tuned. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and
all the participants. Let's gather back after that beautiful and wonderful yoga and power manifestation session which we just now had. So I request all the participants, you can now gather back as we enter into this next session now. Please be seated in front of the camera with proper lighting, and make sure your cameras are on throughout the day, throughout the various sessions which we do as we move through the various sessions. So we are now going to be entering into the first session for today. So I request all the participants, let's now come to the space of listening, and let's offer our gratitude by chanting the Sadguru Vandanam, and then we'll start with the session for today. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. I welcome all the participants back for yet another day of wonderful sessions where we're going to be learning various powerful cognitions and great truths revealed by Swamiji himself. Today, we're going to be learning about a very important subject. We're going to be learning today completely about the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. As Swamiji has said, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi is one of the highest states of Samadhi, highest states of meditation, where we are without thoughts and we are just absolutely in oneness with Paramashiva. So I request all the participants, today we're going to be having many beautiful sessions from the Ashtavakra Gita and many sessions about Nirvikalpa Samadhi, basically doing unclutching. So I request all the participants, let's gather back now and let's enter into the first session for today. So as part of today's first session, we are going to be having an introduction to unclutching. Unclutching, which is the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. We're just going to be having an introduction about that as part of the first session. So let us now enter into the first session. Yes. So we're now going to be entering into the first session. Yes. So Swamiji explains about unclutching. See here, unclutching is a space of complete restful awareness. The restful awareness where you're completely being aware. You're so alive that higher states, more alive than how much ever we feel now. Even like when you Swami says, like when you're just woken up and you are so fresh, you feel so fresh, you've had a bath and you're just the early morning coolness, the breeze, you're sitting, even that freshness is just the Jagrat state. The Nirvikalpa Samadhi is a much more higher state. Swami says it's much more, 1,000 times more higher and more alive you feel when you go to that space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. So unclutching is that space of restful awareness where we are not clutching. See, when we say the word clutching, where we are not engaging onto any thoughts which are happening or emotions. It's not there are no thoughts or no emotions, but we are not engaged into it. We are not bound by it. Like how continuously we are continuously now. Being unclutched, when we are not transferring the stress and load created by one thought to the other thought constantly. Constantly, how we are forming our time, how we are forming our whole life, the length, breadth, the depth. All of that is because we are continuously having a stream of thoughts which are repeating again and again, and we are continuously engaged into it. We are not able to be unclutched and be able to just witness the thought, but we are engaging. We are trying to continuously say, no, I am this, I am that, I am that, continuously holding some or the other identity continuously. So being unclutched, we're just unclutching from our complete identity, whatever we are trying to hold as ourselves, not trying to hold anything as ourselves, basically. Just allowing whatever is to be. That's why if you see the word human beings, we are actually beings, but we are continuously trying to clutch on to something else and trying to be something else. But we are just who we are, just being in that context. That is what is unclutching. Unclutching is the ultimate spiritual truth. This process can directly upgrade our very consciousness. Now, Swami says beautifully, now we understand we have the power to bring a new thought. Continuously we have the power to continuously bring a new thought. Then we also have the power to drop the old thought. But the thing is, we never tend to drop it. We continuously form the precise word, the attachment. We are continuously forming attachment to the past, to all the, basically wherever we are connecting. Now, if you feel that, okay, this connects to me, you are forming an attachment. Suppose either through fear or greed, even the fear, where you're getting, wherever you're holding the fear from the past. It's all that attachments, which are the engrams which we are carrying now. So when we are unclutching from all our thoughts, we are basically dropping all that attachment, where and all we are continuously running from the past and just relaxing into the present moment, just being who we are. I request all the participants, as we move through the sessions, any questions you have, any doubts, any clarifications you would like, please be happy to post it in the chat. Please feel free to post it in the chat. In the YouTube, if you're watching on the YouTube chat, you can post it in the YouTube chat. And if you're attending via two-way, you can post it on the chat, respective chat over there. And we'll be happy to answer. And also, please make sure your cameras are on throughout the session so that we can participate and make sure we are starting to use the cognitions that Swamiji is revealing more and more. So let us now continue the session now. And also, if we can drop even one thought, we can make that thought, even if it comes up again and again, we do have the power to make it drop again and again. We do have the power to unclutch from it again and again. Swamiji says, if we can replace one thought continuously, even 10 times, if we can replace that thought 10 times, the 11th time it will not come. The frequency of that thought will reduce. Basically, if you understand, like a thought current, we start forming a thought current based on some specific thing, we start forming a thought current. Now, if we are able to even drop that continuous thought which is forming that thought current, even 10 times, Swamiji says, then the 11th time, the frequency of that will come down and we'll simply be able to drop it. So this process of unclutching, we'll be going deeper into it, consciously witnessing all the thoughts which we are having, consciously unclutching from all the thoughts we are having. This is where we start to really, we are living. Basically, Swami says, if you're continuously being able to be unclutched through everything which we are doing, if you are continuously unclutched, then we start living enlightenment, not engaging, not reacting. See, when we are unclutched, this reality will not disappear. We always have the fear, okay, now if I become enlightened, now will this whole reality, everything which I have, disappear? When we are doing unclutching, we are not dropping the object, the matter itself, but we are dropping the subjective experience of that object, where and all we are holding attachment, or where you're holding fear, greed, desire, all of that towards an object. We're dropping that. See, it's not that the object does not exist. Swami says the matter and consciousness exist is only the complete understanding. We cannot say only consciousness exists. We cannot say only matter exists. But dropping what is creating the conflict between any matter, what we are again and again possessing as the matter, dropping it inside, not dropping anything outside. It's a very beautiful story. We're going to be learning deeper about this. How Janaka, a great king, he ran a whole kingdom. But even though he ran a whole kingdom, he was not clutched onto anything. The matter, everything existed, but he was not clutched onto anything. He was completely unclutched and he was living his life. So he was not affected by anything in the kingdom. So now we are going to be writing just 2 minutes. We're going to be doing a short exercise. I request all the participants, you can take a pen and paper now and pen down all the thoughts which are coming up in your inner space, all the thoughts which are continuously arising in your inner space. Just take 2 minutes to pen down, just for 2 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next step. Even if you think the thoughts, there are no thoughts, then write that down. Write down that you have no thoughts. So now just take 2 minutes and then we'll move on to the next part.
Yes. So now in just these 2 minutes, whatever you're able to pen down, now let's take some time, look at whatever you have penned down. Just in 2 minutes, whatever thoughts came. Whatever you're able to see, just take and look at what you have penned down for these 2 minutes. You'll realize that everything which is happening continuously, it's because of our patterns. We have allowed our patterns. We've been giving our patterns. Continuously, we've been functioning from our patterns. If you just see the thoughts, all of them are unconnected, very illogical, completely just a random set of thoughts. Unless you see at this very less time, even actually we decide consciously to take a thought. Continuously, thoughts are just running in our heads, even though we are so unaware of it. We have lived such a unaware life until now. Whatever we are doing continuously, due to all the patterns we have created, it's continuously just like flashing inside our system. We are not even aware of every thought which we are having. So even when we're doing this unclutching, it's not that you're withdrawing from whatever you're doing. It's not like that. Even while doing each and everything, in completion, doing everything, not forming a pattern, more and more pattern, as we understood yesterday about karma, not forming more and more karma again and again, not adding more and more incompletions, but doing everything in the space of completion. Whether like it's like this, whether you have a palace or you do not have a palace, you are completely unclutched. It does not affect you. Nothing more can add more to you. Nothing can, if removed, you can become less. Nothing can add more to you. Nothing can remove more from you. You are just complete to yourself. We are not aware constantly, but we believe that we are aware. We just know we are existing continuously, but we are not aware of anything which is happening actually, because we are not participating in life at any time, as we understood very beautifully yesterday. We are not participating in life. We are just letting our patterns run on the autopilot mode, and we're just resting happily. We are not even engaging in life, in everything which we are doing. So that is why, if we see, when we do this unclutching, we are unclutching from all those thoughts, unnecessary things which are continuously happening, and we are unclutching from them and being in that space of Paramashananda Swarupa. We get that peace when those thoughts are not continuously running in us. We get that peace. It does not need to be then like you have to sit now and you have to unclutch, you have to close your eyes and you have to unclutch. In everything you're doing, if you're cutting vegetables, if you're cooking food, even if you're just writing something, even if you're speaking, in every moment being unclutched is what Swamiji says. So now let us take some time to see the Shastra Pramana. We're going to be seeing the Shastra Pramana for this power of unclutching. We can see the Shastra Pramana over here. For this, we are going to be seeing the Shastra Pramana. In the Shastra Pramana, it comes from the Sarvajnanottaragama, second chapter, chapter 2, and the Sutra 40 of the Sarvajnanottaragama. Now I'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana. Let us see the Shastra Pramana. Nirasya Vishaya Sangha Manovrittim Vihaya Cha Yada Yatyunmani Bhavam Tada Tat Paramam Sukham. The Shastra Pramana for this goes as from the Sarvajnanottaragama. Within the refined seeker who has set aside all sorts of associated thoughts related to worldly pleasures and objects, and who has transcended the fluctuations and modifications sustained by the mind, a significant state known as Unmani Bhava gets unfolded. Within such a significant state, the Unmani Bhava dawns in him. There occurs supreme and ineffable bliss to him. Unmani Bhava is a particular transcendental plane of consciousness above the Brahmarandra, which is our Sahasrara Chakra. So you can understand in many ways, like even in our Sahasrara Chakra, that is where the Guru resides, above that. So when our awareness is continuously present, if you even see, all your thoughts are happening on the, you're able to cognize your thoughts always happening in your crown center over there. When your awareness is over there, and when you're not engaging in all of those thoughts, you're just consciously deciding to unclutch from all of it. That is when we are unclutched. You can see another Shastra Pramana over here. Viparyayo mithya jnanam atadrupa pratishtham. Interpreting based on past conditioning leads to misconception or wrong understanding. You can see over here how beautifully this another Shastra Pramana from the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, the Samadhipada, verse number 8. You can see over here how it's beautifully explaining about when we are continuously running from the past, how all the misconception, the whole delusion is just where we are continuously forming that attachment towards something. How can we, we are that consciousness, and how can we have attachment to something else? Because we are only projecting it. We can never form attachment to something which we are. If you know that you are only manifesting something, you are only creating something, you'll never form an attachment to it. So you'll never feel insecure, you'll never form fear. All the fear is formed because of the insecurity of whether you'll have it, and all the greed is formed because you do not know whether you'll be able to continue, whether more and more you want more and more. So all the fear and greed is formed because we are not continuously being unclutched. We are continuously engaging. We are continuously only occupied in the matter. We are not keeping any space for our consciousness to continue, for us to be in that space of Paramashanta Swarupa. We can see over here the Atma Pramana. Swamiji says, when Swamiji ran and stretched his hand to touch Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Swamiji's hand fell on Arunagiri Yogeshwara's body, and Arunagiri Yogeshwara also stretched his hand. The moment Swamiji's hand touched Arunagiri Yogeshwara's hand, exactly at that moment, Swamiji experienced, he said, I saw clearly. I saw he is me. There's no difference between both of us. At that moment, when the pure oneness was there, that unclutching had happened exactly at that moment. After that, I neither missed him nor I saw him separately. That is the exact moment the unclutching, the pure Advaita happened experientially. You can understand over here, when we unclutch, it's not just that you'll feel peace or you'll feel bliss, but you go into that space of Advaita where we can start manifesting various powers of Paramashiva. So we'll be going deeper into that. I'll just be explaining about that right after when we enter into the power manifestation session. So you can see over here, all our opinions about life as pain, as joy, will stay only as long as we are unconscious. when we are not aware. The moment we bring the awareness, we start unclutching. It's very beautiful to understand this, because now all our patterns are running on the auto mode. We are not actually aware. That is why we are having fear, greed, all of that. But when we bring more and more awareness, immediately we'll start to see how all of that just dissolves, and we can completely be unclutched and continue living our lives. Collecting all, I'll just be projecting a diagram over here. We can see over here how when we are collecting all the suffering related incidents and creating a shaft, it's a pain shaft. Continuously, when you're picking up the thoughts, when we form, see, it's like this, the present moment is continuously going, we are continuously picking up attachment to some moments, and we are holding it, and we are creating a shaft. And when we start functioning from that, we start to create more and more pain, if you're creating a pain shaft. Similarly, collecting all the joyful incidents and creating a shaft is a joy shaft. Actually, very rarely we tend to create joy shafts, because we feel that more and more when the pain is inflicted on us, that is affecting our identity, because we hold our existence as an identity. We create more and more pain as our shafts. But if you understand this very beautifully, how Swami is explaining, it's just because all of the attachments which we are holding from the past continuously, we are creating and holding it in the present moment. Actually, there's no factual evidence of the past now. You can never say that the past moment exists. It's only from the present moment you're even touching the past moment. You're not able to show anyone that the past moment exists. Even if you're seeing something, some recording from the past, it's only on the TV screen, which is in the present moment still. So, okay, I see that a participant is saying, Durgesh Mishra saying, I'm from India. Nithyananda, thank you so much for joining. You can please keep your camera on here. And as we move on to the next of the sessions, we are going to be going through this unclutching process throughout the day. So I request all the participants to keep your cameras on. You can keep your camera on here. Thank you so much. Yes, Nityananda Maya, thank you for joining. So now we are going to be entering, we were just learning about the unclutching. So we're going to be entering into a short introduction about this unclutching, how we can understand it through very beautiful 2 stories which Swamiji has explained. Actually, when we unclutch, the deep inner silence will happen in us. Continuously, all the various thoughts which are running will settle down, and deep silence will happen in us when we unclutch. And all these great powerful cognitions will start running our life from these great powerful cognitions. So now I'll just be playing a short video where we're going to be having a short introduction about this science of unclutching, and then we'll continue with the next part.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. It's similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above, silently, like Dakshinamurti, and feels, why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Yes. So we saw beautifully how we understood how the bird and the beautiful story from the Mundaka Upanishad, how we are continuously spending our life in various greed, fear, and only at the end of the life, when the hunter comes to pick up the bird, we realize, oh, what a big mistake I've done, and then it's too late. So, how we can, when we learn this process of unclutching, very simple process, it can liberate us from so many problems and so many diseases which we are having. So, now we're going to be moving on to the next part of this. We are going to be having an introduction now. We are going to be doing something called the fish jumping process, which is the process of unclutching, which we're going to be doing. Just an introduction to this process. First, we understood that Nirvikalpa Samadhi we understood. So, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi raises our Kundalini to bring us to perpetual completion. In Sanskritam, we say it as a Sahaja Samadhi. Each time we do Nirvikalpa Samadhi, like if you're able to continuously be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi all the time, that is called Sahaja Samadhi, as Swamiji says. So, Nirvikalpa Samadhi starts to raise our Kundalini more and more. Our consciousness is like an ocean. We have a body and we have incompletions. All sorts of incompletions. They're all just like fishes jumping in the ocean. Each idea we have about completion, incompletion, our body are all like fishes jumping in the ocean of our consciousness. And even our root pattern is only one fish jumping. Our name, idea that we are, our gender, idea that we have incompletion, completion is just one fish jumping. Suddenly, even our body is also jumping. And this is the process which we're going to be doing now. We are going to be, I'll just be introducing the process. Just before we enter this process, actually, when people did this process, in this process, 90% of people experience levitation. So it's a very significant process as we're now going to be entering into it. I request all the participants, if you have any problem, like physical problems, we're going to be just seeing the cautions. Just make sure you're being careful in this process. Now, we're just going to be sitting. It's just a sitting process. Just sit, cognize you are an ocean. I am that ocean. Every idea, every thought which is coming up basically about anything, just see it as a fish jumping in the ocean. This is going to be a process we're going to be doing. Close your eyes and sit. Visualize I am the ocean and all the thoughts, body, mind, name, everything is just a fish jumping. So just 21 minutes we're going to be sitting in like this and doing it. And then we'll enter into the next part. So I request all the participants, let's come to the space of listening and start doing this exercise now. Just visualize you're a complete ocean and all the thoughts that are coming are just fishes jumping in an ocean. So let us now enter into this. Yes, now I'll just be playing the meditation music for us to do it. And for some time, we'll just do this process. This is basically unclutch from everything. Do not engage. Even when any fish jumps, do not engage into any of those fishes, any of those thoughts. Just unclutch completely. just visualize, like just Swami says, just consciously unclutch from everything. Do not just take a strong decision. I'm not going to clutch on. The thoughts may come up. It's no wrong if thoughts come up, but unclutch from them. Do not engage into those thoughts. That's all. So now I'll be playing the meditation music and let's start the unclutching process. So I request all the participants, you can slowly open your eyes. Very beautiful unclutching session we just now had. Thank all the participants for doing the unclutching session now. So here, now we experienced that space of unclutching. Swamiji says that space of unclutching is that same space of enlightenment. When you're able to completely unclutch, it is that same space of enlightenment. So holding that same space, let us now enter into the power manifestation. And also Swamiji said that the power of manifestation of all the powers of Paramashiva manifest directly from the space of enlightenment. It is only from that space of enlightenment even all the powers manifest. So this is the best time for us to start doing the power manifestation now. So I request all the participants, let's now freshen up and let's start the power manifestation session now. Today, as part of the power manifestation session, we are going to be manifesting the power of materialization. So let's come. Hope all the participants enjoy the power of materialization. So with that, we are now going to be entering into the power of materialization. In this round, we are first going to be manifesting the power of manifesting gold flecks on our palms. We'll be seeing the instructions and the pramana now. So let's first see the Shastra Pramana for this power of materialization. Yes. I'll just be chanting the Shastra Pramana for this power of materialization. Comes from the Spanda Karika, section 3, Vibhuti Spanda, Sutra 3.4 and 3.5. So let's, even as we are chanting the Shastra Pramana, I encourage all the participants also, as much as you are able to chant it, you can also chant the Shastra Pramana along, because that the Sanskrit words, they have that vibration itself of the powerful cognition. So when we chant it, it automatically takes us to that same frequency. So I request all the participants, you can also chant it. Thank you so much. यथा हि अर्थो स्फुटो दृष्ट सावधानेऽपि चेतसि धूय स्फुटतरो भाति स्वबलोद्योगभावितः तथा यत् परमार्थेन येन यत्र यथा स्थितं तत्तथा बलमाक्रम्य न चिरात् संप्रवर्तते. Yes. So now we'll see the translation for this verse. The translation goes as, Paramashiva says, indeed, just as an object which, in spite of all the attentiveness of the mind, is perceived and seen indistinctly at first, then appears and manifests more distinctly and clearly when observed with the strength of one's visual power. We can see over here beautifully how Paramashiva is explaining this power, how it has to be manifested. We see over here how the object is appeared. See, when we are saying how the object appears indistinctly at first, what Paramashiva is saying is, now how are we perceiving this reality? With the fear and greed, we are not able, see the way we are perceiving this reality now, we are not seeing it as we are manifesting this reality, right? We are thinking we are part of this reality and we are bound to this reality because we are engaging it. So it's indistinct. We are not able to manifest what we want over here. We are continuously thinking there is something more to be manifested. But now, when we do this unclutching, that same power of unclutching, when we do, through that visual power, when we see it, to the divine power, when we see it, when we connect to Swamiji, see, Guru is that representation. It's so easy for us because we have literally Paramashiva in the form of a Guru for us. Various ways how we can understand this. Paramashiva in the form of Guru. When we are just connecting to that space, through that divine power, when we see it, we'll start to see more and more. See, I'll just explain this a little more. Once the scientists, they did an experiment where they saw that the silicon chip, which they use in computers, was exceeding the amount of data which can be stored, because we want to store data, right? So they wanted to see where they can choose next to store data, to store information, which can have more capacity. So what they did is they took like they decided to choose water to see how water holds memory. And when it's a very lots of process they did, and they got a very clear, not the tap water which we have, but like a very clear, just one drop of water which they took, and they put it in a chip, and they started putting information into that to test how much information water can hold. They were continuously putting information. They started putting information. They put so much information, like they were surprised. Wow, how's it still did not reach its capacity. It was not at all ending. I see one of the participants saying, Durgesh Mishra saying, it was great. No, I need to take it. Okay, thank you so much for it. Try as much as possible to attend as much as possible of the program, because each part is very important. So I'll just be coming back to what I was explaining. So they continuously were putting information, and they were so surprised, like it was not ending at all. It was not coming to a limit. And then when they observed, they were just trying to see where the water was storing the data. They saw that the water was as soon as they put in the information, the water droplet was storing the data in a field around it. There was a field, and the data, the information was being stored in the field. And just the water was the communication to that field. They were just communicating with the water. Through the water, they were communicating to that field. They are receiving the information through that water droplet. The scientists say the whole universe, all the information in the universe, everything is just a field. And actually, we are that field. But now what we have done, some information, like the various, like what society has taught us as we are growing up, all the cognitions which we have received. I am this body, this is what I can do, I have to only manifest this much amount of wealth, I have to only do that. All those cognitions are one part of that field which we have taken, and we have decided we are only this part of the field. But we are that field. That field, everything exists in that field. But we are limiting ourselves to this one part. We are collapsing that field into this much for us. We are collapsing ourselves into this body. We are collapsing our consciousness into this body. The consciousness is that field. We are collapsing that into this body, into this, okay, whatever I want. Now, when we give a powerful cognition, you say, no, I am Paramashiva, I can manifest anything I want. When that becomes your cognition, then you start becoming the field more and more, because then you start to understand, I am the field, I am not this body. When you say, okay, I'm not just this body, I am something more than that. All of these various cognitions, you start to understand more and more, I'm not just limited to this body, and you start to understand I'm more the field, and not collapse yourself into this body. We are continuously collapsing ourselves into this body, into whatever we are seeing, into this body, into the reality which you're saying, okay, I can only manifest this, and you're manifesting now, okay, this door, this thing, this thing. We are only manifesting this much of our reality. Now, when we are manifesting powers, how we are saying, okay, I have all the possibilities, breaking all these useless impossibilities which we are holding, and you're saying, no, I can manifest everything, then that becomes a cognition in us. Then we start to experience more and more ourselves as the field, more and more experiencing. See, you're surely not just this body. You are able to feel there's some existence in this body. That is the field. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Basically, because we have again and again we thought all the fear and greed which we are holding, right? There is again and again telling this cognition, we are holding ourselves only as this body. It's just our cognition, our decision, what we want to hold as our cognition. That's all. That is why again and again, we are again and again going through these cognitions. Like how now, when you're a child, you're again and again pushing yourself to walk, to walk, to walk. You're seeing other people around you and you're pushing yourself to walk. No, I have to walk, I have to walk. How many ever times you fall, you're again and again pushing yourself. And when that cognition clicks with you, that time when the cognition clicks with you, you suddenly are able to walk. That is why again and again, we are again and again listening to these powerful cognitions again and again. Suddenly, that time when it clicks with us, no, I am even one cognition. It's not necessary for just this cognition. I'm not just this body. Even one cognition, it clicks with us. You understand, I'm not just this body. I'm not just the patterns which I'm holding, but I'm the field. Those are all those patterns. When you unclutch from all those patterns, basically when you're just unclutching from all those patterns, this is one of the most simple processes for us to manifest this power. Just unclutching. Then you can decide, okay, I want to collapse this from the field and I want to project it in this reality. It's not this reality will go off. It's also this reality, the whole you'll be experiencing rather than just the part which you're experiencing now of that field. So now you'll understand, okay, now when you're doing the power of materialization, I want to collapse chandan, the powder. I want to collapse sandalwood powder into my hand. Then you can decide from the field, I'm going to project it now into this reality. It's from the field we are projecting this reality, if we understand. So it's a very beautiful cognition which Paramashiva is revealing. Through that power, when we connect to Swamiji, when we unclutch completely, then what appears, what manifests as us, as our reality is much more. Each powerful cognition Swamiji is given is so beautiful, and when we understand it in the right way, we'll simply be able to get a higher cognition of our own selves. Actually, so like you can start questioning the reality. You start to see when you're sleeping, if you're saying I am this body, I am this reality. When I'm sleeping, why am I not experiencing it? Does it mean I'm not existing when I'm sleeping? But then how am I sleeping then? How am I deciding to go to sleep every day and I'm coming back every time? You like, as soon as we go deeper into the cognitions, we start doing the Jivartha synthesis, as Swamiji says. Again and again, questioning the cognition. We start to make it more and more logically. Swamiji says, logically making it your cognition. All of these powerful cognitions, logically mapping it to ourselves. Because all of these cognitions are the truth. They are not something which is just like, okay, we have to believe, not believe and make it. But it's again and again understanding it as a truth, going deeper and deeper into how it is a truth for our life. The more and more we start to use the cognitions, the more and more we'll start to see it manifest in our reality. So now we're going to be manifesting this power of materialization. Let's now sit in any comfortable posture. Best will be Padmasana, how much ever you are able to. Even one leg, Padmasana. Sit with your hands in the Samana Mudra. Sit with your hands in the Samana Mudra, which is like this. Just clenching both your palms like this, so that anything which is materialized we'll be able to clearly see. Just once check your hands before that and just make sure there's nothing and dust it off. Dust off your hands and let's just check the hands once. And then let's keep our hands in the Samana Mudra now. Yes. Sorry, I'll just project it just a moment. Yes. Over here we can see the Samana Mudra, like this. And just place your hands, you can just place your hands down and connect to Paramashiva. It's only Paramashiva manifesting. That field is Swamiji. The representation of the field is Swamiji. So visualize Swamiji and let's connect to Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya, direct passcode to experience ourselves, raise our frequency to that same frequency of Swamiji's and experience. And unclutch from all the thoughts which are rising. Do not encourage all those thoughts which are again and again flashing and pushing us back into this lower reality. Let's unclutch from all the patterns, all the thoughts we are holding now. And let's chant the Mahavakya and start the manifestation for this power now.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Om
all the participants now. Very slowly open your eyes. Now let us open our palms and just see anything which is manifested. Wow. Okay. Anything you're able to see, you can take a torchlight, you can take your phone, and because sometimes it might be a very small object. So you can take a torchlight also and just check once. Any gold specks, anything which you're able to see in the hand. Anything you're able to see. Yes. I request all the other participants also can check anything which is manifested. Okay. So whatever is manifested, keep it as Swamiji's manifestation. Even if you're yet to manifest, there's no problem. Still, it's Swamiji is manifesting through us. Swamiji has told that Swamiji is only manifesting through us. So surrender anything which has happened to Swamiji, even if it's very light, it has manifested. See, materialization, the balasans, whenever we were manifesting, actually, it would come in very small specks only. So it will usually be very small specks. It'll be very, not be so clear, but it'll be very small specks usually. Specks of dust, like whether it's gold dust or whatever manifested. So you can post if anything manifested, or even if you just felt the strong presence of Paramashiva, you have started manifesting, so celebrate that. And do not hold any doubt which has not manifested. It has surely manifested. We just have to more and more recognize it. The field is continuously manifesting. We have to start recognizing the field as manifesting. Anything which has manifested, we have to start recognizing. Swami says, everything which is manifested is already manifested. We just have to clearly see it. Like how the Shastra Pramana said, just as it's indistinctly seen, because we are not seeing it properly, it is not manifested. Our whole delusion is because we are not seeing the reality properly. It's actually already manifesting. All Paramashiva is manifesting in us. We are already enlightened. Everything is. We are already manifesting all the 463 powers of Paramashiva. But we have to look at it more clearer, because we're looking at it with little, not looking at it properly. That's why we're not able to see it manifesting. It's already manifested. So celebrate Paramashiva's presence and post your experience in the social media platforms. Anything you are able to feel, share it with everyone. And we're now going to be entering into the next session. I thank all the participants for participating in this really a lot. See, everything which is manifested, surrender it to Swamiji, and with that same space, let us enter into the next session. So as part of the next session now, we are going to be entering into the Ashtavakra Gita. As part of today, we're going to be learning about the Ashtavakra Gita. So we're going to be learning about the story of Ashtavakra and Janaka in this session. So let's come to the space of listening as we enter into this session. Yes, so in the Ashtavakra Gita, we can see over here, the Ashtavakra Gita was a 3-day series on enlightenment discourses given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji himself, delivered on the November 10th, 11th and 12th in 2005. Actually, Swamiji delivered this in 2005 in Bangalore in the Biddi Ashram in India. So let's enter. We're first going to be learning about the story of Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra, directly revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The whole story of Ashtavakra is very beautiful. Exactly as the words how Swamiji has told the story, we are going to be narrating the story. The story starts when Ashtavakra's mother was carrying him in her womb. Ashtavakra's father used to recite Vedic mantras, the chants from the Vedic scriptures. When the father was chanting, the son used to listen to the mantras directly from the womb. From the womb, he used to listen to the mantras. And the son used to very deeply listen to all these mantras. Suddenly one day, the son started questioning the father from inside the womb. What you are chanting are pure words. It has no juice. It has no experience. You are just an intellectual pundit. Where is the truth? the son question from the womb. And the father was deeply hurt. He cursed the son. He said, "What? Even before you're taking birth, you dare to question me? Who knows what else you will do after taking birth?" The father's curse resulted in Ashtavakra taking birth with 8 deformities or 8 problems in his body. In 8 spots of his body, he was crooked, means his body was deformed in 8 parts. And we can understand from this, actually it's not just a story, but it's what really happened, the history, how Ashtavakra was actually consciously present even before his birth. So the next story which we continue from Ashtavakra's life, Ashtavakra went to the palace of Janaka, a great king. The moment Ashtavakra entered into Janaka's palace, everyone in the palace started laughing because Ashtavakra looked ugly with the 8 curves in his body. All the ministers and all the people, including Janaka, started laughing, Swamiji says. But Ashtavakra did not get hurt. See, Swamiji says the moment we allow ourselves to get hurt, we are giving power to the other person. We are defeated. When we become angry, we are defeated. But because we are allowing the other person to shout at us, we are giving power to the other person to make fun of us. But because Ashtavakra was able to have this simple cognition that he's not just this body, but as we understood the field itself, he was not hurt at all. He was just completely unclutched, completely relaxed. And he said to Janaka, very straightforwardly, 8-year-old boy, he said, "Oh Janaka, I thought you were a great Rishi, Raja Rishi, King Rishi. I thought you are a great yogi. But neither you are a yogi nor do you have any yogis around you. You have only cobblers in your court." Very beautiful statement. You have only shoemakers in your court. Because if you understand shoemakers, the cobblers, they only see the skin. If they see an animal, they'll only see a skin. If they see anything, they'll only see a skin, which is to make the shoes. So he was straight able to go and tell the king with such clarity because he was completely unclutched. Because he was not affected by what they told, he was able to straight tell, "You only have cobblers in your court. That's all you have." And everyone was stunned when he told this, because going to a king's palace and telling that you're just a cobbler and everyone else in your court, all the ministers are just cobblers. And Ashtavakra is only 12 years old, 12 years old. And he was able to straight away go and tell this. Janaka was completely shocked. Ashtavakra explains, these people are seeing only my skin, not my being, who we are, the being, as we understood, the human being, they're not able to be unclutched and see. They're completely clutched onto this low reality. And when the cobbler sees an animal, he will think only about the skin, not the being. When a tailor sees you, he will only think about your dress. The way they were perceiving themselves, they tried to perceive Ashtavakra in the same way. They were collapsing Ashtavakra into that same body, into that same way, how they were perceiving themselves. So it is not, Ashtavakra was not hurt because he knew that they were thinking about themselves in that ugly form. It was not him who they were abusing. So Janaka was a king and intelligent being. He understood the meaning of the words spoken by Ashtavakra. He immediately came down from the throne and touched the feet of Lord Ashtavakra. He was able to catch it because he was also somewhat unclutched and he also had that conscious taste. So he said, "Please forgive me. I understand what you say." Not only did he ask Ashtavakra to forgive him, but he also put forth one more statement. "Master, O Lord." He called Ashtavakra as Guru, as master. Janaka continued, "O Lord, just from your very words, I understood that you spoke was from your own direct experience." Ashtavakra was so clear about his being and he was clearly expressing the reality. Janaka then said, "Just by your few words, I can understand that you are an enlightened being. Your words are from your very being. Please teach me. Please give me the wisdom that you have." He was able to accommodate. Swami says very beautifully, when you are having that seeking, that's more than enough. The Guru can simply come and relate and give you that same experience. So he had that same seeking and he requested Ashtavakra to teach him, to transmit that same experience to him. And Ashtavakra gave him the same truth in the Ashtavakra Gita. We're now going to be seeing the first verse from the Ashtavakra Gita. over here how Janaka asks Ashtavakra for this truth. You can see beautifully how Janaka put forth the question to Ashtavakra. Janaka first asks, how can knowledge be acquired? How can liberation be attained? And how is renunciation possible? Tell me this, O Lord. Swami says it's a beautiful question. Janaka's very being is a seeker. He might have laughed at Ashtavakra by mistake, but his very being is a seeker. He's a seeker of truth, of reality. So when he asked for this, Ashtavakra revealed very beautifully to him the Ashtavakra Gita to liberate him completely. The moment we understand the futility, the uselessness of this existence, when we understand just looking at this matter, at this body, length, breadth, and depth, just looking at it is too shallow, then we'll start to seek for more. That is liberation. When we get more as an experience, that is liberation. The purposelessness of this whole existence, we are liberated. See, if you understand, even when you're sleeping, you do not wake up thinking about the great reality you're going to manifest. You wake up due to suppose a nightmare or a dream which you do not like. You wake up because of that. Same way, when you understand the uselessness, when you understand the dream is no more useful, actually at that moment, you are realizing that this dream, I'm in a dream, and that is when you wake up. Same way, only when you understand this reality as just another dream, as useless reality, as not to be given importance, only when you understand that you can unclutch. Unclutching is basically when you're again and again not engaging into this reality. It's not by seeking, because our mind can never cognize consciousness. We can never cognize consciousness. Only more and more by unclutching from this reality, we can cognize consciousness. We cannot directly go and try to cognize consciousness. We can only tell this reality as a delusion, understand this more and more as a delusion by understanding the higher truths. We can never cognize consciousness. We can only experience consciousness. So, very beautifully how Ashtavakra reveals to Janaka. Ashtavakra says, if you aspire for liberation, my child, shun the objects of the senses as poison and seek forgiveness, sincerity, kindness, contentment, and truth as nectar. You are neither earth nor water nor fire nor air nor ether. In order to attain liberation, realize yourself as the knower of all these and consciousness itself. See, you can see beautifully how Ashtavakra is leading Janaka into the process. He's telling, no, do not again and again engage into this reality. Just unclutch from this reality. That's the whole truth we are learning, right? The Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Stop unclutching. Realize this is just a dream. Like how when you're sleeping, you do not think, okay, now the waking state, wow, the waking state is going to be so nice, so I'm going to get up from the dream now. It's because you understand it's a dream, you automatically wake up. Same way, when you understand the purposelessness, when you understand it's so useless to be in this lower existence, and when you decide something higher, when you see something higher, you unclutch from it. Swamiji says, life is not a chain. Every moment is independent. Every time you feel pain, all of those are independent happenings. They are not connected in any way. It is us who pick up all of those various things, like how you form a chain, right? You have that circle and you attach one more circle, one more circle, one more circle, and you form a chain. Same way, those are all the various incidents, but we create this reality continuously by adding up all of that and forming it again and again. I request all the participants throughout the time, any questions you have, you can please post in the chat and we'll be happy to answer. Please keep your cameras on as much as possible and participate as we continue to move through these various sessions. So you can see beautifully how Ashtavakra is revealing about this. First, Ashtavakra says, you are not the body, you're not just the body and the mind. Second, if you detach from the body and rest in intelligence, you will at once be happy, peaceful, and free from bondage. Because Swami says, the one cognition which is binding us to this body, if we're just able to unclutch from that, then thousands, millions of patterns will simply collapse. Almost all the patterns we are holding is related to this body. If you're able to unclutch from this one cognition that I am this body and raise on to a higher existence, then we'll see so much happiness, so much bliss happens, so much peacefulness happens. No more you feel like even engaging into this reality. Ego is not necessary. The ego is what has to be dropped. Neither this body, when you're saying detached from this body, it's giving up the ego of holding on to this body. It's not saying that I'm not this body, I am not this body, but dropping the ego which is holding on to this body as the only reality continuously, which is holding on to this body as the reality. That is what Ashtavakra is saying beautifully, to unclutch from. I request all the participants, it's a very important session and a very beautiful session. Please keep your cameras on and be seated in front of the camera so that you can completely participate and make this our cognition. Each session is important for us to experience. Swami says beautifully, not just coming and sitting for darshan, but we have to sit completely throughout the day, not just as a red screen devotees, as we would say, but sitting throughout the day and attending the whole session continuously, because only then we are going to have the change in our lives. Otherwise, we can just sit for darshan very happily, but we have to start engaging and entering by cognizing these powerful cognitions to make it into our reality. We have to, Swami says, we have to raise our frequency to be able to accept the master into our lives. We have to be able to raise our frequency to accept it. So next we're going to be seeing the ego is what we have to drop. We all have two identities, the identity which we project, the outer image which we always project to everyone else, and the inner image which we hold inside. Always the inner image will be lower than what we are holding as our outer image. We're always holding the impossibility, all of that will be inside, and we'll always try to project, no, I can do it, I can do that, as a higher identity outside. Both of these conflicting is all the tension, all the stress which we go through. If you're able to unclutch from these both alone, then we'll simply be able to see we rest in the Paramashananda Swarupa. Ahankara and Mamakara, they're all called. All Ahankar will be based on the fear, and all the Mamakara will be based on the greed. The Ahankara is what we, the superiority identity which we hold. We're always trying to hold ourselves more and more. So we always have the fear of, will I be able to continue to be able to hold this identity? And Ahankar will be based on the fear, because inside you're always holding such a low identity. No, will always be on greed, because you want to be more and more continuously, because you always think you're not enough as you are. The conflict between Ahankara and Mamakara is all the tension. Both identities are pure myth. Both are just a delusion. Swamiji says, unclutch from both. Do not give importance. Continuously do not give importance to your patterns. Hold Swamiji more than that. Continuously hold Swamiji more higher than these patterns continuously, and unclutch from all of them. So now let us take a few minutes and all the cognitions, any cognition which clicked with you now, let's take some time and post it in our Facebook and Instagram with the powerful cognition and the Mahavakya. You can just post it. We'll just be showing here. Take some time now. Any cognition which clicked with you, all the participants are requested to do this, please, so that we can continue to the next part. Once you're done, you can just post done on the chat. You can take some time, post it with the hashtags Nithyananda, hashtag Paramashivoham level 2, and hashtag KAILASA, and post all the cognitions you were able to receive from this session now, which we just now had. So I request all the participants now, let us post and take some time to post all the cognitions which we received now. And just a few minutes to do that. Please post once you're done. Once you're done, you can just post any cognition. I am not just this body, I am the intelligence also, I am Paramashiva. Any cognitions which you received from this session, which you understood, which Ashtavakra revealed to Janaka from the Ashtavakra Gita, which you understood, you can take some time and post now as we move on to the next part. So I request all the participants now, you can open your Facebook, post it in your Facebook platforms. Share the knowledge of the Ashtavakra Gita, even if it's just a very small post, and share what you understood. So now I request all the participants a few minutes to do this, and then we'll move on to the next part. managed to post the cognition from the Ashtavakra Gita, which you receive on your platforms. Yes, so now we're going to be entering into a short exercise. See, the more we have to start participating and doing everything. See, only when we start participating and really doing all the things, see, everything is directly guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. So all of these teachings are directly from Swamiji himself. When we do all these teachings, we'll get the complete fruit of it. So it's important we are all attending and doing the whole process completely. So now we are going to be understanding about unclutching as part of this process, as part of this exercise. Unclutching, this process of unclutching can directly upgrade our very consciousness itself. As we understood, life is not a chain. It is all the various incidents. See, now we say that we are holding, this person has done something to me, that person has done something to me. We are all holding all of that and creating something called fear as our fear shaft, as we understood. So all of those shafts which we are holding, which we are bringing together from all the various incidents which has happened in our lives, where and all we are holding our attachment. Because it is not that from the past you're remembering the whole past. Only wherever you are choosing to remember the pain, the suffering, then that is what you're holding in the present moment now. It is you who are choosing what you want to hold from the past. So let us now take some time and pen down all the situations currently where you are, we are labeling as pain, and see how we are labeling everything. We are only labeling everything. We are choosing to label something as pain. We are choosing to label something as greed. We are choosing to label something as fear. We are choosing to label it. See, write down the situation and look back from where did you pick up this situation and see how you are labeling it. Because a child, if you understand, when you are a child, you never had all of this. Then how is it suddenly you have created it? If you have created it, you have the possibility now to remove it, to make it redundant for you. So let us pen down and sincerely do this exercise and see how we can complete the incidents and see the current situation. Wherever fear is there, wherever anger, any pain shaft is there, let us complete with it and see how we have picked it up and unclutch from it and break it and make it redundant now. See, when Swami says when we do the completion, we have to make it completely redundant and irrelevant. So it's very important we do that. So now I request all the participants, let's take some time and do this, and then we'll move on to the next part. request all the participants to continue penning down all the places which you are able to see now. How it is just collected from the past and it's actually not a factual reality. It's just our own perception which we are adding. Continue to pen down few more minutes and then we'll be moving to the next step. Yes. So now I request all the participants, you can relax now. And hope all of you had a good completion session now, which we just now did. See, now when we understand that all of these are just us holding it from the past, then you'll understand why we have to uselessly, continuously engage into that. See, being in the present moment is unclutching, but continuously pulling it from the past and trying to project something into the future, all of this is where we are clutching onto the matter, because both of them are not factually factual. If you see, that's why it's called delusion. That which does not exist. They say that Maya is Yama, means the mirage. When you see the mirage, like how the water will appear in the desert or in the road sometime when you're moving, due to the sun's heat, the water which looks, the imaginary water which appears, that mirage, that is the delusion. From the past and the future, they do not exist presently. Only the present exists now. Then whatever you're trying to pull from the past, trying to show greed for the future, fear, all of that is just the delusion which you're carrying. The moment we unclutch from that, we'll settle into the present moment and we'll simply be able to see how we can manifest our reality. Okay, yeah. So now we're going to be moving on to the second round of the power manifestation session. Let's come and enter into it with complete awareness and intention now to manifest the power. In this second round of the power of materialization, we are going to be manifesting gold flecks on others' palms this time. First time we did it on our own palms. Now we're going to be manifesting it on others' palms, those physically around us. So let us now see the Shastra Pramana again. The Shastra Pramana for the power of materialization is from the Spanda Karika, Vibhuti Spanda, section 3. Section 3 and Sutra 3.4 and 3.5. Let's now chant the Shastra Pramana and enter into the power manifestation. I request all the participants to come back. See, more and more we start manifesting powers, the more and more we start to celebrate Paramashiva, which is our only purpose. So let us go into it with complete intensity and the intention to manifest it. So now let's come to space of listening as we now enter into the power manifestation. And we chant the Shastra Pramana now. यथा हि अर्थो स्फुटो दृष्ट सावधानेऽपि चेतसि भूय स्फुटतरो भाति स्वबलोद्योगभावितः तथा यत् परमार्थेन येन यत्र यथा स्थितं तत्तथा बलमाक्रम्य Nachirat sampravartate. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, indeed, just as an object which is in spite of all the attentiveness of the mind is perceived and seen indistinctly at first, then appears and manifests more distinctly and clearly when observed with the strength of one's visual power. You can see over here how, just like how we are perceiving an object which is not seen indistinctly at first, when we start to bring the awareness, stop running from the patterns, the more and more we bring our awareness, start participating in life, then we'll start to see we can manifest the reality the way we want. It's because we are not participating in life, continuously running by the patterns. We're just indistinctly seeing, just allowing the patterns to continuously allow to run and not being able to even identify the reality the way we exist. It's because of that, we are not even, because we're not participating in life, we are not unclutched and participating in life. We're not really seeing what life is. We are running in this delusion, in all the various pain shafts we are running. But now when we decide to unclutch and we decide to see the reality as it is, even if we saw in the exercise, the pains are not factually existing. It is us who's continuously holding it and creating it as a shaft and labeling, okay, now this is pain, this is joy. You are deciding to tell what is joy, what is pain, all of that. It's because we are deciding. All of that is why we are perceiving the reality the way we are perceiving it. But now, taking that strong decision, now I'm going to manifest Paramashiva. In spite of anything, with that will persistence, having the right cognition, with that will persistence and with tremendous feeling connection to Swamiji. See, they explain very beautifully. When we are in that feeling connection, when we are completely connected to Swamiji, Swamiji is the representation of the universe. So anything we want can manifest. We are the whole universe. Like, okay, now my arm is this planet. All of these are the whole universe you are experiencing. You are in that space of complete oneness. When we are in that space, we are seeing the reality, the true reality, the existential reality. Until that, everything we see is just the comparative reality and all the deluded reality which we are seeing. Everything you're comparing, okay, now this person is that person is this. Everything you're comparing and you're deciding to project it. So now, let us decide to unclutch, completely see the reality as it is by completely connecting to Swamiji, chanting the Mahavakya. Swamiji says, see, the sound is the very component in us which is connecting our consciousness to us. If you see, the sound is what is arranging our whole reality, the inner chatter which you're having inside. That inner chatter is only manifesting outside as the reality. If you understand, the whole reality is made up of photons, which is the light. If you do not have light, you cannot see anything. You cannot see anything. Only when you have light, you're able to see anything. So the whole reality is made up with photons. And scientists have discovered like sound arranges photons in a specific way. The DNA, which is our DNA is connected with sound, and our DNA, when they put the DNA and they put the DNA in a jar, like, and all the photons arrange to the structure of the DNA. And when they removed it, the photons continued to stay like that. So if you understand that, all the sound which you're carrying inside, actually, when the scientists did their experiment, for 1 month, the photons stayed arranged in the same way where the DNA was arranged. The same way, even though the DNA was not physically present. And actually, our DNA is by sound, Swamiji says. So we can understand that the sound which we are continuously having inside, whether it's the pain, we're deciding to about the pain, or all the greed, delusion, all of that, what are you cherishing inside continuously? If you chant the Mahavakya now, you are literally chanting from the frequency of that highest existence, of Swamiji's existence. That same thing, how Swamiji is existing in that space of oneness, it directly connects us to that and rearranges our reality into that place, where how we are understanding, how we are projecting our reality, we start to understand. So now I request all the participants, let's come to the space of listening. Let's completely visualize Swamiji, connect with Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya now, and let us start manifesting this power of manifesting gold flecks on other people's palms. So I request all the participants now, please make sure you have a partner and connect to the partner and make sure they are also, you ask them first, and they are also completely connected to Swamiji, and you are also completely connected to Swamiji, and decide now to manifest the gold flecks in the palm of the other person, chanting the Mahavakya. So now let us chant the Mahavakya, visualize Swamiji. It's only Swamiji manifesting, holding that cognition. Only Swamiji is existing, that Paramadvaita, as Swamiji said. Let us connect now to Swamiji and chant the Mahavakya and manifest this power.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. So now I request all the participants, you can slowly open your eyes and see how Paramashiva, how Swamiji has manifested in this form of materialization. See here, we should really cognize and offer our gratitude to Swamiji, because actually scientists, to measure this and to do all of these kinds of things, they spend billions and trillions of dollars to do all of these types of experiments. And over here, just by visualizing Swamiji and connecting to Swamiji with the right cognition, they're able to manifest these powers. They're able to raise to that frequency. So offer your gratitude. And now I request all the participants, you can post whatever manifested in the chat, a few minutes to verify and post whatever manifested. Any of the participants manifested the power? If you're watching on the YouTube, you can post it on the YouTube chat. If you're watching on whatever platform you're watching, and even if it's two-way, you can just post it on that chat over there so that we can read it out and observe. Yes. Whatever has manifested, surrender it to Swamiji. It is only Swamiji manifesting. Surely, what we are holding as our identity is not the true source from where the manifestation is happening. It's only Swamiji. Because, see, not Swamiji is someone different. It's not like you're trying to say someone else has manifested. It's our own self as Swamiji. So, connect to that and surrender it to that, so that more and more the manifestation continues to happen. And all these powers you're manifesting, you can use it throughout the day. Throughout the day, play with it and continue to use it even in your work. All of the various places, use these powers. Just connect to Swamiji continuously and use these powers to manifest anything you want. So now, anything which is manifested, now you can take some time and share it in your social media platforms, even if it's a strong experience of Swamiji. That is the true manifestation also. So you can post that you have started manifesting, even if you felt that strong connection to Swamiji, that strong space of oneness with Swamiji. So now you can post that also and share it with everyone, so that we make this process of the power manifestation complete for others also to experience this same space of Paramashiva, of complete unclutching, as we had learned. So I request all the participants now. They're going to be ending now. We're going to be ending this session. Please make sure you post whatever manifested. And I hope all the participants enjoyed this session now. We are going to be moving on to the next session conducted by the next Acharya. Please stay tuned. In the next session, we're going to be going deeper on the Ashtavakra Gita. So please stay tuned as we end this session with the Puna Mantra, and stay back for the next session, which is going to be conducted by the next Acharya. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरिः ॐ तत्सत्। सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्। I thank all the participants for joining. Thank you so much. Please stay tuned for the next session. Thank you. Nityananda.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्।
Nityanandam, and welcome back. to the session. Before we begin, let me introduce myself. I am Srinitya Paramashivananda Maharaj, and I am going to be the Acharya for the next few sessions, guiding you deeper into the understanding of Ashtavakra Gita. These beautiful, powerful cognitions which Swamiji has given us is the best way we can enrich ourselves and understand about the concept of Advaita. There is no other place where you can learn better the science of Advaita than from Swamiji himself when he explains this Ashtavakra Gita. So now, without further ado, let's enter the session. And I request all the participants to post your questions and be interactive, sharing your thoughts and understandings throughout the session. And I'll be happy to see what you have understood and also happy to answer any of your questions or queries you don't understand throughout the session. You can stop me anywhere and I'll be happy to answer those questions for you. So now let's get into the understanding of Ashtavakra Gita. What is this Ashtavakra Gita and how it teaches us the science of Advaita to lead us to the space of enlightenment itself? Yes, let's understand Ashtavakra Gita and how it guarantees enlightenment to us. The first thing that we need to understand is that enlightenment is possible. Now, there are two different understandings. One is a fact. There are two terms. One is the fact and one is truth. Enlightenment exists and enlightenment does not exist. So these are the two understandings we need to first understand. The concept that there is no enlightenment is a technique to make us enlightened. Enlightenment is not the goal, it is the very path itself. Desire without object is enlightenment. Just listen, you will express this beautiful understanding. So now let's understand how we are beyond the social conditionings. Saying no, the way of ego. This is the understanding we are going to have next. You are not visible to the eye. As long as you're afraid, you can be exploited by the ego. So what does Swamiji mean here? Swamiji means that whenever we say no, as we saw in yesterday's sessions, we saw about how by just constantly making the declaration of yes, yes, yes to life, we will be able to understand and make the life positive, because the no is a negative word and it creates a negative field around us. Whenever we deny something, we constantly create a negative field around us. And this negative field is what causes incompletion and powerlessness. When we start creating a positive field, which is the way of life, then we will start keep on saying yes, yes, yes to every situation that happens to us. And when that happens, nothing can disturb us, because we will be in the highest space of positivity, and only positive situations and things will happen around us. There will be no negativity. If worshipping makes you feel deeply connected, then it's all right. If worshipping does not make you feel connected, or if it is not acting as an inspiration to follow the path or the teachings, be very clear, worshipping is not going to help you. Doing the ritual for the sake of doing rituals will not lead us anywhere. This is one cognition. On the other hand, Swamiji insists that we do the daily Nitya Puja. Let me explain these two understandings now. You might think it looks contradictory, but actually it is a beautiful correlation. So let me explain. So when Swamiji here explains that we have to do puja every day, what does Swamiji mean by that? Swamiji means we need to build integrity in our lives, and that is why we need to do puja. But over here, if Swamiji says that just doing puja without the right context is not going to lead us anywhere, that is also an important understanding. Only when we hold the right context and do any action will we actually get the ultimate result. So when Swamiji says something, doing that with the right context, with the context that he has given, is the ultimate path that we can take. Let's go further. Now let's understand the next cognition. Be aware of the words you use inside you. The words which you repeat again and again in your life will become reality. And that is very true. In all of our lives, we can see if you keep scolding someone that you make me sick, you are trouble, you are a torture, then that is what will happen every time. Even if that person does not do anything, you will, for some reason, the happening around you will create some situation that will make you curse that person again. And it will become a vicious cycle. On the other hand, when you keep using the positive words towards everyone, that is the same way life will reflect to you. That is the same way you will feel life. So now let's understand how guilt is the creator of pain shaft. So what is the pain shaft? Pain shaft is when we start taking a particular chain of thought currents. All that we just simply start collecting all the negative thought currents in our life, negative situations, negative happenings in our life, and create a pain shaft. Meaning we end up thinking, oh, life itself is such a pain and torture. That is the pain shaft. All your habits, all your activities, all your thoughts are disconnected, unclutched, individual incidents. However, by carrying guilt, pain, suffering, fear, worry about the habit, you make a shaft of thoughts that would otherwise not be there. Every statement, each and every statement or thought that is happening inside your mind is completely unclutched. They are independent experiences and you cannot judge them, connect them, or categorize them. All your negativity has only one power, the faith that you place in it. If you don't believe in the pain or negativity that is there around you, then that negativity cannot do anything to you. On the other hand, if you give your attention and focus on to those, like how we learned in yesterday, the engrams, when we give our focus and we keep remembering, then it starts growing inside us. And that is exactly what this pain shaft does. Because of your memory of pain or pleasure, you think you have a constant mind and continued thought flow. You don't have to practice renunciation. Your very nature is renunciation. So now let's understand the next thought current. Are you needed to run your life? So what does Swamiji mean by you? He means your identity and ego. Think that all that useless, you carry your identity. You think that useless, you carry your identity, you cannot protect yourself, but that identity which you carry does not really exist. We have an automatic intelligence which can run our lives, which can take care of our day-to-day life, not only running out our life, it can maintain it also and expand our lives. You constantly psychologically plan, physiologically worry, fear, and greed. Whatever you think as you is not needed to run your life. Your very automatic intelligence is more than enough. Be very clear that you cannot run your life because you run on fear or greed. You are driven by fear or greed, and you will worry a constant irritation. You will carry a constant irritation in you. If you feel I am getting tortured at this moment, try to understand that it is a thought that is torturing you. That's all. Do not believe it will come back. By believing it will come back, the belief itself brings that torture again and again. Be very clear. What you think as you itself is nothing but discarded thoughts, including the randomly picked, unconnected, illogical, and unclutched thoughts. You pick from these, create a shaft, and think that these thoughts are you, and you try to develop a self which does not exist. Now, let's understand from Swamiji itself. Simply let go, you will fly. You will simply fly. Understand this moment that you are unattached. Let's listen from Swamiji about this beautiful, powerful cognition.
परमसुगतं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याभिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let's start with a small story. In a school, all the scout boys are supposed to tell their teacher the good deed which they did for that day. Every day they are supposed to do a good deed, come and report to the teacher. One day, 3 friends, all 3 boys, they stood up and they said, "Sir, today we helped an old lady to cross the road." Teacher was not able to understand. To make an old lady cross the road, to help an old lady cross the road, you don't need 3 persons. Why? Why you need 3 persons to make old lady cross the road? It won't take 3 persons. They said, no sir, it took 3 persons because she did not want to. Because she did not want to cross the road. Many times, the help extended without thinking about the situation. When you try to help somebody without they asking you, you create only more and more trouble for them. Almost all our services done out of ego ends only in creating trouble for others. Here, I request all of you, unless you ask, I won't be able to help. By you being here, I assume you are interested or you are asking the help for the ultimate experience of enlightenment. Unless you ask, whatever help done by me will be only a trouble or problem for you. The whole Ashtavakra Gita, this great book, is delivered to Janaka because Janaka asked, if you have come here just to check out, after all what he is saying, let us see. You are welcome, no problem, but please be here completely. Usually, our mind is such Early morning when you get up and start brushing your teeth, your mind is already in the office. Thinking about office, worrying about office. When you are in the office, already your mind is in the evening program, some cinema or theatre or temple, some evening program. When you are sitting in a theatre or a temple, already your mind wants to come back to the house. You are thinking about the house. One thing is sure, if you are here, your mind is not here. Your mind doesn't stay in a place where your body stays. Your mind doesn't rest inside your boundary. We all live almost like a ghost. Body is in one place, mind is in mind is somewhere else. You don't stay inside your boundary. If you really want this 3 days program to be a big help, if you really feel that it should help you, if you really want to have some help from this 3 days program, I request all of you to stay inside your boundary for all this 3 days program. Please be inside your boundary, inside your body. This whole program will do miracles in your being. Today's subject is enlightenment. It is possible. Before entering into the subject, let me introduce the book, the Ashtavakra Gita. Man has created so many spiritual scriptures, but nothing can be compared to Ashtavakra Gita. This book is a pure spiritual science. It's a technology created by Ashtavakra to reproduce the same experience which happened in Ashtavakra. Understand? Scientist is a person who creates a formula to reproduce things of the outer world. Anything happens in the outer world. Newton saw something in the outer world. He started contemplating on that experience. For example, apple dropping, apple falling from the tree. And he started contemplating on the experience. And he created a formula, he created a theory through which people will be able to understand about gravity. Scientist is a person who creates formula or theories to make outwardly things clear for people to understand outwardly things. Scientist is a person who creates formula to reproduce the understandings of the outer world. Spiritual master is a person who creates a formula to reproduce the experience of the inner world. Ashtavakra is a spiritual scientist. He created a beautiful technology through which he is able to reproduce the same experience which happened in him. All you need is just a little bit of sincerity. Just be inside your boundary. You will see Ashtavakra Sutras work on you. The scripture created by him, the technology created by him, can reproduce the same experience which happened in him. All you need to do is be inside your boundary. Be inside your being. The whole story of Ashtavakra is beautiful, beautiful story. And we don't know much about Ashtavakra, but there are few incidents, very significant incidents. The story starts before his birth. It is supposed to be a Puranic story because it's very difficult to believe this as a fact. The story starts when Ashtavakra's mother was carrying him when he is in the womb. The Ashtavakra's father used to recite Vedic mantras. He used to chant all the mantras. When the father was chanting all the mantras, the son used to hear all the mantras. Suddenly one day the son from inside started questioning the father. What you are chanting is a pure words. It has no juice. It has no experience. You are just an intellectual pandit. Where is the truth? Father was shocked. I think from Ashtavakra the generation gap problem started. Ashtavakra is the first person who started the generation gap problem. Ashtavakra is asking, what happened to the knowledge? What happened to the wisdom? You are just reciting only words. It's the pure words. It has no juice. It has no wisdom. What happened? Of course, father, as usual, was deeply hurt. And Pandits' egos are always very strong because their whole personality is built on words. So actually, you can easily hurt a person who lives just with mere words. Pandit can be easily hurt than anybody else because his whole mind, his whole life, whole thing is centered on words. He can be easily cheated. You can easily cheat a Pandit. Just give him 2-3 compliments. Just verbally tell him you are a great person, over. You can easily hurt him by telling few words. His whole life is centered on words. Words and words. So he is deeply hurt. The moment he is deeply hurt, he cursed. He cursed the son. What? Before taking birth itself, you are questioning me. And after taking birth, what all you will do? Who knows? So he just cursed him. Because of the curse, Ashtavakra took birth with 8 problems or difficulties in his body. And at 8 spots, his body was said that he had 8 curves in his body. The story is, I don't know whether the story is fact or it happened or all these things, but the story has got some significance, it has got truth in it. Let us understand the truth behind the story. Usually, the great masters who take birth on the planet Earth, they take conscious birth. Consciously they enter into the mother's womb and they enter into the body and start radiating their enlightenment. This story also says, the meaning of the story is Ashtavakra was conscious even before birth. That is the truth, that is the meaning of the story. We do not know, we can't prove whether really he spoke or whether really he was cursed and all those things. But the truth which our masters are trying to explain through this story is Ashtavakra was conscious of his being, he was conscious about his birth. Next, the next story, that's another beautiful story. He goes to Janakaraja's palace. Janaka was a great king. Goes to the palace of Janaka. The moment Ashtavakra entered Janaka's palace, the whole palace started laughing because Ashtavakra was so ugly. He had 8 curves in his body. People started laughing. All his ministers, all his people, including Janaka, everybody started laughing. And the Ashtavakra spontaneity, he was not hurt. If you are hurt, you are defeated. At any point, If you are hurt, you are defeated. If you become angry, you are defeated. He is not hurt. He was not disturbed. He was not hurt. He was not disturbed. He was just completely relaxed. He says, "O Janaka, I thought you were a great rishi. I thought you were a great enlightened person. You are a great yogi. But neither you are a yogi, nor you have any yogis around you. You have only cobblers in your court. You have only shoemakers in your court." Ashtavakra boldly says, "You have only shoemakers in your court." You need to understand this statement. It's a beautiful statement. Straight away, boldly, a 12-year-old boy, 12-year-old handicapped boy, is straight away talking to a king of the country. A good action. Now it creates a homely atmosphere. Otherwise, you feel like a professional office place. One of the mistakes really creates little intimacy. I tell you, if you want to create real intimacy with any of your friend, do 2-3 mistakes. Let them enter into your space. See, you never do mistakes just to protect your ego. Constantly you are protecting yourself. And whenever you have done 2-3 mistakes, immediately you feel your ego is offended. Because you are giving space for other person to enter. Having courage to do 2-3 mistakes completely opens you up. And you open yourself to the others. And you give space for others to enter and advise you. So doing one or two small mistakes really creates a friendship or bondage. And you are letting him talk to you something. You are letting him advise you. And one more thing. If you let people to advise you, they will really feel intimate with you. That's one of the important techniques. Just allow him to advise. Many times I have seen people come to me for counseling. For any of their problem or counseling. They come to me. And they come and start talking. "Oh Swamiji, please tell us some method how to get enlightened. Please give us some technique how to realize God." And usually I will never straight away answer all these questions. Really, one person came to me just a few months ago. He started asking, "Please Swamiji, teach me how to achieve God, how to achieve enlightenment." And I started talking, "How are you? You are from where? What you are doing? What business you are doing? How many kids you have?" He started answering all these questions. He started the general talk. After that, he was with me 3 hours. He did not even raise the question again. 3 hours he was with me. He did not even bother to ask the main question with which he came. Then understand the importance or really how much that question is inside him. He is asking just because he has to ask something. And throughout the 3 hours, he was actually talking to me. I did not even speak. And the fun is not even this. After going out, he is telling my secretary, "Swamiji spoke so many things. So many great things. Swamiji told so many good things." When I came out, the secretary asked me, "Swamiji, what did he speak? You were so happy." I said, "Just I let him speak, that's all. I allowed him to speak, that's all." When you allow somebody to advise you, really they feel good. So little bit of one or two mistakes are good. It opens up. The atmosphere will not be tense. It will not be professional atmosphere. So one or two, once in a while, all these things are okay. Handicapped 12-year-old boy, Ashtavakra, is entering into the court and the whole court is laughing. If we are in that place, first thing we would have become angry. First, our ego would have been hurt, angry. Next, either you would have shouted or you would have left that place. That's all. But here is a person. Nobody can disrespect a person who lives in spontaneity. Nobody can disrespect if he has got respect for himself. Nobody can give you suffering unless you give silent permission. Unless you allow, unless you give your silent permission, nobody can disrespect you. Nobody can hurt you. Here, Ashtavakra is such an integrated being, such beautiful being. He is not allowing others to hurt him, depress him. Straight away he talks the spontaneity. You are having only shoemakers. And be very clear. If you become angry, you cannot use the right words. He is using a right word. Cobblers, shoemakers. Janaka was shocked. Ashtavakra is explaining, these people are only seeing my skin, not the being. Cobblers see only the skin, not the reality. When a cobbler sees an animal, he will think only about the skin, not the being. When a tailor sees you, he will see only your dress. He will measure your being only based on the dress which you are wearing. A jeweler, if he sees you, he will first see only the jewelry which you are wearing. He will judge you only based on the jewelry which you are wearing. He will weigh you based on the gold which you are wearing. People look at things only from their angle. They have their own ideas. They have their own imaginations. Ashtavakra says, you have only cobblers around you. People who see only skin, not the being. My body is got 8 curves, no doubt, but my being is pure. My being is straight. You can't upset a man who lives in spontaneity. You can't stop him. You can't disrespect him. It's a beautiful Zen story. There was a great Zen master who was giving teachings. He was giving discourse. Again, one Buddhist Pandit, well read, but have not experienced anything. Well read. A Pandit, he came. The moment he entered the hall, he started shouting. Of course, Pandits are professional shouters. He started shouting. What Zen you know? What spirituality you know? What are you talking? The Zen master was too young guy. He was a young guy. What are you talking? What Zen you know? You can make only these fools listen what you say. You can't make me listen. Can you make me listen what you say? Master was very polite. He just said, sir, can you please come near? I am not able to hear. The Pandit comes to all his arrogance. Then Master says, can you please come this side? He comes this side. Then Master turns the face, can you come little near? He came little near. Master says, you seem to be a very good, nice person. Already 3 times you heard what I said. Now please sit and listen. You seem very good, nice person. Already 3 times you heard what I said. You listened what I said. Now please sit and listen. Person who lives in spontaneity can never be disrespected. You can never catch him. And Ashtavakra is a person who is living in spontaneity, who is completely in the present moment. He can neither be disrespected nor be deluded by the ego. He is not disturbed. He is just clear about his being. And he says clearly, Janaka, you are having only cobblers around you. And Janaka really felt, really understood. Janaka is an intelligent person, a rare politician, an intelligent king, a rare being. Being a king and having intelligence is really something. Janaka is a king and an intelligent being. He understood the meaning of the words uttered by Ashtavakra. Immediately he comes down from the throne, touches the feet of Ashtavakra, and please forgive me. I understand what you said. And not only that, not only he asks Ashtavakra to forgive him, further he puts one more question. Master, O Lord, Bhagavan, he calls Ashtavakra as Bhagavan. O Lord, just from your very words, I understood what you spoke is from your experience. Please understand. If you want to find out whether somebody is really experienced person, enlightened person, or just an intellectual pandit, see when he was hurt, see when he was disrespected. When he is disrespected, how he behaves, that will clearly show whether he is experienced, whether he is an experienced person or an intellectual pandit. You can keep your face or pose, you can do everything as long as your ego is not hurt. The moment your ego is hurt, the pus which is inside will come out. If you have ego, simply the pus will come out. You will radiate the anger, violence and vengeance. When somebody is hurt, when he is disrespected, how he behaves, how he responds, see that will give you a clarity whether really he is enlightened or an intellectual pandit. Here,
Yes. So that was a beautiful satsang where Swamiji shared about the Ashtavakra Gita and the powerful secrets that it holds. So if we see in the Ashtavakra Gita, Swamiji shares that when a person is hurt, that is the best time to see if the person has actually achieved that cognition. But all of us, we don't need to get hurt to test ourselves. We need to test ourselves with the signs of power manifestation and seeing in situations where we are cornered, how we are reacting. Being aware when we are in a situation, in a tight situation, is the key to seeing how much we are progressing. And it is in those situations when you use the powerful cognitions that actually you have a breakthrough. I'm not asking all of you to get into any situation, but all I'm telling is that in situations where you're being cornered, if you decide to break from the patterns that you are having of anger, of fear, of any violence during a tight situation, instead of reacting in that way, if you start reacting with the powerful cognitions that, okay, what is that other person trying to say? What exactly is his problem? Going deeper, seeing what is the space that I am holding right now. Am I happy? What am I thinking about? What am I experiencing? And seeing in that depth what you are actually experiencing and responding to life in that way, you will see immediately the opposite person or the situation around you will completely settle down, and you will see the powerfulness win over all the negativity around you. So now let's enter into a small exercise to put this powerful cognition we have just learned into practice. So now I request all the participants to be in the space of listening as we enter this internalization exercise. Yes. So now let's understand these powerful cognitions and implement them in a small internalization exercise. So here Swamiji is first sharing us a story. So in the forests of North India, the hunters use a trap to catch a bird. They tie a rope between two trees, and in the middle of the rope they secure a wooden stake. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stake. This is actually a hunter's trap for birds. You may think, how can birds be trapped with a small stick? How is it possible? Actually, all they do is just hang the stick between two trees and let that rope down and tie the stick. So when the bird comes and sits on one side of the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy and the bird is now hanging upside down, clinging to the stick. The moment the stick turns upside down and the bird loses sense of balance. It feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick and simply holds on to that stick as if its life was dependent on it because it's hanging upside down. It thinks, if I unclutch from the stick, what will happen? I will fall, I will die. It starts thinking like that and the bird continues to hold on. There is no record that any bird has ever fallen and broken its head, but the bird does not have the intelligence to realize. It keeps hanging on by not letting go. Not only does it lose its freedom, it loses its life also because ultimately it's tied and stuck in the hunter's trap. The bird is trapped. Just like the bird, and we don't realize that if you just drop your mind at that moment you can become Paramahamsa, the very moment you can be liberated. So now let's take a few minutes to unclutch from let's take a few minutes to unclutch from ourselves and understand this powerful cognition. So now I request all the participants to take a few minutes to post your understanding and experience about this session that you have just learned about the science of how to become enlightened, how Advaita happens, and how you don't need to hold on to your identity. Your identity is just a tool that you can use to connect with human beings of this same world. And now with this powerful understanding, you can share in the Zoom chat whatever you have understood from this session. And now let's move into a small round of power manifestation where we're going to be manifesting the power of materialization. So we are going to be manifesting Basma, Kumkum, or any powder on your own palm or another person's palm. So now I request all the participants to be seated. You can sit with your hands open. You make sure your hands are completely clean and take a picture of this, of your hands. Okay, before we enter into the power manifestation, we have a question from Dina Carroll. So she's saying, I don't understand. We only need an identity to relate to others people. So what I meant by that was that in this world, when we are in the society, we need our identity only to relate with other people, meaning your name, your age, who you are. To relate to a person, you cannot go and stand and say, just stand and expect the other person to understand what you want, who you are, and anything that you want to say. You need to share your identity, meaning you need to share what and who you are to the other person. And also, the deeper understanding to this cognition that I said is only when we hold to our identity, then we can actually relate to the world itself. Meaning, the identity is the source of the reality that we are seeing. If we desire to be in the space of complete nirvikalpa samadhi, like when you go into the space of deep sleep, you have no identity. And because you have no identity, you are not able to experience the world. There is no world, it's just darkness, the causal layer, the karana sharira. So you are in that space. And it's only when you bring your identity in that sleep state do you have dreams, and in the waking state, when you have your identity, you come to understand the and experience the world. So this is what I mean. The identity itself is not needed by you. You don't need to lock yourself at the same position and same way what you think about yourself. You don't need to lock thinking that I am this person. You are Paramashiva. The identity you hold is only to relate with the world. I hope I made this understanding clear for you, Ma. So you're asking next, doesn't our identity form at the age of 2? So we drop it. Yes, what you're saying is correct. Our identity forms at the age of 2. Till then, we are just in the world as a being. We have not experienced anything. It is only at that age do we actually start experiencing things. And that is when the identity forms. But the identity, once again, I want to rehydrate what I'm saying. The identity that we build is only to relate with the world outside and experience the world outside. If you start holding that you are Paramashiva, you will be able to relate with the higher self of you. So, for example, I mean, you will be able to manifest powers. You will be able to go to the higher and higher states of consciousness and experience Paramashiva himself. When you hold on to the identity thinking that identity is you, then you start to lock yourself thinking, I am so and so, I can do only this and that is all. You limit yourself. When you break your identity and see, for example, let's take the example of Swamiji. Inside, he holds that I am Paramashiva, and that is why he is able to give all of us the experience. But for all of us to relate with Swamiji, he comes down with the name Nithyananda Paramashivam. His body, his gender, his attributes, his form, all of the physical form is his identity. That's all. It is just like a dress that Swamiji wears, but that is not actually who he is. Same way, we hold an understanding about ourselves that we are so and so. We start thinking that the dress we are wearing is who we actually are. But when we drop that and understand, hey, I am only wearing the dress, but actually I'm Paramashiva, you will be able to expand yourself, and to a particular person, you will be able to show different experiences. You will be able to have different experiences of the highest ultimate. The physical body will not stop you. The mental identity that you hold about yourself will not stop you. You will be able to achieve anything. That is what I mean. Yes, if you, for a better and very simple and rough translation, I can say Paramashiva is God. But Paramashiva is more than that. He is the energy itself that we experience as life, and he is the ultimate one who has created the entire cosmos, the source of the Big Bang. So if but at a very, very low level, for our simple understanding, we can relate with Paramashiva, saying Paramashiva is God. Okay, ma. So I hope you are understood. If you have any questions, you can continue to ask and I'll be very happy to answer. So now let's move into the power manifestation. Make sure you wipe your hands clearly. You can wipe the hands, make sure you can wash them also. Wipe them and keep your palms on your lap and take a picture of your hands. Then we'll be connecting with Paramashiva for a few minutes and then request Paramashiva to manifest the sacred ash or kumkum. If you see any white spots or red spots, you have manifested. So now let's enter the manifestation. Let's all sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring awareness to your inner space. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now let's relax and verify the materialization that's happened in our hands. Now you can shine the torch of your phone and take a picture of your hands, and then you can share in the comment section whether you have manifested the gold dust or if you have manifested anything like the pasma, kumkum, or any other sacred powder. Take this few minutes now to verify the manifestation. You can shine the torch on your hands or even on your dress and see. Look around you and see if there is any materialization happening. Sometimes it can even be on your face. And yes, so with this, now we'll be moving into the next session. And you can take this few minutes now to share in the Zoom chat or in social media how you manifested and any powerful cognitions you had. If you haven't manifested, that's completely fine. We are going to be having more rounds throughout the day, and you can also just continue to be in the space of unclutching, because when you manifest the powers, if you don't see the materialization actually happening, you don't need to feel powerless or upset that it is not manifested. Swamiji is breaking layers and layers of our patterns every time we sit in the space of unclutching to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. So with this, let's now move into the next session where we are going to be understanding about the next set of powerful cognitions about enlightenment from the Ashtavakra Gita again. So I request all the participants to be in the space of listening as we enter this next session and understand about enlightenment. So in this session, we're going to be learning about how to achieve it. Last session, we understood about the identity and how to go beyond the identity. In this session, we'll learn how to break from the identity and manifest Paramashiva himself in our lives. So I request all the participants to be in the space of listening as we enter this next session. So the Ashtavakra Gita is one of the most powerful books that share about the enlightenment science. So one verse from the Ashtavakra Gita says, "Burn down the wildness of ignorance with the fire of knowledge. I am the one and pure intelligence, and be free from the grief and be happy." That is the verse from the Ashtavakra Gita. So it says, burn down the wildness of ignorance with the knowledge, with the fire of knowledge. So now let's enter the sutra and see how Ashtavakra says that we can simply have enlightenment. He also shows us how to have enlightenment. Virtue and vice, please and pleasure and pain are the mind, not of you. O all-pervading one, you are neither the doer nor the enjoyer. Verily, you are ever free. This is exactly what Ashtavakra says. We are completely unclutched every moment by our nature. We are renounced of thoughts. Unless we renounce one thought, we cannot have the next. By our very nature, we are constantly renouncing our thoughts. There is no linear connection between one thought and the another within us. The only relationship between one thought and the other is that they come from the same source, and seeking for that source is the science of manifesting enlightenment. Connecting with our thoughts is the original sin. Then, when you connect with your thoughts in a selective linear manner, you relate and create an idea that your whole life is pain, or your whole life is joy or pleasure. And doing so, you are creating a identity inside you that does not exist, your mind. You are creating something inside you that does not exist, which is your mind. Now, for next few minutes, let's do a simple exercise. Sit down and write down whatever is going on in our mind. And we have done this actually exercise before in the sessions. But let me just explain to you this exercise, and let's do it once more. Now let's just sit and write down whatever is going on in our mind. Do not edit, do not suppress. If you do this experiment, only you will write down everything you think, oh, nothing is coming to my mind. Write down this statement as well. This is also one more thought. Whatever goes on, write it down for a period. Then read what you have written only once. You will understand inside your mind there is a complete bag of madness. The mind is a constant inner chatter that happens inside us. So when we did this exercise earlier, and even if we do it at any time, we will experience the same thing, that the thoughts that come are not connected at all. They are random thoughts that come. But we start feeling, oh, I am in this particular mood where these are my emotions. We start to categorize our feelings and emotions, but actually, there is nothing which is actually a hard rock boundary between two emotions. Whether it's the pain shaft or joy shaft, both lead us to suffering. By your own nature, you are unconnected, undependent, and illogical. Many times things may happen within you. For the sake of your convenience, you pick up a few thoughts and randomly clutter them and create a shaft and start believing that the shaft is you. You also believe that there is an accurate representation of your past that is also your identity. What happens is we don't pick one thought. You're asking that do we pick one thought and hang on to that? Actually, we don't do that. As Swamiji says, that one thought can never be there. We keep moving from one thought, renounce that thought, and move to the next. But what also happens is we start building an identity, we start building a joy shaft or a pain shaft. All the thoughts that come, we selectively choose a few and think, okay, we are happy, or no, we are sad. These are the different plays of the mind that happen. But actually, the thoughts don't even affect us. They are completely irrelevant and independent of us. Bliss is choicelessness. Choicelessness is bliss. If you choose it, bliss will not happen because you have made a choice and thereby eliminating it as a possibility. When you are choiceless, when you are completely relaxed, bliss simply happens in you. When you are concerned about bliss, your very concern will ensure that bliss will not happen. Yes, bliss is not a thought. Bliss is just the experience of life. Just enjoying life is bliss. So now let's hear from Swamiji itself in this short satsang where he explains about the different shafts that happen inside us.
Mass energization. Of course, after that I gave 4 or 5 times. It was a nice story. You see, I was studying under a monk, under a Swami named Ramananda Saraswati. The greatness of this Swami is 6 months he will go house to house of his devotees and beg. Whatever money he gets, he will come back, stay in Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh, there is a place called Omkareshwar. Stay in that place and he will take Gita class for 6 months. Whoever comes, he will give free food and stay for them. 6 months he will go around house to house of devotees and beg. Whatever money he gets, he will bring. With that money, he will give free food for whoever comes to learn Gita. He is a great scholar. People from all over the world used to come to him to study Vedanta and Gita. I think he is more than 90 years old. And one more thing, important thing, he is still alive. He is still alive. He is teaching. He is still teaching. I had the great fortune to sit at his feet to study. He is not only a scholar in Hindi, he is a scholar in English also. Nice, great Mahatma. It's a great Mahatma. I derived a big inspiration from him to share the knowledge. The amount of knowledge which he used to have. Not only he will offer free classes, he will give free food and shelter both. 6 months he will go around house to devotees, beg and bring the money and manage. Such a highly dedicated soul, still alive and still conducting the programs. Every year, 6 months, if you go to Omkareshwar, Madhya Pradesh, you can stay under him and study. Some 200 to 300 people will come. Every day he will give free food for everybody and give them the knowledge. Amazing person. I heard about him and went there to study. I was studying around a month, maybe a month or two, not more than 2 months. Between 1 month to 2 months. Because I don't know I never had the calendar, I don't know how many days and all exactly. I can say average. I was studying. Suddenly, at one point, of course I was intensely meditating also. I felt a deep depression. Means the too strong. You see, the more strong you hold on to an ideology or to a person, the more deeper will be your depression. If you hang on to a person, your boyfriend or girlfriend or husband or wife or whatever, son or brother or father, you will have a depression and start blaming that person. It's the reason for depression. Same way, if you hang on or strongly hold your ego or identity or ideology, again you will face a separate depression. When you face depression due to an ideology or an identity or ego, you will start blaming the whole world. You will start blaming the whole world. You will lose confidence on the whole world. You will lose trust on the whole world. Holding on to a strong identity or strong ideology is the worst hell anybody can have. So I was having my own hell. Means a strong identity created towards enlightenment. And suddenly the deep depression, practically whatever should be done to achieve enlightenment, I have done. But enlightenment has not happened. So the deep depression came in such a way, like a wave, completely lost trust and confidence on the whole ideology of enlightenment. Not only that, all the masters who inspired me, Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharshi were my great inspiration. Especially Ramakrishna. Completely lost the respect for Ramakrishna. That's what I was telling you the other day. When you fall in depression, You will not have intelligence to associate the reason for depression with your identity. You will not have intelligence to think your identity is cause for your depression. You will start suspecting everybody and blaming everybody. You will start blaming everybody. Even a simple reason is enough for you to blame that person, that he is the reason for your depression. That is the big problem with this strong ego and identity fellows. That's why better not to build the identity or ego. In that way you will be, even if you always think that if I don't have a strong identity, others will cheat me. If others cheat you, they will cheat you at the most only few hours. If you build a strong identity, your identity will cheat you for whole life. Because it will be there around you when you are in waking state, when you are in dream state, when you are in deep sleep state. All three states you will be in hell 24 hours. Better to be cheated by others than to be cheated by your own identity. That's the worst thief. I tell you, the disease grows inside you and kills you. Medicine grows outside and heals you. Just because it is outside, don't think it's something which will disturb you. Your identity also like that, grows inside and destroys you. But you always suspect only others, you will not suspect you. I was also doing the same thing. I started suspecting Ramakrishna, Raman Maharshi, and not only that, any of God saved, they are not alive. Otherwise I would have fought with them, just like you guys are fighting with me. Some not all, some are fighting with me, I would have fought with them. Anyway, fortunately they are not alive. They were not alive at that time. But my depression was such, I started thinking, what? I left my house and everything, thinking that I will have enlightenment, these fellows will do something for me. And especially when I left my house, the last courage to take that jump came to me by the darshan of Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. Both of them gave me darshan. Just 3 days before I left the house, actually I was boiling, but I did not have the courage to take that jump. Means drop and run. That never happened in me. That did not happen in me. One early morning, actually one whole day I read Ramakrishna's Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. After that, reading that book, I just put the book and slept. That night, my whole mind was with Ramakrishna. Early morning, suddenly I had the vision. It's not even a dream actually, it was a vivid vision. Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi appeared. And Sharada Devi put the hand on my head and initiated, means gave energy darshan. And I felt such a tremendous high energy. Ramakrishna was smiling at me. And such a high energy, I decided I'll leave the house and I took the quantum jump. So that gave me the courage to take the jump. Now when the depression came, the whole anger turned towards Ramakrishna only. And I started feeling like somebody who has been cheated. And I started thinking, the cream of the life is youth. And my youth I wasted on this nonsense ideology of enlightenment. Thinking something will happen to my head. And I neither studied to have some job, nor made some money through business. Nothing is there. So, and I fought with the whole family also and came away. Means the father mother I did not fight because they did not stop me. But all the other relatives I fought with them nicely, fired them and left the house. So I started thinking, Arey, what will happen now? I am neither getting enlightened nor living the normal life. It's like nowhere. Then the deep depression became anger towards the Ramakrishna, and I was using a mantra, meditating. I used to have a mantra to meditate. Constantly I will repeat a mantra, and I used to have a japamala. That japamala got completely polished just because I did japa. Just by my counting, that whole mala was completely polished. Per day, 10,000 times I used to count. 108 bead, one hand, another 108 bead in other hand. If I finish one mala, I will move one bead here. So by the time this whole mala is done, what will happen? 10,000. So, and not only that, all sorts of tapas I used to do. So when the deep depression came, I used to have that Ramakrishna's photo. I just picked up that photo, which I used to worship like anything. Just threw that photo with such anger. It was glass framed. It went and hit the wall. In the wall means that a rock and got broken completely. I did not even care to go near that. Dropped. And just walked to the river. And the Japamala which I was having, I thought, enough all the spiritual practice and nonsense. And took the Japamala. Mentally decided, not only the Japamala, I am throwing this mantra also. Let it get lost. Let me be free from all this nonsense of tension and practice and the spiritual practice, enlightenment and all this pressure. Took the mala and threw into the Narmada, that river. Visually, mentally I thought so strongly, I am throwing this mantra also, let it be lost. I promise, I don't know how you will believe. I forgot the mantra from that day. I was never able to remember that mantra again, still now. Still now I am not able to remember that mantra. That mantra was lost. I tried to retrieve that file many times. Only one syllable I could get. Never that complete thing came back. It was lost once for all. Anyhow, after that also, alright, I broke the photo, but what to do about the life? The tremendous insecurity, feeling and fear. And apart from that, I was not able to face the depression. Not only the depression, I was not able to face the depression. Depression about the depression. I started walking inside the river, decided to die. Fraction of second decision. Because you will never have the courage to die if you think twice. If you think, you will never have a courage to die. If any of you have tried for committing suicide, you know. You will never have the courage to die if you think twice. Even in that, you are useless. Not only you, I am also useless. Even in that, I am not successful. Anyhow, I just started walking. Till the water came up to the hip level, there was no fear. When the water came up to the hip level, then the regular fear started. Shall we go back? Shall we go back? The mind started. But the other side strongly, no, it's after all 5 minutes process, let's forget. I just closed eyes tightly and started walking full speed. Started walking inside the river. Walking. Mind is thinking, what is this still water is not covering me? Because it's a big river. Narmada is not a small river. Big river. Again, what I promise, it has happened. The truth, Satya, it has happened. However you understand. Full speed I was walking. Suddenly, one rock hit my leg and I fell. I saw I was already on the other shore. I do not know whether I walked on the rock and crashed or it was a miracle that Narmada did not want to take my body. When I
Yes, that was a beautiful sharing from Swamiji. How he shared about how his experience of when he decided to throw everything. Even after that, Swamiji, the cosmos, made sure that Swamiji did not get hurt and just brought him to the opposite side of the bank. Um, the cosmos just brought him to the opposite bank, and then he turned back and saw Narmada and saw Narmada Devi telling him that you cannot leave your body, you have a great mission and you will experience enlightenment. So this was a beautiful experience which Swamiji shared, where he saw his identity. He saw that his identity was blocking him so much that it, at one point when he was trying to break his identity, it kind of became like a depression. But when Swamiji went beyond that depression, beyond that identity crisis, he was able to see the ultimate goal. So we have a question from Diana. She's saying that can doing certain activity make us lose thoughts, like being creative or driving a car that works for me, or doing something that takes thinking away? The particular activity and the best thing you can do is unclutching. Unclutching is basically moving back and seeing, I am not the person who's doing. I am going to watch everything happening from the space of watching a movie. How you would watch a movie and things would just go by. That is the best meditation you can do. And that you don't need to do while keeping your eyes closed, even while walking in the park, or while cooking, or while doing any activity. You can perform this unclutching. Be aware of what you're doing. Put your 100% awareness in what you're doing. If you're walking, see how each foot is being placed, how the muscles in your leg are contracting and allowing you to walk. Put your 100% awareness into that particular activity. You'll see completely all the thoughts disappear. That is the best technique that Swamiji gives. So now with this understanding, we'll be moving into an internalization exercise and understanding about unclutching. So I request all the participants to be in the space of complete listening as we enter. So unclutching is the ultimate spiritual truth. This process of unclutching can directly upgrade our very consciousness. So the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for the power, for the cognition of unclutching, for this technique of unclutching is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 46, technique, which is the Dharana 23. And Paramashiva says, when a yogi completes on his body, believing the ultimate subject as the infinite space, even for a while, with the attention freed of all thought flows, he becomes liberated. This is the beautiful technique where Paramashiva says, just by unclutching, we'll be free from every pattern and all the thoughts which are on us. So now we'll be listening to a satsang where Swamiji is going to be explaining about the science of unclutching.
सदा शिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Understand? When Patanjali says, he says, for a long time, without interval, without interruption, practice so that you can firmly be grounded. He doesn't mean, actually, when he says this long time, he is not depressing you. People come and ask me, this long time word is misunderstood and responsible for all the confusions which is there in the yoga world. Almost every interpretation has given a meaning, different or wrong meaning to this word. The moment you say long time, they say 12 years, 9 years, 7 years, 10 years. But I am not asking you to practice for long time means 10 years, 7 years, 6 years. No. Decide. You will live, you are going to practice eternally. You will achieve it now. You will achieve it now. Ability to convince your inner space, you are going to do this forever, is what you need to learn through this sutra. Let me give you the translation again. Committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. Dirghakala and Nairantarya means long time and unbroken. Mind is a great accountant. He can play all accounts game with you. And Patanjali is aware of that. That is why he wants you with the right words. He is warning you with the right words. Please understand. Any practice you do, decide with this one attitude. People ask me, this is a FAQ, again and again people ask me, how many years I should unclutch to get enlightened? How many years I should unclutch to get enlightened? Unclutching is the ultimate technique for enlightenment. Whenever I say, continue to unclutch, continue to unclutch, continue to unclutch, they ask me, Swamiji, is it 1 year or 2 year or 3 year? How many years I should unclutch to become enlightened? Understand, decide you are going to be unclutching forever. The moment you decide you are going to be unclutching forever, you will be unclutched this moment. Because your mind knows this is going to be its routine. See, your mind thrives with changes and or hope for a change. If your mind knows for sure, I am going to be unclutching as long as I am alive, it will decide, better let me die now. Then why to be, if it has a hope after 12 years of unclutching, you don't need to practice unclutching. Then it knows, oh, after 12 years there is a change. Because it thrives on change. It thrives on different things. That is why so much of desire for entertainment. So much of desire for entertainment. Even enlightenment, you think it's a change. That is why you want it. So much of desire for entertainment. People go on, try to find some entertainment because it's a change. Even inside entertainment, different. Every 3 minutes you change a channel. In 15 minutes you go one full round and come back. Because mind thrives on change. Mind thrives on change. When you know there is no possibility for change, suddenly you will see it just dies. It disappears. It leaves. When you decide there is not going to be any change, suddenly, in an unexpected way, mind is killed. If you decide strongly you are going to unclutch forever, this moment you will be unclutched. This moment you will be unclutched. In a very unexpected way, mind will disappear. I have a story for you. A man goes into a bar and admires the stuffed lion's head mounted on the wall. What a great trophy, says the man to the bartender. That guy says, I would not call it great. The damn lion killed my wife. This guy asks, oh, is it so? You were on a safari in Africa, or you were on a safari somewhere, or hunting in the forest? Bartender says, no, it fell on her head. Understand, many times death comes in an unexpected way. If you decide that you are going to be unclutching forever, the death to the mind comes unexpected way, this moment. And suddenly mind settles all the accounts. See, if it knows it is going to be here forever, it continues to use the credit card. And using the credit card is the best way to be here. And the moment it knows, no, it's not going to be here, it suddenly settles all the accounts. It starts unclutching, relaxing, settling. Committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. I can say, in the world there are different kinds of knowledge. There are some kind, just by listening to that knowledge, you will have benefit of it. There are some kind of knowledge, if you have access to it whenever you need, you will have benefit out of it. Some knowledge, just by listening, once understanding, you will have benefit. Some, you need to again and again work with it. You need access to that knowledge to have benefit. There are some knowledge, only when you practice, you will have benefit. Spiritual knowledge is the third type. You need to practice, live, practice, no other way. People come and ask me, is there any shortcut, Swamiji? I tell them the one and only shortcut is practice, practice, practice. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The shortest way is being straight. Practice, nothing else. If you want the transformation, practice is the only way. How much ever you hear, how much ever you talk, how much ever you discuss, nothing can be done. Only one way, practice. And clearly telling your mind, you are going to practice eternally. With unclutching, as long as you have a hope, you can stop unclutching at certain point. Your mind will continue to exist, waiting for that point. The moment you decide, no, I am going to unclutch forever, suddenly your mind disappears. It loses its power over you. I have one more story. 2 accountants are in a bar when armed robbers burst in. The robbers line the customers up against a wall and proceed to take their wallets, watches, etc. The first accountant slips something into the second accountant's hand and whispers, "Here is the $50 I owe you." When you know it is going to be taken away, you settle the accounts by yourself. Your mind is also the first accountant. When it knows nothing can be done. It has lost all its grounds. It just settles all the accounts. As long as it has a hope, it can flow, it flows. When there is no hope, it just settles. So all you need to understand is this one truth, only this one truth. Today I don't want to add too many ideas. I want you to understand this one truth. Dirkakala Nairantarya means eternal, unbroken. Decide today, eternally, forever, I am going to practice unclutching. There is not going to be any gap, whether I am walking or talking or sitting or whatever I may be doing. I am going to unclutch from whatever is happening inside me. Whether I am walking or talking or sitting or sleeping or dreaming or daydreaming, these are the 5 modifications of the mind: right knowledge, wrong knowledge, and imagination, sleep, memory. These are the 5 modifications constantly happening in you. Whatever modification may happen inside me, I am going to unclutch. That clarity, that understanding, if you bring it, suddenly you will see all your negativity will lose its power over you. See, your depression has a power over you as long as you believe it can come again and again to you. If you are very strong, let the depression come. How many times let it come? I am going to unclutch. Suddenly it loses its grip over you. It loses its grip over you. If the depression knows it can really put you in depression, it again and again repeats. If it knows you are going to unclutch again and again, how many times it tries, it struggles, you are going to unclutch, suddenly it will stop trying. Nobody wants to fight losing war, including your depression. Your whole life is nothing but a war between you and your mind. It's a war between you and your mind. So the moment you know, the moment you are aware, the moment you are awakened to this one truth, understand, please understand this one truth. Decide, whatever may happen, I am going to unclutch. I tell you, that moment is what I call enlightenment. If you decide that this moment, whatever may happen in my life, I am going to be continuously practicing unclutching. Suddenly you know, then whatever is going to happen, I am going to practice unclutching. Then why should I have fear? Why should I bother about anything else? Why should I have any fear or any idea about anything? You will see, mind just unclutches. Mind just unclutches. So, I want you to fill with this one idea. I want to fill you with this one idea. I want you to be filled with this one idea. Decide today, from this moment, whatever may happen, I will continue to unclutch. I am going to have the constant, intense practice. Dirkakala Nairantarya, committed and intense practice of unclutching. This very decision will unclutch you. After practicing is secondary. This very decision will unclutch you, will solve everything. The moment you take this decision, your mind will start moving, saying, no, If that depression comes, you can't unclutch. If this fear comes, you can't unclutch. If this desire comes, you won't be able to unclutch. It will tease you. If you say, no, I am going to be unclutching constantly. Whatever may come, I am going to be unclutching. Then it will create the fear of death. What will happen? If you die, you think you will unclutch? Who will pay your bills? Who will pay your insurance? Who will pay your this? Who will pay that? If you take a strong understanding, if you bring firm understanding, no, whatever it may be, I am going to unclutch. That one strong will, suddenly mind unclutches. Patanjali explains beautifully in the next sutra a deeper method, a deeper layer of the same understanding. Next sutra is about Vairagya, the conscious withdrawal. He beautifully describes the deeper layer of this technique. The conscious withdrawal from the objects of the senses at the body, mind and spirit. He explains about the conscious withdrawal for this eternal unclutching. We will see about this idea tomorrow. Go to the deeper layers of this idea tomorrow. Let you be filled with this one understanding that desired that committed an intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of consciousness. Only that makes you established in a higher state of consciousness. Many people think they are professional seekers, they don't need to practice. I have seen. No, I practiced all kinds of techniques for 10 years, 20 years. Nowadays I don't practice anything. I just read and go around and listen to some things. Understand? Just because you are senior, don't think without practice things can happen. Maybe in the outer world it will happen. If you are a senior lawyer, you don't have to do anything, just have few juniors, they will do everything. If you are a senior accountant, you don't have to do anything, just your juniors will do everything. It will work in the outer world, not in the inner world. I have a story for you. An accountant goes into the pet store, I will read it out for you. I don't want to miss a word. An accountant goes into a pet store to buy a parrot. The store owner shows him 3 identical parrots on a perch. The parrot on the left costs $500, says the owner. Why does that parrot cost so much? Asks the accountant. It knows how to do complex audits, says the store owner. The guy asks, how much does that middle parrot cost? Asks the accountant. That one costs $1,000, owner replies. He says, it can do everything the first one can, plus it knows how to prepare financial forecasts. Accountant asks about the third parrot. It costs $4,000. Accountant asks, so what all that one can do? The store owner says, to be honest, I have never seen him do anything. But the other 2 parrots call him as a senior partner. Maybe in the outer world, if you are senior, you don't need to do anything. But in the inner world, practice, practice, practice. Even in our mission, I have seen these guys, the moment they became an organizer, or a senior devotee or think that they have become senior devotee, they don't do any meditation. It's okay. Now I have to only teach. Understand, the senior accountant works only in the outer world, not in the inner world. So whoever you may be, practice has to become eternal. Actually, when you decide the practice is eternal, suddenly the whole thing gets unclutched and practice ends there. When practice ends, there will be nobody to practice. As long as there is somebody inside you to practice, practice. As long as there is somebody inside, something going on inside, unclutch. Only there is nothing, then there is no unclutching. When the unclutcher disappears into unclutching, unclutching ends. Till then, unclutching. Some you need to again and again work with it. You need access to that knowledge to have benefit. There is some knowledge, only when you practice you will have benefit. Spiritual knowledge is the third type. You need to practice, live, practice, no other way. People come and ask me, is there any shortcut, Swamiji? I tell them the one and only shortcut is practice, practice, practice. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The shortest way is being straight. Practice, nothing else. If you want the transformation, practice is the only way. How much ever you hear, how much ever you talk, how much ever you discuss, nothing can be done. Only one way, practice. And clearly telling your mind, you are going to practice eternally. With unclutching. As long as you have a hope, you can stop unclutching at certain point. Your mind will continue to exist, waiting for that point. The moment you decide, no, I am going to unclutch forever, suddenly your mind disappears. It loses its power over you. I have one more story. 2 accountants are in a bar when armed robbers burst in. The robbers line the customers up against a wall and proceed to take their wallets, watches, etc. The first accountant slips something into the second accountant's hand and whispers, "Here is the $50 I owe you." When you know it is going to be taken away, you settle the accounts by yourself. Your mind is also the first accountant. When it knows nothing can be done, it has lost all its grounds, it just settles all the accounts. As long as it has a hope, it can flow, it flows. When there is no hope, it just settles. So all you need to understand is this one truth, only this one truth. Today I don't want to add too many ideas. I want you to understand this one truth. Dirkakala Nairantarya means eternal, unbroken. Decide today, eternally, forever, I am going to practice unclutching. There is not going to be any gap, whether I am walking or talking or sitting or whatever I may be doing. I am going to unclutch from whatever is happening inside me. Whether I am walking or talking or sitting or sleeping or dreaming or daydreaming These are the 5 modifications of the mind: right knowledge, wrong knowledge, and imagination, sleep, memory. These are the 5 modifications constantly happening in you. Whatever modification may happen inside me, I am going to unclutch. That clarity, that understanding, if you bring it, suddenly you will see all your negativity will lose its power over you. See, your depression has a power over you as long as you believe it can come again and again to you. If you are very strong, let the depression come. How many times let it come? I am going to unclutch. Suddenly it loses its grip over you. It loses its grip over you. If the depression knows it can really put you in depression, it again and again repeats. If it knows you are going to unclutch again and again, how many times it tries, it struggles, you are going to unclutch, suddenly it will stop trying. Nobody wants to fight losing war, including your depression. Your whole life is nothing but a war between you and your mind. It's a war between you and your mind. So the moment you know, the moment you are aware, the moment you are awakened to this one truth, understand, please understand this one truth. Decide, whatever may happen, I am going to unclutch. I tell you, that moment is what I call enlightenment. If you decide that this moment, whatever may happen in my life, I am going to be continuously practicing unclutching. Suddenly you know, then whatever is going to happen, I am going to practice unclutching. Then why should I have fear? Why should I bother about anything else? Why should I have any fear or any idea about anything? You will see, mind just unclutches. Mind just unclutches. So, I want you to fill with this one idea. I want to fill you with this one idea. I want you to be filled with this one idea. Decide today, from this moment, whatever may happen, I will continue to unclutch. I am going to have the constant, intense practice. Tirkakala Nairantarya, committed and intense practice of unclutching. This very decision will unclutch you. After practicing is secondary. This very decision will unclutch you, will solve everything. The moment you take this decision, your mind will start moving, saying, no, 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 if that depression comes, you can't unclutch. If this fear comes, you can't unclutch. If this desire comes, you won't be able to unclutch. It will tease you. If you say, no, I am going to be unclutching constantly. Whatever may come, I am going to be unclutching. Then it will create the fear of death. What will happen? If you die, you think you will unclutch. Who will pay your bills? Who will pay your insurance? Who will pay your this? Who will pay that? If you take a strong understanding, if you bring firm understanding, no, whatever it may be, I am going to unclutch. That one strong will, suddenly mind unclutches. Patanjali explains beautifully in the next sutra a deeper method, a deeper layer of this same understanding. Next sutra is about Vairagya, the conscious withdrawal. He beautifully describes the deeper layer of this technique. The conscious withdrawal from the objects of the senses at the body, mind and spirit. He explains about the conscious withdrawal for this eternal unclutching. We'll see about this idea tomorrow. Go to the deeper layers of this idea tomorrow. Let you be filled with this one understanding that decide that committed an intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of consciousness. Only that makes you established in a higher state of consciousness. Many people think they are professional seekers, they don't need to practice. I have seen. No, I practiced all kinds of techniques for 10 years, 20 years. Nowadays I don't practice anything. I just read and go around and listen to some things. Understand? Just because you are senior, don't think without practice things can happen. Maybe in the outer world it will happen. If you are a senior lawyer, you don't have to do anything, just have few juniors, they will do everything. If you are a senior accountant, you don't have to do anything, just your juniors will do everything. It will work in the outer world, not in the inner world. I have a story for you. An accountant goes into the pet store, I'll read it out for you. I don't want to miss a word. An accountant goes into a pet store to buy a parrot. The store owner shows him 3 identical parrots on a perch. The parrot on the left costs $500, says the owner. Why does that parrot cost so much? Asks the accountant. It knows how to do complex audits, says the store owner. The guy asks, how much does that middle parrot cost? Asks the accountant. That one costs $1,000, owner replies. He says, it can do everything the first one can, plus it knows how to prepare financial forecasts. Accountant asks about the third parrot. It costs $4,000.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Nityanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvatvatitam Gahana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadhilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, we welcome all the Paramashivoham Level-2 participants. Welcome back. And here, myself, my name is Srinitya Shivashankarananda Maharaj. I'll be the Acharya, the next Acharya for the next phase of the session, what we are going to do today and what we are going to learn today in today's session. So before that, as a recap, if you're sitting on the Zoom rooms, requesting each of the participants to please keep your cameras turned on and be seated. And if you're watching us live, give your complete participation and let us enter to the next session today. So what did we learn in the previous session? As a recap, what did we learn? We learned on the Ashtavakra Gita, which is guaranteed, enlightenment guaranteed, and we had the internalization exercise, we had the power manifestation. Now, let's all move on to the next session, which is all about unclutching and what all you can unclutch from. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji very beautifully says in many different satsangs that we should always learn from the unclutching and listen to various different discourses about unclutching. So we know more than we hear from the Acharya, listening to Swamiji, the deeper understandings, basics to the advanced level of unclutching, and then we know what is the space of unclutching, and we can practice that in our life. So throughout the session now, if any one of the participants have any doubt or anything to clarify, please be free to leave your comment on the Zoom chat or on the YouTube comments. So I will be answering and commenting to each one of you, all the participants and the viewers who are watching us. So let's enter to today's segment, today's session. Unclutching and what all we can unclutch from. Please give a complete listening. When a thought raises in you, without supporting it, encouraging it, entertaining it, or being entertained by it, relaxing from it, please understand, when a thought raises in you without entertaining it and without being entertained by it, without encouraging by it, without being excited by it, just relaxing. If you start relaxing from the thoughts which are raising, you will experience freedom from the identity which you created. The mind is already unclutched. Buddha says very beautifully, original mind is what called as nirvana. Mind as it happens is already unclutched. In the Sarvajñanottaragama, in the 40th verse, it tells, when the refined seeker who has set aside all sorts of associated thoughts related to worldly pleasures and objects, and who had transcended the fluctuation and modification sustained by the mind at significant state known as Unmani. Unmani Bhava gets unfolded. When such a significant state, Unmani Bhava, dawns in him, there occurs a supreme and ineffable bliss to him. Unmani Bhava is a particular transcendental plane of consciousness above the Brahmaloka, the Brahmarandra. Swamiji's own experience, where he tells, when I fell from the horse during the horse riding and fractured my hand, just all I need to do is unclutching from that very pain. I could see very clearly my body was healing at least 5 times more faster than normal speed of healing. I tell you, I really felt so joyful. I really felt happy for my body. I thought, wow, what a body to live with. When you unclutch from the difficulties, stress, suffering, suffocation created by money, name and fame, you achieve the ultimate wealth, extra free inner space. Outer world identities you carry, social identities, professional identity, racial identity, national identity. Sometimes you identify yourself based on your religion, your country, your race, your caste, your community, your creed as well. When you look at the verbalization, the visualization happening in you are all thoughts. Even the boredom, feeling bored, Restless is also one more thought, one more verbalization, one more visualization. When you unclutch from pain and pleasures, not only you are free from it, even your health improves drastically. Unclutching from the inner world identities like parental conditioning is what I call ahankara or mamakara. Ahankara means the idea you project about yourself to others. Mamakara means the idea you believe about you as you, inside you. So start to unclutch from biomemories means the very patterns you are carrying. If you unclutch from the patterns to extent till you realize there is no patterns in reality you are alone. In reality you are just existing, which is called as Kevala in Sanskrit. In Patanjali Yoga Sutras, unclutching science is explained in this one very sutra. It tells this is why this title we give, unclutch from the mind maze. De-stress instantly. This one sutra, I will tell the sutra in a further explanation. This one sutra can completely turn the way in which you think, the way in which you act, the way in which you live. This one sutra can awaken new consciousness, new energy inside your being. Sometimes people tell Swamiji, for each sutra you say the same thing. How to take it, Swamiji? I tell them, Swamiji tell them. Swamiji is telling that it is true for each sutra. For each sutra it is same. Patanjali is such a great master. I know for sure he would have worked with millions of disciples. Otherwise, he cannot write such a great, highly mystical, just unimaginable work. A participant is putting a message. If you have a big decision to make, what makes the decision? Is it your heart or mind? Wonderful question. Yes, Swamiji very beautifully tells, it is your consciousness within you. What your heart tells, what your being tells, not what your mind, because mind is completely confused when you make decisions. What your heart tells, that's the way the decision is made. When you unclutch, when you are in the meditative space, when you are unclutched, even that point of time your mind waves with different thoughts, but your heart is centered only with one particular thought. Yes, Swamiji is telling, I read a story. Bernard Shaw wrote a 100-page book. Somebody went and asked him. Before that, hope I answered the participant, Diana Carroll. Thank you. And if you have any further doubt, please be free to leave your comments as well. So let me continue. I read a story. Bernard Shaw wrote a 100-page book. Somebody went and asked him, what happened? You didn't have time? You wrote a 100-page book? He says, no. If I had time, I would have written only 40 pages. If I had time, I would have written only 40 pages. Means to write little and convey what needs to be conveyed. Needs more energy, time and intelligence. Here Patanjali is very sharp. He is making everything just in 2-3 words. Just a few words. He is putting everything together. The verse goes as Viprayo Mrita Jnanam Adharupa Pratishtitam. This is the very verse. It is just 2-3 more words explaining the concept of unclutching. Hope all the participants are still able to understand. And again, Patanjali tells, unclutching can awaken the new consciousness inside you. Unclutching is not only just powerful cognition, but more than that. This Swamiji is telling the 5 different steps of unclutching. He tells, I'll describe the technique and you can do it only part of the unclutching. See, the first step is preparing you. The 3 steps are not just preparation. The 4th step comes only the unclutching, the exact meditation. The 5th step is more or less like a relaxing, settling with a regular life. So you can practice this, or you can note down these very steps. If you have time, you can practice this as well in your home. The first step is sit in the Vajrasana posture and have the chaotic breathing. intense deep breathing as deep as possible. The first 7 minutes as fast as possible. Do this. This is the first step. And the second step, it's like kind of a pranayama. Intense humming. You just hum. All these things are preparation so that you can be you'll be able to unclutch intensely, deeply. The third step is putting your awareness on every energy center for 1 minute. We have 7 energy centers in our body: Swadhisthana, Manipuraga, Muladhara, Anahata, Vishuddhi, Agnya, Sahasrara. All these 7 chakras. Keep focus and put your awareness on every energy center for a minute. So it comes to 7 minutes again. The fourth step is what Swamiji calls as unclutching. Just sit. Because of these 3 steps, so many things would have been released from your system. All those things will be leaving your systems. Swamiji is saying, whatever happens, whatever comes up, just unclutch. Just unclutch. Do not give any meaning to it. Just unclutch. Whatever happens, maybe for 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, you may think, oh, it is enough. Or is it enough? 7 to 8 minutes are an intense unclutching is more than enough to keep that energy whole day alive. Just intensely unclutch and whole day, you will have the remembrance. Let me unclutch, let me unclutch. That is all we need. The fourth step of unclutching is just sit. Maybe you can have a silent music, Mahavakya. Just sit with that. Just relaxing, settling with your body and mind to prepare your day-to-day routine. So for the few steps, after the few seconds after unclutching, the moment you use idea, unclutching, for the first few seconds you may have a gap, or again something will raise. Again, why I'm using the word unclutching. In the initial level, it will be like again and again you'll have to repeat in a few minutes. It will settle down. The gap will become more. You may not need to repeat the word or idea unclutching again and again. Do this. So like this, there are multiple different steps where the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Swamiji is very beautifully telling. So you can even unclutch from your body. Unclutching from your body itself. Swamiji is telling, please understand, when you unclutch from your body, thousands of disorders you create by yourself, like arthritis, blood pressure, all this completely disappears. Unclutching day and night, morning, evening, midnight, go on unclutching. Unclutch from the idea of boredom, feeling restless. Unclutch from the idea of time. I tell you, time is the greatest myth and worst conditioning you can carry. Actually, there is no such thing as time. Time is an illusion which has become part of your consciousness itself. So unclutch from that idea of time also. Actually, there is no such thing as time. Sun rises and sets. Moon rises and sets. Stars move. Planet moves. Life moves. That's all. Where is time? You rise, live, disappear. Where is time? Time is one of the myth like clothes. You forget human body does not come with clothes. How many of you remember that? Time is an illusion which has come part of our very consciousness itself. So unclutch from the very idea of time also. So all these may look very high for all of you. Very like going above the head, thinking, oh my God, I'm not able to understand, I'm not able to understand. What is this? What is Swamiji is trying to tell? Don't worry. We have a discourse, step by step. We have a few discourse, step by step. Swamiji is going to explain the level of unclutching, different levels of unclutching. There are 9 different levels of unclutching. Unclutching from the very idea of I, my, identity. And you have to perceive everything is happening around you. The source that everything is happening in and around you. In every level of unclutching, in every aspect of unclutching, you'll experience some more new free dimensions of you. You'll experience some extraordinary experiences. Some extraordinary expressions. So I'm just telling, I tell you, all the auspicious things of life and beyond life is achieved just by this one very powerful process, is unclutching. Because of the benefits and experience you'll have, simply you'll have to move to the next levels of unclutching. So now, without further ado, without more of my talks, without more of what I'm speaking, let's take a moment, have the complete listening, and listen from the Supreme Point of Hinduism on the very topic of unclutching, and let's see what is Swamiji wants to share. And you can have a book and pen, keep it ready, write down all the powerful combinations. And after that, you'll have time to share it along towards me on the Zoom chat, or you can leave your comments, tell what all the powerful combinations you have noted, and you can apply that in your life, because unclutching is the best strategy, best powerful solution for all the problems we have. So hope all the participants are able to get along. If you have any doubts, please be free again to leave your comments in the Zoom chat as we get ready now to listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Unclutch. If you have problems related to your emotions, unclutch. If you have problems related to your consciousness, again the solution is unclutch. I'll give you the 9 levels of unclutching. Unclutching from the outer world, like problems and difficulties related to name and fame. Devotees, disciples, please note down in your book of heart. 9 unclutching. Please note down in your book of heart. 9 different levels of unclutching. First, unclutching from your outer world means when you have problems related to name, fame, money. If you unclutch, please understand, I am not saying you need to lose that money, name and fame. No. You will lose the problems and suffocations and stress, sufferings created in you because of money, name and fame. When the problems, suffocation, stress is removed, suddenly you have a pure inner space where you can create whatever you want in the outer world. Understand? Biggest asset any human being can have is free inner space, extra inner space. Whenever I give energization to people, I just give them few hundred more acres of inner space, that's all. Extra inner space, just like Google gives storage space. Extra inner space is the ultimate wealth. Wealth is not the billions of dollars you have, or the relationships you have, or the bungalows, properties you have. The real wealth is extra inner space you have. The space you have inside, free space, in which you can do your creativity, you can do your creation. That extra free inner space is the real wealth. When you unclutch from the difficulties, stress, sufferings, suffocation created by money, name and fame, you achieve that ultimate wealth, extra free inner space. Second, unclutch from the outer world identities. The identities you carry, social identity, professional identity, racial identity, national identity. Sometimes you think you identify yourself based on your religion, your country, your race, your caste, your community, your creed. Please understand, this racial identity, national identity is responsible for millions of people dying every year in the planet Earth. World's worst terrorist on the planet Earth is racial and national identity. Please understand, largest number of deaths on the planet Earth is caused by racial and national identity. The moment you feel you belong to certain geography, you are ready to sacrifice your life for that geography. People die, especially youngsters. Millions die in the war fields. And without any guilt, without any even second thought, people kill people just because their national identity. Identity you create because of your geography. I tell you, most uncivilized act is killing people because of your racial and national identity. It is so unfortunate still human beings have not
Yes. So before I continue to the continuous satsangs of Swamiji, we have a participant question who's asking, can we just do this once a day? Be very clear. Swamiji is telling the whole day is just unclutching. Unclutch yourself. I'm not telling you can sit the whole day and unclutch. No. But you can do that as well. But every single day, spend 21 minutes to 42 minutes every day. I'm answering to the participant named as Manitya Chandrasekhar Priya. 21 minutes, 42 minutes every day. Just sit in an unclutched space. Otherwise, whenever, every day, we have the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji himself. When you come and sit in front of him, don't have any thoughts. Do not have any thoughts, any kind of, thinking, okay, I have to do this, I have to go there, I have to do this, I have to take care of this, I have to attend this call. No, just you and Swamiji. Unclutch from everything which is happening when darshan is going on. Nowadays, darshan is like almost 2 hours. So that's the best time. You can sit, keep yourself unclutched, remember Swamiji, do the power manifestation. That's the best moment what you can do. So hope it was answering Manitya Chandrasekhar Priya. And let's continue with the satsang.
Evolved from that low conscious of killing people, destroying people because of racial and national identity. Same way, the racial identity is responsible for all religious and communal terrorism. Unclutch from social, professional, racial, national identities. You will see so much of peace, joy, bliss happening in you. Universal intelligence awakens in you the moment you unclutch from low-level identities. The moment you unclutch from racial, national identities, immediately the universal intelligence awakens in you. Third, unclutching. Unclutching from thoughts, verbalization and visualization happening inside. Please understand. Unclutching from thoughts means the verbalization and visualization happening inside. When you look in, the verbalization happening, the visualization happening in you are all thoughts. Unclutch from both. Continuously try to unclutch from both. you will see extraordinary powers expressing in you when you start unclutching from your verbalization and visualization. You will become yogi. Understand? Living as a yogi is life. Unclutch from verbalization and visualization. Whenever you remember the verbalization happening in you constantly, the words moving, or the visualization happening in you, the ideas happening in you, unclutch from that. Even the boredom, feeling bored, restless, is also one more thought, one more verbalization, one more visualization. Unclutch even from that. And fourth level of unclutching. Unclutch from your emotions, pain and pleasure. Let me tell you from my own experience. When I fell from the horse during the horse riding and fractured my hand, just all I need to do is unclutching from that pain. I could see very clearly body was healing at least 5 times more faster than normal speed of healing. I tell you, I really felt so joyful. I felt so happy for my body. Wow, what a body to live with. Body which does not give you pain, friend who does not give you doubt, wife who does not give you instability, are all rare blessings. Body which does not give you pain is such a joy to live with that body. I know I don't have pain because I received the blessings of many yogis and did many techniques, but when you see that literally in your life as experience, I felt, oh God, what an achievement. I felt such big relief. I tell you, when you unclutch from pain and pleasures, not only you are free from it, even your health improves drastically. Fifth, unclutching. Unclutching from the inner world identities like parental conditioning, ahankara and mamakara. Ahankara means the idea you project about yourself to others.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all. I welcome all the living Hindus, practicing Hindus from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvanya Pitakartas, Yajamans,
manifestors, Sarvabarityagis, Srimahans, Mahans, Kotari, Tanedar, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, KAILASA's e-Gurukul students, NHU students, and all the Paramashivoham Season 4 participants, everyone sitting with us on KAILASA TV, KAILASA's Nithyananda TV, KAILASA's HN TV, KAILASA's Enlighten app, and other social media platforms. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Paramashiva's direct message from KAILASA. Absolute unclutching is the extremely enlightening fuel for your life. Understand? Fundamentally, your consciousness. What excites you, what triggers you into action, what makes you fully alive, awakened, that is your resource, your fuel. Listen, your fuel. Need to be right and pure. Please listen. If you use the right fuel, right resource to excite you, inspire you, energize you, you will have respect for yourself. You will have respect for yourself. I tell you. If you use meat as fuel for your body, slowly but very definitely, even you will lose respect for yourself. If you use alcohol to pass your time, to pass your life, even you will not have respect for your life. Hey, to be deluded in alcohol, why should you assume even one body? You asked Paramashiva and Paramashiva gave you this body. If you are deluding yourself in alcohol and keeping you dull, passing your life, it is absolute abusal of your body. And Paramashiva who gave you this body. Come to basic understandings and integrity. Listen. If you come to basic understanding and integrity, your life will be beyond your body. I am telling you. Sri Chidambara and Ma Premaya in Dubai, their father passed away. But every day he is sitting in the room for the satsang. And I am telling you,
Every day he is there. As usual, how he sits, he is sitting there, attending satsang sincerely, because body is no more binding factor for him. He became so intensely connected to me. His body was not binding him anymore. I tell you. Reach a space where your body never binds you. Body should not be binding you. The fuel you use decides your future. Let unclutching, intense unclutching, be the fuel for your consciousness. Listen to every statement I am uttering. Use this lockdown period all over the world. Change the fuel for yourself. You may be using wrong fuels in the past. Now, this lockdown period is the best time to shift the fuel for your system. I tell you. Nirahara Samyama itself is to change the quality of the fuel. Change the fuel. I want you to know, if you feed right fuel to your consciousness, that will naturally manifest as powers, health, energy, strategy, intensity, wealth, enlightenment, all the auspiciousness. All you need to do is change the fuel for your consciousness, prana for your consciousness. I am so happy all over the world. Thousands of people are sitting unclutched. We already made 4,41,000 minutes. People sitting unclutched all over the world. We need to reach out to every individual and make every individual understand. Unclutching should be. Unclutching should be your source, resource and fuel. Your source, resource and fuel. Understand? Your source, resource and fuel. 42 apat sannyasis are conducting from all over the world. I want all these apat sannyasis also to collect all my satsangs on unclutching. How to make the unclutching easy experience, nirvikalpa samadhi. Collect all these satsangs and share. I tell you, unclutching is the most powerful and universal. Whatever may be your religious background, you will not have resistance for unclutching. It is too easy. Whatever may be your jati, varana, religious background, race, gender, anything, the unclutching will not have resistance. It's too smooth. You can just experience. I tell you. I really want to tell you. Unclutching is the most easiest, powerful, and universal way of manifesting the state of Paramashiva. We should collect all the satsangs I have given on unclutching. I think from 2005 I started teaching, revealing this science of Nirvikalpa Samadhi to the whole world, the unclutching to the whole world. I have given a detailed, at least 100 hours of satsangs on various aspects of unclutching and various methods to unclutch. I request every one of you to watch this satsang sincerely. This at least 100 hours. All the apat sannyasis can do a compilation of this 100 hours of unclutching satsangs, nirvikalpa samadhi initiation, and share it with every participant who is participating in this nirvikalpa samadhi jnana yajna. Understand? Make the unclutching as your fuel for life. I tell you, it will be such an extreme, exciting, enlightening lifestyle. Nothing will disturb you or shake you. You can reach this tinyurl.com/unclutching. I think the spelling needs to be corrected. I tell you. Ginger will melt all the fat in the liver. Unclutching will melt all the karmas, toxins on your bioenergy. You will have the most purest body and mind. If you add unclutching as your fuel. I have elaborately explained this process of Nirvikalpa Samadhi and unclutching. And I tell you, it's a unique contribution of Paramashiva through this body, through this being. Watch these unclutching videos. Learn the process of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, manifesting Paramashiva's state. This is the foundation for any spiritual seeker to manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and KAILASA of Paramashiva. Understand? Extreme unclutching makes you work and be active in hundreds of dimensions of life, simultaneously, spontaneously, cohesively. Listen, very cohesively. people who lived around me, they know at a time I can handle 50 different departments, heads, giving them instructions and receiving updates from them and giving them further instructions. Whether it's a ritual department or sacred arts department or vision department or garden department, all the ministers can be at a time around me. I can remember for each department the instructions I gave from 2001 and repeat verbatim. Multi-dimensions of your being will work spontaneously, intensely, cohesively, coherently, without getting overlapped or confused. Listen. The racist devils, the racist terrorists can never understand the power of unclutching. That's why they are afraid of Hinduism. Hinduism teaches this unique science of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, from where all knowledge, all the best things opens. I tell you, like ginger melts the fat on your liver, unclutching melts all the toxins in your system. Use unclutching, radiate the state of Paramashivoham. That's the essence of today's session. Today let us dedicate our time and energy to watch unclutching satsangs and share it with the whole world. The unclutching satsang. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, casting, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam. The state, space, powers.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nityananda. So, as we heard the various different powerful cognitions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism about unclutching, the power of unclutching, let's enter now to the final segment, which is the power manifestation, manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva. So, what are we going to do today? What did we do before? The previous round, we manifested Basma, the sacred ash, onto our palms and onto our body. And now let's all move on to the next level, which is manifesting Kumkum, which is the sacred vermilion powder. We're going to do that, manifesting that, materializing that onto our palms and onto our body. So that's the round of the power manifestation which we are going to do. So let us all get ready for that. Please keep yourself comfortably seated. And if you are able to sit in Padmasana or Vajrasana, it's the best posture where you can sit. If you are not able to sit in Padmasana, sit as comfortable as you are. Keep your hands in Samana Mudra, as you can see I'm demonstrating. This is a very posture. Sit in Samana Mudra and keep your hands clasped. Connect with Swamiji. Take a moment to remember Swamiji on your third eye. Just see everything which is happening in and around you just by the grace, blessings of Swamiji. Be in that very space of unclutching as we just received the initiation. Do not expect any results, anything to materialize on spot, immediately. Just leave everything to Swamiji, let His blessings, His grace be there. As now I am going to play a Manas capsule just to see, watch Swamiji and have the sankalpa, the conscious resolution that yes, I want to manifest the power of materialization right now. But we are going to focus on materializing the Kumkum. But do not expect or do not give a command telling that it has to manifest. You should just have the very will persistence telling it will manifest. Let Swamiji flow through me. Let me sit. Let me allow Swamiji to flow through me as a channel and let this manifestation happen. So hope all the participants are ready. Please keep yourself comfortably seated. We're going to have for the next 10 minutes this entire power manifestation. Please sit. Let's all start chanting the Mahavakya now. Bringing ourselves in the restful awareness to remember Swamiji. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya internally or externally and just sit in the space of unclutching and let the power manifestation happen to each one of us. In the meantime, if some or other things are materializing, it can be vibhuti, it can be kumkum, it can be anything. If you are able to see materializing, immediately please leave your comment on the Zoom chat or the YouTube comments, whichever social media platforms or in which you are watching this entire power manifestation. Let's begin now.
அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி திசையெட்டும் போற்றுகின்ற என் ஐயன் ஈசனவன் திடமுடைய நித்யானந்தன் தினமும் என் சிரசை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க ஜோதியான தணிகை ஈசன் நித்யநந்தன் விழியை காக்க நாதனாம் நித்யநந்தன் நயமுடன் நாசி காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. செவி இரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க வாயை வேலவன் காக்க நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்யன் காக்க செவி இரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க வாயை வேலவன் காக்க நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்யன் காக்க கருப்பை தன்னை கந்தன் நித்யன் கருணையுடன் காக்க பின்னர் பிடரி தன்னை பிரியமுடன் சிவ நித்யானந்தன் காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. திருமகனின் மருமகனோ மகிழ்ந்து காக்க மார்பினை மறுத்திடாமல் மருதமலை நாதன் காக்க முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்ய சண்முகன் காக்க முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்ய சண்முகன் காக்க 12 கையை கொண்டு பிணியெல்லாம் நித்யன் தீர்க்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்ய சுப்பிரமணியன் காக்க உமை மைந்தன் உறுதியாக முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்ய சுப்பிரமணியன் காக்க பொறிக்கரம் விரல்கள் 10 பாங்குடனே புறம் கையும் பின்முதுகும் பின்னவனோ பிணி இல்லாமலை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. மைந்தன் தாளினையும் இருமுழங்காலும் காக்க தொடையோடு கணைக்கால் தனை கைலை செல்வன் கணிந்து காக்க தேவி மைந்தன் தாளினையும் இருமுழங்காலும் காக்க தொடையோடு கணைக்கால் தனை கைலை செல்வன் கணிந்து காக்க நேருடை பாடிரெண்டும் நித்யானந்த ஈசன் காக்க சீரிய புதிக்கால் தன்னை குரு நித்யானந்தன் காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே பாதத்தோடு 10 விரலும் பறிந்து காக்க காலையோ கருத்தினோடு கௌரி நந்தனன் காக்க விடுதிநாதன் பாதத்தோடு 10 விரலும் பறிந்து காக்க காலையோ கருத்தினோடு கௌரி நந்தனன் காக்க மெய்யுடன் முழுதும் ஆதி விமல நித்யானந்தன் காக்க தெய்வநாயக விசாகன் தினமும் என் நெஞ்சை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே மண்ணிலும் மரத்தின் மீதும் மலையிலும் நெருப்பின் மீதும் தண்ணீரை ஜலத்தின் மீதும் சாரிசை ஊர்த்தி மீதும் மண்ணிலும் மரத்தின் மீதும் மலையிலும் நெருப்பின் மீதும் தண்ணீரை ஜலத்தின் மீதும் சாரிசை ஊர்த்தி மீதும் விண்ணிலும் பிலத்தின் உள்ளும் வேறு எந்த இடத்தும் என்னை நன்னி வந்து அருளார் நித்யானந்தன் வேல் காக்க காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே தொல்வினைகள் சூழ்ந்தென்னை தொல்லை செய்யாமல் காக்க கஷ்டமே நிறைந்திட்ட கர்ம வினையில்லாமல் காக்க தொல்வினைகள் சூழ்ந்தென்னை தொல்லை செய்யாமல் காக்க கஷ்டமே நிறைந்திட்ட கர்ம வினையில்லாமல் காக்க சித்தமலம் ஒடுங்கி எங்கள் சித்த சுத்தி செய்து காக்க ஸ்ரத்தையோடு வணங்க எம்மை சிவனர் மைந்தன் காக்க காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றி
Yes, so as you have manifested the power of materialization, now take a few minutes to share what you have manifested in this round of the power manifestation. As now you're going to preparing ourselves, we're going to move on to the next session. We're going to have the next Acharya joining us. Please take a moment to share your experience. What did you learn in this entire session, where we learned on what happens when you unclutch from everything which is happening around you, and the materialization power as well. In the next segment, we're going to learn on the guru-disciple relationship and the deeper understanding on that, and we're going to have a meditation as well. And let's prepare ourselves, sit and understand more and more powerful cognition, as today we want to receive Swamiji in our life within a couple of more hours. So stay tuned, take a moment to share your experience onto the social media, as we want to move on to the next session very shortly. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Shivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nityananda, welcome all the participants to another exciting session of today's Paramashivoham Level 2, where in this session we are going to be learning about the Guru-disciple relationship. The greatest happening on planet Earth is unenlightened beings sitting with an avatar and becoming enlightened. Guru-disciple relationships. Paramashiva's eternal commitment to the human beings. 1. The sacred Arunachala hill. 2. The Arunachaleshwara Linga in the temple. And 3. The Guru, a living incarnation in Tiruvannamalai. Swami beautifully tells, I tell my disciples time and again, I am not there here to prove my divinity. I am here to prove that you are a divine. You are a divine being. The foundation of the whole Hinduism is the Guru-disciple relationship, the Guru-Shishya Parampara. That is the main foundation of Hinduism. So now we'll be watching a beautiful clip where Swamiji is going to be explaining what is the role of a guru in our life. So requesting all the participants to get into the space of listening as we're going to be watching this beautiful clip.
Swamiji, what is the role of gurus in our lives and in Sanatana Dharma? What is the role of the guru? Why can't all of us become gurus? Except we won't have followers.
No, I tell you, making yourself as a follower for you is the first job of guru.
Making yourself?
Making yourself as your follower is the first job of guru. Only who made himself as his follower can be a guru to make others follow him. Because nobody is a fool. Everybody goes to the depth and analyzes guru. Actually, they analyze guru 100 times more than they can analyze themselves. No, I tell people.
Because there are hundreds of people seeing the guru. Right? Nobody is seeing them.
Only when they analyze them, they use 2 eyes or lesser. When they analyze guru, they use 1,000 eyes.
Yes, that 1,000 eyes.
And basically, I'm telling you, guru is the most scrutinized person. First, if you do not have a blind spot, you can be guru of you. And if you are able to help others to find their blind spot, you can be guru of them.
Oh.
Basically, the job of the guru is nothing but helping every individual to manifest their ultimate reality.
And the guru is needed.
I should say, without guru also you can manifest, which takes few thousand births and deaths. See, can you say, without GPS, can I reach America? You can.
It takes a long time.
Sometimes you may not even.
May not even.
May not even make it. So GPS, guru positioning system. Makes journey easy, joyful, and certain. A certain kind of a certainty. Because, see, when you see somebody swimming, beyond logic, you are convinced you can swim. When he can swim, why not me? Then you start taking the steps for it. So surely, GPS helps. Makes it easy.
We saw a beautiful clip where Swamiji explained what is the role of a guru in our life and why a guru is chosen. Like, only when a guru, you can only become a guru when you find out the other person's blind spot. And the main role of the guru is to find out the other people's blind spots. So now we'll be watching another beautiful clip. So we are going to be watching on why have a guru in our life.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today I will expand on need for the enlightened being. People ask me, why do we need guru, especially in the modern age where everything is available? You need to know Google may have all answers, but it may not be able to give you all answers. Please understand, having is different, giving is different. Google may have all answers, but it will not be able to give you all answers. Even in the Google age, you need a living enlightened being. Let's understand, who is enlightened being? What makes somebody enlightened being? What is the constitution of enlightened being? Enlightened being is a person who is literally enlightened in his very core. His very cognition is built on the highest possibility, knowledge, truth, clarity. So understand, if somebody intellectually understands the spiritual truths about life, he will be able to give you an intellectual understanding. If somebody is emotionally excited about these great ideas, he will be able to emotionally excite you with that same great ideas. But only if somebody is enlightened, somebody's being, the core being, cognition is established in these great ideas, he will be able to transmit that experience to you. So if you want an authentic, long-lasting transformation, enlightened being becomes an important co-creator for your reality. Please understand, when an enlightened master is a co-creator for your reality, you don't waste your time in trial and error processes. You don't waste your time in trial and error methods. You don't unnecessarily waste your time in long journeys. Sometimes the long journeys not only are futile, by the time you realize they are futile, your life is lost. The precious, very important, the time is lost. So enlightened being is an alchemist who transmits these great truths, who helps you to cross some of the major karmic patterns you carry, thought patterns you carry, like self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, self-blackmailing. See, all these subtle patterns you can cross only with the help of a person who himself has crossed, who himself has gone through all possible situations, all possible impediments, all possible ups and downs, who himself has gone through and rewritten his future. Only he can make you rewrite your future without wasting your time further in the trial and error processes. And rewriting your future also needs certain loving, caring, a mystical ambience where
your innermost being is able to relax and open up without being scared of opening up, without being in the fear of being vulnerable. An enlightened master's love, his presence, his caring and supportive ambience gives you the experience of ability to open up, ability to be open without feeling vulnerable. Opening does not need to make you vulnerable or powerless. The Master's ambience, Master's presence gives you the space, ability to open up without making you feel the powerlessness of being vulnerable. Sometimes people ask me, how can you say an enlightened being has gone through all the situations of life? You are not married, you don't have a job, you don't have to maintain a relationship. Please understand, when somebody gets a cancer and goes to a doctor, it is not that only if the doctor also had a cancer and cured himself, he can do surgery on you or chemotherapy or give you the medical care and cure you and heal you. No. If he has mastered the science, he can heal you, cure you. Understand, an enlightened being in a way goes through the whole circuit of human mind and body. In his being, all the possibilities are awakened and he goes through. That is why I am saying it is equivalent to going through everything in the life. He can solve every situation, every difficulty. He can get you to the space of ultimate possibility to cause your reality.
Yes. You saw how beautifully Swamiji explained on why we have a guru in our life. Now we'll be watching another beautiful clip where Swamiji is explaining about how to find the right guru in your life, how to find out the right master in your life.
This whole Vedanta Sampradaya, the only requirement is a proper guru. Beautifully Vedanta Sampradaya describes how to catch the right guru. Peel all the things which are common. For example, if I have an organization, somebody else is also having organization. There are so many spiritual organizations. Remove that part from my glory. If I have body, then many of you also have body. Remove that part from my glory. If I have amazing orating power, many of them are having. Remove that part from my glory. So go on peeling, peeling, peeling. Finally, at some point, your logic will not be able to peel further, but still you will feel he is something more than all these things. When your logic feels, I cannot peel further, I have peeled everything. Even after all these things are removed, he has something more than all these things put together. When you feel this understanding with somebody, he is your guru. If that does not happen, if you feel, no, after I peel 3-4 things, he is not worthy, then forget about him. He is not worthy of being your guru. You are not worthy of being his disciple. The guru-disciple relationship is sacred, should be started after thorough study and research and should never be ended. Should be started after thorough research and should never be ended. I tell you, ending the guru-disciple relationship in your life is a worst crime you will do to yourself, worst punishment you are imposing upon yourself, worst conspiracy against yourself. One more thing I want to tell you, change of guru is perfectly all right, nothing wrong. For example, you go to one guru, after some time you grow out of him or you get more matured, you feel connected to some other guru, that is perfect, nothing wrong. At some point, if you feel you have grown out of me, please carry on with your life. If you are feeling connected to somebody, great. But dropping from the guru and not having some other guru is the crime. It means you did not drop from this earlier guru because you are advancing. You dropped because you have fallen.
Putting all my trust in you, 'cause you know it's best for me to lead a blissful life, a life with no more strife. Can't believe the things I do, just to spend a little time.
Yes. So we saw how beautifully Swamiji explained on how to find the right guru, right master in your life. First, intellect-based, your first relationship with guru starts at an intellectual level based on doubt more than anything else. Second, intellect to intelligence. From negativity of doubt, you move to why not attend to his programs and see what he is. From that idea, how can he do? You move to think he means something, but I neither believe nor disbelieve. Okay, let's see. This is the second step from intellect to intelligence. The intellect starts becoming into intelligence. The third is intelligence to emotion. If you continue to move in, you move in from intelligence to emotion. It is like 60% intelligence to 40% emotion. You think he can guide me a little bit more here, and that wherever I need his guidance. He does not have to teach me everything. This is the emotional, from emotion to intelligent emotion. When you go through some bad times and depression, not able to help yourself, guru helps you mentally and psychologically. That time you feel depending on your guru for support, like a stick alone is not enough, but you need more of him. Then you reach out to his hand. You feel his closeness to you. The gratitude towards him increases while holding his hand. And fifth, the intelligent emotion to surrender. Then slowly, again and again, when you are held every moment beyond your expectation, the feeling within you towards the Guru becomes more deep and more emotional. That is the moment you feel like bowing towards him. That is what Hanuman feels towards Lord Rama in the Ramayana. This is the beginning of surrender. Hanuman is completely devoted to Rama. How to relate with the Guru? Start talking to him. You can go on complaining to him, enjoy. You can be angry and shout at him. You can thank him. You can be aggressive. You can surrender. You can scream. You can do anything. Know that he is a Guru. He is real, and go on internally talking to him. Even if he's not there physically with you, internally keep talking to him, and you will see he will respond. Like before sipping a cup of coffee, say, Swamiji, here is sweet coffee. Please enjoy. He is older than the sun and fresher than the breath you take inside. Becoming one with the Guru. There is a beautiful Shastra Pramana from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18, verse 65. Manmana bhava madbhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mame vaishyasi satyetam te pratijana priyosi me. Always think of me and become my devotee. Worship me and offer your homage unto me. Thus, you will certainly attain me. This I promise you, because you are my dear friend. You are very dear to me. This is the Shastra Pramana from the Bhagavad Gita. Arjuna's oneness experience. We'll be seeing a beautiful experience of where Arjuna experienced the space of oneness in the Mahabharata. After the Mahabharata war had happened, when Krishna and Arjuna were relaxing, Krishna says, "Hey Arjuna, look there. There is a green crow sitting on the tree." Arjuna beautifully says, "Beautiful, a green crow." Krishna says immediately, "Fool, it is a black crow, not green crow." Arjuna says, "Yes, Krishna, it is a black crow, not green." Krishna asks, "What happened to you? When I say green, you say green. When I say black, you say black. What's going on with you?" Krishna asks Arjuna. Arjuna says beautifully, "Krishna, let me be honest. I don't know what is the color of the crow. But when you said green, I saw the crow in green color. But when you said it's black, I saw the crow in black color." Arjuna's very senses trusted Krishna. He trusted the master's senses much more than himself. Devi Parashakti asks Bhagavan about the secrets of the Guru. There's a beautiful Shastra Pramana from the Guru Gita, verse 3. Kena margena bho swamin dehi brahmanayo bhavet tvam kripam kuru me swamim namami charanau tava. O Lord, by which path can an embodied soul become one with the Brahman, absolute reality? Have compassion unto me, O Lord. I bow at your feet. We'll be listening to a few more verses from the Guru Gita. Gurur Murtim Smare Nityam Guru Nama Sada Japet Gurur Jnanam Prakurvita Gurur Ya Na Bhaveyate. Always remember the Guru's form. Constantly repeat the divine name given by the Guru. Always follow the Guru's commands. Think of nothing other than that. Next is from the Guru Gita, verse 96. Na guroradhikam, na guroradhikam, na guroradhikam, na guroradhikam. Shiva shasanata, Shiva shasanata, Shiva shasanata, Shiva shasanata. There is nothing greater than the Guru. That is the ultimate truth. This is the ordainment of Paramashiva. Next, this is from the Guru Ashtakam, verse 1. Shariram swarupam tatava kalatram yashascharu chitram danam merutulyam manaschena lagnam guru rangri padme tathakyam 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 tathakyam. Body is handsome, wife is attractive, fame spread far and wide, belt enormous and stable like Mount Meru. But of what consequence are all these if the mind is not riveted in devotion to the lotus feet of the Guru? Really, what is the use of all of this? What is the use? What is the use? This is a beautiful Shastra Pramana from the Guru Ashtakam, verse 1. Now let's look at the Apta Pramana from the life of Padmapada. Once while Sri Shankara, a great incarnation of Paramashiva, was in Kashi, he saw Sanadana, one of his prime disciples, standing on the other bank of the Ganga. Sanandana was drying his guru's clothes. Adi Shankaracharya asked Sanandana, who was on the other bank, to bring the dry clothes to him. So without another thought, Sanandana started walking over the flowing Ganga, just as he would walk over the plain dry land. He walked on the water as he was walking on the ground. Whenever he put his foot, a lotus blossomed, and hence he got the name Padmapata, lotus feet. And there is one more beautiful story from the Satyakama Jabala. One day, Gautama told Satyakama that before he could teach him, Satyakama should take a herd of 400 weak cows of his ashram and return only when it had multiplied to 1,000. Without uttering a single word, without having the self-doubt, oh, how will I make these 400 cows into 1,000 cows? And that these cows are weak. He did not even have a single bit of doubt. Without the doubt, Satyakama Jabala left with the cows, with the 400 cows his guru gave. He took them to the forest and looked after them with love and care. After many years, the herd grew to 1,000 cows. It was time for Satyakama to return to Rishi Gautama's house. Gautama saw the glow of enlightenment on his face, on Satyakama Jabala's face. He was also very happy that Satyakama had looked after his cows very well. He then accepted Satyakama as his pupil and blessed him with the Brahma Vidya, the ultimate knowledge. God or Guru. The poet mystic Kabir sings beautifully. Guru and God both appear before me. To whom should I prostrate? I bow before the Guru. He introduced God to me. The Guru is real. He is the reality of the ultimate cosmic energy. He is here and now he is present. He is the bridge between you and the concept of God. In the sense, he is greater than the God because he is the one who is taking you to the God. Without Guru, you won't know who is the real God, who is the ultimate soul. The eternal relationship. The Guru-disciple relationship, everything starts there. Everything ends there. But relationship itself never ends. The relationship with the master, who is in one with the existence, is deeper than any other relationship. It is at a being level connection. Generally, all other relationships will create bondage and has the power to lead you to freedom and finally to eternal bliss. The first step of Guru-disciple relationship is deciding to live with him. Live in his breathing space. Live in the master's space. Darshan of the Guru liberates. Let's listen to one more beautiful Shastra Pramana from the Sri Guru Gita, Shloka 158. Shuchimamscha sadhanyani Guru Gita japena to tasya darshana matrena punarjanmana vidyate. In fact, through the recitation of the Guru Gita, a knower of the truth is always pure. By merely having his darshan, one is not born again. The cycle of birth and death is broken. With this, now we'll be entering into the internalization exercise for today. So today we'll be doing the Sahasrara Chakra, a gratitude meditation. And before we enter, just a small disclaimer, caution for all the participants and all the viewers for watching us live on YouTube. This technique is not intended to be a substitute for professional medical diagnosis or treatment. Individuals with any type of medical conditions, the elderly, children below 14, women who are pregnant or suspected that they may be pregnant are advised to seek professional medical advice before practicing these techniques. Viewers who are not on two-way video conferencing are cautioned that they are practicing these techniques at their own risk. So how to make Ganga flow in the Sahasrara Chakra, in your Sahasrara Chakra? If you start enjoying the narration, you will carry about you. If you start enjoying the narration you carry about you, the Swarupananda and everyone around you enjoys the narration about you, which they carry in them. In that space, all powers manifest. Kailasa is the ecosystem where this happens. Nectar flows in your Sahasrara Chakra, your crown center. Gratitude awakens your Sahasrara. If you carry the inner space of a being grateful for whatever is showered in your life, you decide to go on showering the same feeling to everyone else who is there with you. If you feel exploited, frustrated, you will go on vomiting the poison, destroying, pulling down others as well, spreading hatred, vomiting poison into them. You will be so deluded. You will know you're straight away lying, and you will believe it's perfectly all right. That's the worst delusion you can ever go through. So now we will be entering into the process where we are going to be awakening this Sahasrara Chakra. First step is the Bastrika Pranayama, where you will be blowing out the air very forcefully. You'll be blowing the air very powerfully. So first, sit in Vajrasana. Let your hands rest on your lap. Sit comfortably with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Now close your eyes and breathe chaotically for 7 minutes. Do not follow any rhythm in breathing. Just move your entire body and breath aggressively and chaotically from the bottom of your stomach. Let us now enter into this process. Please do this process authentically. And again, a small caution for all the participants and the viewers who are watching us live on YouTube, that if at all you're suspected of having, if at all you're having any medical problems, any medical conditions, or if you're elderly, or if you're any children below 14, or a woman who's pregnant or suspected to be pregnant, please advise and seek professional medical advice before practicing this technique. Yes. So now slowly relax, as now we'll be entering into the next step of the Kriya we are doing. Continue to sit in Vajrasana. Continue to sit as you're sitting in Vajrasana. From Chin Mudra with your fingers, form the Chin Mudra. This is the Chin Mudra. Form the Chin Mudra with your fingers. This is how from Chin Mudra. Place your hands on your knee. Your hands with open palms. With open palms facing upwards. Let the tip of the index finger touch the tips of the thumb as if forming a circle. The three other fingers and the arms are head and hands remain relaxed. You will now hum intensely for 7 minutes. The humming should be done with the lips together, with the sound coming from the navel center as deeply as possible, as lengthy as possible, and as loudly as possible. This is actually the Maha Mantra humming. So start humming. Now continue humming. Hum as deeply as possible and as long as possible. Yes. Now slowly relax. Now we'll be entering into the third step. You may now sit cross-legged on the floor. If you wish to continue to just sit in Vajrasana, and for 7 minutes, you will take your awareness from your Mooladhara chakra to your Sahasrara chakra. Mooladhara is the base of your spine. Swadhisthana is 2 inches above your Mooladhara. Manipuraka, your navel center. Anahata chakra, the heart center. Vishuddhi chakra at the throat center. Agnya chakra between the eyebrows, and Sahasrara chakra is above your head. So these are the places of the chakras. So now we will be visualizing the awareness, the energy from your Mooladhara going up all the way to your Sahasrara chakra, from your bottom chakra to all the way to the highest chakra. Dwell on each chakra for a minute with the awareness that the chakra is pure, the chakra is filled with energy, and the chakra is radiating eternal bliss, Nithyananda. So you can sit cross-legged, or you can sit in Vajrasana if you feel comfortable in it. Whichever you feel is comfortable for you, you can choose that option. Yes, let us now get into the third step of the Sahasrara Dhyana meditation. Yes. So now we'll be entering into the next step of the Sahasrara Dhyana meditation. If it is a negative thought or a person you don't like or an unpleasant situation, feel gratitude for that. For that too, and bless it. Anything that comes to your mind, just bless it with gratitude. Just sit in a deep space of meditation and just look at your thoughts. If you remember a person you don't like, if you remember a bad situation that happened to you, just feel gratitude to it. Don't show any hatred to it. Just feel gratitude for everything that is happening to you. Just have complete gratitude. Yes. So now relax. Now we'll be getting into the last step of this process. Sit straight. Hold a few flowers as an offering in your hand. If you avoid having flowers, it's absolutely fine. If you have flowers, it's recommended to have some flowers in your hand. And then close your eyes and concentrate on your Sahasrara Chakra. The Sahasrara Chakra is there on the crown of your head, just feeling. Concentrate on your Sahasrara Chakra. Forget all other parts of your body. Concentrate only on the crown center and relax there. Have a smile on your face and relax completely. With your whole being, offer your gratitude to your mother for giving this body. And remember, and give your gratitude to her with all your being. Now, offer your gratitude to your Father for giving you this life, providing you for all your needs. Offer your gratitude for all the doctors and nurses who received you when you came down to this planet Earth. Offer your gratitude to all the people who built the hospital or the home where you were born in. Offer your gratitude to all the people who took care of you when you were just an infant. And offer your gratitude to all of those who worked for your food, clothes, and living when you were just a young boy, girl, when you were young. Yes. So now you can take the next step, but you will be offering your gratitude to all your teachers who gave you the primary education. Offer your gratitude to all of your younger age friends who made your life happy and blissful, who shared their innocence with you, the joy with you. Offer your gratitude to your brothers and sisters and other relatives for nurturing you and caring for you. Seek their forgiveness for any hurt that you may have caused to them initially or unintentionally, intentionally or unintentionally, consciously or unconsciously. Offer your gratitude to all of them. Offer your deep gratitude for everything that happened in your life, where your teachers taught you, where how the friends in your life gave you the joy when they played with you, they shared their innocence with you. And give your devotion and gratitude to all your relatives, your brothers and sisters who cared for you and nurtured you. Yes. So now, offer your gratitude to all the people who gave you the professional education, who helped you stand in your profession, who gave you the courage to stand on your feet. Offer your gratitude to all the people who helped you financially whenever you needed it. And offer your gratitude to all the doctors and nurses who took care of your health, who gave you medical assistance whenever you needed. Show gratitude to all of them. Now, offer your gratitude to your wife or husband for giving you love and security in your life. Forgive them for anything that they might have done to hurt you. Seek their forgiveness for anything that you might have done that hurt them with or without your knowledge. Offer your gratitude to all the people who encouraged you and gave you the inspiration for the spiritual life. Offer your gratitude to all those who have served you in one or another way all through your life. The milkman who delivers the milk, or the grocer, or the laundryman, or the garbage collector, your servants, your driver, all the people who you took for granted. Seek each one's forgiveness for any hurt that you may have caused, intentionally or unintentionally, consciously or unconsciously. Offer your gratitude to even your enemies and those who have hurt you for making you stronger and forgiving. Seek their forgiveness for any hurt that you may have caused. Offer your gratitude to all those who helped you physically, mentally, socially, economically, and spiritually. Now, offer your gratitude to your body. and all its parts, one by one. Hands, legs, shoulders, one by one, offer gratitude to all your body parts. Offer your gratitude to your mind for its miraculous functioning. Offer your gratitude to the divine, to the whole, to the God, for making all this possible in your life. Offer your gratitude to the divine who has made this whole life possible to you. And everything which you enjoy is manifested by him. Offer your gratitude to him. Now, for the last 7 minutes, you may just sway with the flow of the chant and offer your gratitude to the existence and to the great lineage of the enlightened masters. Offer your gratitude for the whole being. Offer the flowers and listen. Listen to the most intimate voice you had of the Guru, the most intimate incident, the Guru Vak which you have got. If you did not get any Guru Vak, any thought current, any click which you got from Swamiji, anything, continuously remember that. This is going to be the last step of this process. With this, we will be entering into the power manifestation for today, where we are going to be doing the power of materialization, manifesting bhasma, kumkum, turmeric, and sandalwood powder on the surface before oneself across the distance. So first, let us look at the Shastra Pramana. Let us listen to the Shastra Pramana before we enter into the power manifestation. Yato hi arthos puthot shtasu vaduni piche chetasi boyas putataro bhuti bhavo ladbhavo vitaha. The translation is, indeed, just as an object which is, in spite of all the attentiveness of the mind, is perceived and seen indistinctly at the first, then appears and manifests more distinctly and clearly when observed with the strength of one's visual power. With this, let us now enter into the power manifestation. So we'll be manifesting the power of materialization, as I told before. So now get into the deep space of oneness with Swamiji, and then feel that everything else around you is also Swamiji. And then declare that you want to manifest bhasma, you want to manifest the kumkum. And then you will see the manifestation starts happening immediately. Let us now enter into the power manifestation. As now I'll be playing the oneness capsule.
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nityananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nityananda, Sadashiva.
सुराधिपं नमस्कृत्य शशाङ्ककृतशेखरं कपालमालिनं देवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं.
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nityananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nityananda, Sadashiva.
कालेश्वर महाकालं कालाञ्जननिवासिनं कालकृत्कालवेत्तारं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं.
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nityananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nityananda, Sadashiva.
सर्वकृत् सर्ववेत्तारं सर्वज्ञम् अपराजितं सर्वभूतात्मभूतस्थं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं.
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nityananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nityananda, Sadashiva.
यो सृजत् सर्वभूतानि ब्रह्मान्द्याश्च सुरासुरा तमहं लोककर्तारं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं.
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nityananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nityananda, Sadashiva.
वरं वरेण्यं वरदं वरिष्ठं वरवाहनं वनमालाधरं देवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं.
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nityananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nityananda, Sadashiva.
प्रीतियत् प्रीतिदातारं सुप्रियं प्रियदर्शनम् उमापतिं सदाकान्तं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं.
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nityananda, Sadashiva, सदाशिवा सदाशिवा नित्यानन्द सदाशिवा
धर्माधर्ममयं देवं सुखदुःखफलोदयं बन्धमोक्षप्रणीतारं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिवा सदाशिवा नित्यानन्द सदाशिवा 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिवा
मनोबुद्धिरहङ्कार तन्मात्रेन्द्रियगोचरं प्रधानपुरुषेशानं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिवा सदाशिवा नित्यानन्द सदाशिवा 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिवा
यं ध्यायन्ति महात्मानो मुनयः संश्रितव्रताः तमोङ्कारपरं सूक्ष्मं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिवा सदाशिवा नित्यानन्द सदाशिवा 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिवा
सूक्ष्मं सर्वगतं नित्यं सर्वविद्येश्वरेश्वरं सर्वतत्त्वाश्रयं देवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिवा सदाशिवा नित्यानन्द सदाशिवा 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिवा
கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை புடி பூசி புடுக்கை தனை ஏந்தும் காலனே புடிதோலனே வீணி பிடியால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே ஞாயிறு திங்கள் நித்த முறைகின்ற செவ்விழி கொண்ட செல்வனே சொக்கனே எந்த சோமனே ஐயா சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே அடிமொழி காணா மலையே அகிலமும் போற்றிடும் ஐயனே நாதாவரணனே நால்வர் போற்றிட நயமுடனாடிடும் நாதனே ஆழகாலம் உண்டு ஆழம் காடுதனில் ஆனந்த நடமிடும் ஆதி செய்வனே மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை முடி பூசி உடுகை ஏந்தும் காலனே புலிதோலனே மீனின் விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே மங்கையவளிடம் கொண்டு நீயாடி வாடியாது இருவினைகள் தீர்த்தருளவே நித்யனே இடவத்தின் மேலேறிவா என்றென்றும் ஈசனை தானாடிட புவிதனில் சுந்தரனை நீயாடிவா தினமும் நீ விசும்பு தந்தருளவே நேசனே மலனே நீயாடிவா இமையோர்கள் இன்னலை கலந்திடும் தேவா தேவாதி தேவா சதா சிவா வாவா குருவாக வந்து திருவருள் புரிவாய் நித்யானந்தனே முக்தி தரவாவா பிறதியில் உரைகின்ற பிரமணே நீயாடிவா அன்பாய் உரைபவனே அப்பாய் காட்சி தரும் எங்கள் ஆணை காவலசே ஆதிகந்தமிலாத ஜோதியாய் அருணகிரி உரைநாதனே உலகை இயக்கிடும் வாயு வடிவே காலகத்தி ஈசனே சொல்லுதிடத்தில்லை நகர்தனில் வானில் ஆடும் கூத்தனே பஞ்சபூதமும் நித்தம் பணியும் பரமனே பரமேசனே நித்ய ரசித நித்ய வைபவ குப்த கைலை வாசனே ஈசனே சர்வேசனே பரமேசனே ஜெகதீசனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே குரு தேவனே
Yes. So now, with this, let us now verify what we have manifested. Whether the Basma has appeared or the Kumkum has appeared, you can post it in the chat. And you can also post your experiences in the social media handles about your experiences of today's session and your power manifestation session. So please take some time and post your experience, as shortly we'll be starting the next segment.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Nityananda, welcome back as we enter into the next segment where we are going to be learning the definition of unclutching. The process of unclutching can directly upgrade your consciousness, raise your inner space. When you raise your inner space, you become an authentic healer, wealthier, intelligent, and a leader. Clutching, disclutching, unclutching. Clutching means holding, getting attached. Disclutching means breaking, completely getting disconnected. Unclutching means moving back to clutching only when it's needed. You're continuously clutched to your body, mind, and emotions with so many things. You clutch yourself with thousands of ideas you created by your mind. You are clutched with your own ideas of joy, pain, pleasure. If you practice unclutching sincerely, in a small level, it will bring so much of awakening in you. You try to believe that your whole life has either been pain or joy. The SPH says beautifully. One of the biggest achievements I feel very happy and proud of is that whatever I look back at my past, I don't have an idea, I don't have a doubt about it. I neither feel it was joyful, nor I feel it was painful. I have no feelings at all for it. I do not feel my past as a chain of joy or pain. I just know my future is also free, just like my past. But unfortunately, every human being tries to develop an idea about their past as a pain or pleasure. When you tell all your stories, you continuously connect the pain memories, pain thoughts, and pain life, and feel your whole life as a pain. Let us now look at 108 definitions of unclutching. Crushing the source into the expression of unclutching. Space not being contaminated by me is unclutching. When time is not bound by the space, it is unclutching. Unclutching means realizing the canvas is more powerful than the painting. Ajapa of your very being without any word or mantra is unclutching. Easy or difficult, both are concepts. Realizing this is unclutching. Routine work or creative Creativity expressing intensely is unclutching. Time and space collapsing into what is unclutching. Inner space reclaiming its original state is unclutching. Brushing the conscious with the conscience is unclutching. Having balanced intelligence even while you are being watched or not is unclutching. Non-involvement in the mental pleasure and pain is unclutching. Understanding unclutching does not need mind is unclutching. Realization and reality is always one and the same, never separate. This is unclutching. God, self, world are all different words, not worlds. This is unclutching. God, unclutching equals word, equals the world. Unclutching from unclutching is unclutching. World plus unclutching equals God. Reality plus unclutching plus Guru's grace equals unclutching. Inner space unclutching equals enlightenment. Full awareness without any memory is unclutching. Moving from reality to real is unclutching. Marana to smarana is unclutching. When you move in to or from any dimensions like time and space or length to breadth or depth to any time, it is unclutching. When you move any dimension to any dimension, what naturally happens in you is unclutching. Not connecting thought and emotion, giving life to it is unclutching. Realizing the future is past and the past is yet to happen in the present void is unclutching. Past trying to eat, the future is clutching. Stopping that is unclutching. When past threatens to have any power over you, it is clutching, and freeing you is unclutching. Unclutching is constantly happening. You need to do only resting in the unclutching. Experience the evaporating, the experiencer and the experience is unclutching. When you push the past into the future, it is clutching. When you push the pure future into the past, it is in present is clutching, is unclutching. Solid past melting into liquid present and evaporating into steam future is unclutching. Not making your words and forms into experience is unclutching. Experiencing your inner awakening is unclutching. Understanding as a word, understanding as a word is unclutching. Catching it is unclutching. Subject looking into the subject objectively is unclutching. The frequency of the experiencer crossing the frequency of experience is unclutching. Past moving without the greed for future and future moving without fear into the past in present is unclutching. Greed's fear and fear's greed colliding in the awareness is unclutching. Being loses and not knowing is clutching, and being and knowing and living with the knowing is unclutching. Burning the past with the fire of the present and creating a pure future is unclutching. Trusting the possibilities and living is unclutching. Looking at every situation with the deep, authentic, sincere awareness is unclutching. Dropping the conclusions you cannot be transformed is unclutching. Realizing the dreamer's ID is waker's ID is unclutching. Experiencing the dream stuff is reality stuff is unclutching. Experience a dreamer in a walking state is unclutching. In a waking state is unclutching. Trying is clutching, doing is unclutching. Not letting the past swallow the future in present is unclutching. Unclutching is a powerful self-efficient guide to your enlightenment, to upgrade your consciousness. It not only changes the way you perceive the reality, it transforms the reality itself. Unclutching is a very powerful process which touches the source where the perceiver and the perceived both come out. It is the ultimate meditation technique. When your consciousness raises, you automatically